Chapter 6. Magic Rites as Affecting the Life of Man. 1. Birth Spirits. We now come to the spirits, which are believed to attack both women and children at childbirth. These are 4 in number. The Bajang, which generally takes the form of a polecat, musing, and disturbs the household by mewing like a great cat. The Langsyr, which takes the form of an owl with long claws, which sits and hoots upon the roof tree. The Pontianak or Madianak, which, as will be seen presently, is also a night owl, and is supposed to be a child of the Langsyr, and the Penanggalan, which is believed to resemble a trunkless human head with the sac of the stomach attached to it, and which flies about seeking for an opportunity of sucking the blood of infants. With the above are often associated the Palong, which is described as a diminutive but malicious species of botulimp, and the Pelicit, which is the name given to a kind of grasshopper or cricket. But these latter, though often associated with the regular birth spirits, partake also of the character of familiar spirits or botulimps, and are usually private property. I will now take these spirits in the above order. The Bajang, as I have said, is generally described as taking the form of a polecat, musang, but it appears to be occasionally confused with the Pelicit. Thus, a Malay magician once told me that the Bajang took the form of a house cricket, and that when thus embodied it may be kept by a man, as the Pelicit may be kept by a woman. This statement, however, must not be accepted without due reserve, and it may be taken as a certainty that the usual conception of the Bajang's embodiment is a polecat. I need hardly say that it is considered very dangerous to children, who are sometimes provided with a sort of armlet of black silk threads, called a Bajang bracelet, Jilang Bajang, which, it is supposed, will protect them against it. On the opposite page will be seen a remarkable drawing, of which a facsimile is here given, which appears to represent the outline of a Bajang, scripturally modified to serve as a countercharm against the Bajang itself. The following account of the Bajang is by Sir Frank Swettenham. Someone in the village falls ill of a complaint the symptoms of which are unusual. There may be convulsions, unconsciousness, or delirium, possibly for some days together or with intervals between the attacks. The relatives will call in a native doctor, and at her she is usually an ancient female suggestion, or without it, an impression will arise that the patient is the victim of a Bajang. Such an impression quickly develops into certainty, and any trifle will suggest the owner of the evil spirit. One method of verifying this suspicion is to wait till the patient is in a state of delirium, and then to question him or her as to who is the author of the trouble. This should be done by some independent person of authority, who is supposed to be able to ascertain the truth. A further and convincing proof is then to call in a pawang, skilled in dealing with wizards. In Malay countries they are usually men, and if he knows his business his power is such that he will place the sorcerer in one room, and, while he in another scrapes an iron vessel with a razor, the culprit's hair will fall off as though the razor had been applied to his head instead of to the vessel. That is supposing he is the culprit. If not, of course he will pass through the ordeal without damage. I have been assured that the shaving process is so efficacious that, as the vessel represents the head of the person standing his trial, wherever it is scraped the wizard's hair will fall off in a corresponding spot. It might be supposed that under these circumstances the accused is reasonably safe, but this test of guilt is not always employed. What more commonly happens is that, when several cases of unexplained sickness have occurred in a village, with possibly 1 or 2 deaths, the people of the place lodge a formal complaint against the supposed author of these ills, and desire that he be punished. Before the advent of British influence, it was the practice to kill the wizard or witch whose guilt had been established to Malay satisfaction, and such executions were carried out not many years ago. I remember a case in Perak less than 10 years ago, when the people of an upriver village accused a man of keeping a Bajang, and the present Sultan, who was then the principal Malay judge in the state, told them he would severely punish the Bajang if they would produce it. They went away hardly satisfied, and shortly after made a united representation to the effect that if the person suspected were allowed to remain in their midst, they would kill him. Before anything could be done, they put him, his family, and effects on a raft and started them down the river. On their arrival at Kuala Kangsar, the man was given an isolated hut to live in, but not long afterwards he disappeared. The hereditary badging comes like other evils, the unsought heritage of a dissolute ancestry. But the acquired badging is usually obtained from the newly buried body of a stillborn child, which is supposed to be the abiding place of a familiar spirit, until lured therefrom by the solicitations of someone who, at dead of night, stands over the grave and by potent incantations persuades the badging to come forth. It is all very well for the Quetta ladies to sacrifice their shadows to obtain possession of a pelsit. Leaders of society must be in the fashion at any cost. But there are plenty of people living in Perak who have seen more than one ancient Malay dame taken out into the river, and despite her protestations, her tears and entreaties, have watched her, with hands and feet tied, put into the water and slowly pushed down out of sight by means of a long pole with a fork at one end which fitted on her neck. Those who have witnessed these executions have no doubt of the justice of the punishment, and not uncommonly add that after 2 or 3 examples had been made, there would always ensue a period of rest from the torments of the badging. I have also been assured that the badging, in the shape of a lizard, has been seen to issue from the drowning person's nose. That statement, no doubt, is made on the authority of those who condemned and executed the victim. The popular superstition about the Langsier is thus described by Sir William Maxwell. If a woman dies in childbirth, either before delivery or after the birth of a child, and before the 40 days of uncleanness have expired, she is popularly supposed to become a Langsiar, a flying demon of the nature of the White Lady or Banshee. To prevent this, a quantity of glass beads are put in the mouth of the corpse, a hen's egg is put under each armpit, and needles are placed in the palms of the hands. It is believed that if this is done, the dead woman cannot become a Langsiar, as she cannot open her mouth to shriek, Angjela, or wave her arms as wings, or open and shut her hands to assist her flight. The superstitions about the Langsier, however, do not end here, for with regard to its origin, the Selangor Malays tell the following story. The original Langsier, whose embodiment is supposed to be a kind of night owl, is described as being a woman of dazzling beauty, who died from the shock of hearing that her child was stillborn and had taken the shape of the Pontianak. On hearing this terrible news, she clapped her hands, and without further warning, flew whinnying away to a tree, upon which she perched. She may be known by her robe of green, by her tapering nails of extraordinary length, a mark of beauty, and by the long jet-black tresses which she allows to fall down to her ankles only, alas. For the truth must be told in order to conceal the hole in the back of her neck, through which she sucks the blood of children. These vampire-like proclivities of hers may, however, be successfully combated if the right means are adopted. For if you are able to catch her, cut short her nails and luxuriant tresses, and stuff them into the hole in her neck, she will become tame and indistinguishable from an ordinary woman, remaining so for years. Cases have been known, indeed, in which she has become a wife and a mother, until she was allowed to dance at a village merrymaking, when she at once reverted to her ghostly form, and flew off into the dark and gloomy forest from whence she came. In their wild state, a Malay once informed me, these woman vampires are exceedingly fond of fish, and once and again may be seen, sitting in crowds on the fishing stakes at the river mouth awaiting an opportunity to steal the fish. However that may be, it seems curiously in keeping with the following charm for laying a Langsier. O ye mosquito fry at the river's mouth, when yet a great way off, ye are sharp of eye, when near ye are hard of heart. When the rock in the ground opens of itself then, and then only, be emboldened the hearts of my foes and opponents. When the corpse in the ground opens of itself then, and then only, be emboldened the hearts of my foes and opponents. May your heart be softened when you behold me, by grace of this prayer that I use, called Silambeu. The mosquito fry at the river's mouth, in the first line, is no doubt intended as an allusion to the Langsier who frequent the fishing stakes. The Pontianak or Madianak, as has already been said, is the stillborn child of the Langsier, and its embodiment is like that of its mother, a kind of night owl. Curiously enough, it appears to be the only one of these spirits which rises to the dignity of being addressed as a jinn or genie, as appears from the charms which are used for laying it. Thus we find in a common charm, O Pontianak the stillborn, may you be struck dead by the soil from the grave mound. Thus, we cut the bamboo joints, the long and the short, to cook therein the liver of the jinn, demon, Pontianak. By the grace of there is no God but God, etc. To prevent a stillborn child from becoming a Pontianak, the corpse is treated in the same way as that of the mother, i.e., a hen's egg is put under each armpit, a needle in the palm of each hand, and, probably, glass beads or some simple equivalent in its mouth. The charm which is used on this occasion will be found in the appendix. The Penanggalan is a sort of monstrous vampire which delights in sucking the blood of children. The story goes that once upon a time a woman was sitting to perform a religious penance, duduk bertapa, in one of the large wooden vats which are used by the Malays for holding the vinegar made by drawing off the sap of the thatch palm, meniadap nipa. Quite unexpectedly, a man came in and, finding her sitting in the vat, asked her, "What are you doing there?" To this the woman replied, "What business have you to ask?" But being very much startled, she attempted to escape, and in the excitement of the moment, kicked her own chin with such force that the skin split round her neck, and her head, with the sack of the stomach depending from it, actually became separated from the trunk and flew off to perch upon the nearest tree. Ever since then she has existed as a spirit of evil, sitting on the roof tree whinnying, mengalai, whenever a child is born in the house, or trying to force her way up through the floor on which the child lies, in order to drink its blood. The only two spirits of this class which now remain are the palong and the pelicit, and these, as I have said, partake to a great extent of the character of familiar spirits or bottle imps, and are by no means confined to a single role, as the preceding ones have been. The palong resembles an exceedingly diminutive female figure or mannequin, being in point of size about as big as the top joint of the little finger. It will fly through the air to wherever it is told to go, but is always preceded by its pet or plaything, peminen, the pelicit, which, as has already been said, appears to be a species of house cricket. Whenever the palong wishes to enter dirasoki, a new victim, it sends the pelicit on before it, and as soon as the latter, flying in a headlong fashion menelenteng menjerongkong, has entered its victim's body, which it usually does tail foremost, and begins to chirp, the palong follows. It is generally hidden away outside the house by its owner, jinjengan, and fed with blood pricked from the finger. The description usually given of a palong tallies curiously with the Malay definition of the soul. The last of these spirits, the pelicit or house cricket, which is the palong's plaything or pet, flies to and fro rasak sini, rasak sana, till it finds the body which its mistress has ordered it to enter, harm only being done when it enters tail foremost, as it generally does. It is occasionally caught and kept in a bottle by Malay women, who feed it either on parched or saffron-stained rice, or on blood drawn from the tip of the fourth finger which they prick for the purpose, and who, when they wish to get rid of it, bury it in the ground. When a sick person is affected by a pelicit, one of the signs of which is to rave about cats, the medicine man comes and addresses the pelicit, or palong, which has taken up its residence in the patient's body, with the words, "Who is your mother?" To this question, the pelicit replies, speaking with the patient's voice, but in a high falsetto key, and giving the name of the person who sent it, whereupon prompt measures are taken to compel the owner to recall it. It now only remains to describe the means employed by the Malays to secure one of these familiar spirits, which can be guaranteed to cause the greatest possible annoyance to your enemy, with the least possible trouble on your own part. Receipt for securing a pelicit. Go to the graveyard at night and dig up the body of a firstborn child whose mother was also firstborn, and which has been dead less than 40 days. On digging it up, carry it out to an ant-hill in the open ground, and there dandle it ditimeng. After a little while, when the child shrieks and lolls its tongue out, turgily or lidnaya, bite off its tongue and carry it home. Then obtain a coconut shell from a solitary, green coconut palm near hijau, and carry it to a place where 3 roads meet, light a fire and heat the shell till oil exudes, dip the child's tongue in the oil and bury it in the heart of the 3 cross roads, Hadi Sempeng Tiga. Leave it untouched for 3 nights, then dig it up and you will find that it has turned into a pelicit. Birth ceremonies. In or about the 7th month of pregnancy, Mengandong Tujo Bulan, a bidden sage femme is engaged menempa, the ceremony being described as follows. A copper vessel called charana, which is something like a fruit dish with a stand or foot to it, is filled with 4 or 5 peeled areca nuts, a small block of gambir, a portion of lime capper sapper kaporan, a tahil, saw tahil of tobacco, and 3 or 4 packets, suzan of betel leaf, and carried to the bidden's house, where it is presented to her with the words, "I wish to engage you for my child. Inaku mahu menempa anaku, or words to that effect. Usually the contents of the charana are enclosed in small brass receptacles, but on such occasions as the present no receptacles are used, the usual accessories of the betel chewing ceremony being deposited in the charana itself. The bidden, on receiving the charana and charming the contents, inverts it, pouring out dekorakan, its contents upon the floor, and taking omens for the coming event from the manner in which they fall. She then commences to chew the betel leaf, and when she has taken as much as she requires, she generally performs some species of divination, tengo dalam padua, in order to ascertain the nature of the child's horoscope. This object may be achieved in several ways, e.g. by astrological calculations by casting up palak or phalakaya, the numerical values of the letters of both parents' names in accordance with the abjad or secret cipher alphabet, by observance of a wax taper fixed upon the brim of a jar of water, dayan di tepi bayang air, and by observance of a cup of betel leaf water, air siri. When the time arrives, the bidden is sent for and escorted to the spot, where she points out the luckiest place in the house for the child to be born. Such a spot must not be under the ends of the slats of the palm thatch, but between them, the exact spot being discovered by repeatedly dropping the blade of a hatchet or cutlass haft downwards into the ground below the raised floor of the house, until a spot is found wherein it sticks and remains upright. A rattan loop, talai angas, to enable the patient to raise herself to a sitting posture, is suspended from the rafters over the spot selected, while just exactly beneath it under the floor of the house, which is raised on piles like the old Swiss lake dwellings, are fastened a bunch of leaves of the prickly pandanus, the acid eggplant, and a lekar jantan, which is a kind of rattan stand used for Malay cooking pots. The leaves of these plants are used because it is thought that their thorns will prick any evil spirit which tries to get at the child from below, whilst the circular cooking pot stand will act as a noose or snare. Over the patient's head, and just under the rafters, is spread a casting net, jala, together with a bunch of leaves of the red dracina, genwang or lenwang mera, and the acid eggplant. A big tray, talim, is now filled with a measure of uncooked husked rice, biraz sagantang, and covered over with a small mat of screw palm leaves, tikar mengkweng. This mat is in turn covered with from 3 to 7 thicknesses of fine Malay sarongs, a sort of broad plaid worn as a skirt, and these latter again are surmounted by a second mat upon which the newly born infant is to be deposited. The next process is the purification of mother and child by a ceremony which consists of bathing both in warm water just not hot enough to scald the skin, air pesum jangan melachak kulit, and in which are leaves of lencuas, halia, kunyat tirus, kunyat, pandan bow erica palm blossom, and the dried leaves, karansong or karasek of the pisang kalat. This has to be repeated every morning and evening. In most places, the newborn infant is, as has been said, laid upon a mat and formally adopted by the father, who breathes into the child's ear a sort of Mohammedan prayer or formula, which is called bang in the case of a boy, and kamat in the case of a girl. After purification, the child is swaddled in a sort of papoose. An inner bandage, baret, is swathed round the child's waist, and a broad cloth band, kain lampin, is wound round its body from the knees to the breast, after which the outer bandage, kain bidang, is wound round the child's body from the feet to the shoulder, and is worn continually until the child is 3 or 4 months old, or, in Malay parlance, until he has learned to crawl, tahu minhirap. This contrivance, it is alleged, prevents the child from starting and straining its muscles. Over the child's mat is suspended a sort of small conical mosquito net, kain bachak, the upper end of which is generally stitched, disemat, or pinned on to the top of the parent's mosquito curtain, and which is intended to protect the child from any stray mosquito or sandfly which may have found its way into the bigger net used by his parents. Next comes the ceremony of marking the forehead, chaunting muka, which is supposed to keep the child from starting and straining itself, jangan turkajut turkakau, and from convulsions, sawan, and at the same time to preserve it from evil spirits. The following are the directions: take chips of wood from the thin end, kapala, of the threshold from the steps of the house ladder, and from the house furniture, together with a coat kesip of garlic, a coat of an onion, a safitida, a rattan cooking pot stand, and fiber from the monkey face of an unfertile coconut tampo near jantan. Burn all these articles together, collect the ashes, and mix them by means of the forefinger with a little betel water. Now repeat the proper charm, dip the finger in the mixture, and mark the center of the child's forehead, if a boy with a sign resembling what is called a benchmark, if a girl with a plain cross plus, and at the same time put small daubs on the nose, cheeks, chin, and shoulders. Then mark the mother with a line drawn from breast to breast, pankasusu, and a daub on the end of the nose, kolakidang. If you do this properly, A. Langet Malay informed me, the evil one will take mother and child for his own wife and child, who are supposed to be similarly marked, and will consequently refrain from harming them. In addition to the above, if the child is a girl, her eyebrows are shaved and a curve drawn in their place, extending from the root of the nose to the ear Dipantiscan bentok tajidari muka sampe pelipes. The mixture used for marking these curves consists of manjakani mixed with milk from the mother's breast. Another most curious custom, which recalls a parallel custom among North American Indians, is occasionally resorted to for the purpose of altering the shape of the child's head. When it is considered too long, turlimpau panjang, a small, tightly fitting yam leaf cap, songko don kailadi, consisting of 7 thicknesses of caladium yam leaves, is used to compress it. This operation is supposed to shorten the child's skull, and the person who fits it onto the child's head uses the words Muhammad, short be your head in the case of a boy, and Fatima, short be your head in the case of a girl. Now comes the ceremony of administering to the infant what is called the mouth opener, lit. Mouth splitter, pemblamulet. First, you take a green coconut near sungkoran, split it in halves dibila near, put a grain of salt inside 1/2 of the shell, dibubo garam sabuku, and give it to the child to drink, counting up to 7 and putting it to the child's mouth at the word 7, ledakan di muletnaya. Then repeat the ceremony, substituting a sam, tamarinds, for the salt. Finally, take a gold ring, and after rubbing it against the inside of the coconut, kolik didalam near, lay it upon the child's lips, ledakan di bibirnaya, saying Bismillah, etc. Do the same with a silver and amalgam, gold and silver, ring respectively, and the ceremony will be at an end. I may note, in passing, that it is in allusion to the above ceremony that you will sometimes hear old men say, "It's not the first time I tasted salt. I did so ever since I was first put into my swinging cot. Aku makan garam dahulu, durapada tatkala naik buyan." Sometimes a little rock, sugar gilabatu, is added to make the mouth opener more palatable. From the time when the child is about 24 hours old until it is of the age of 3 months, it is fed with rice boiled in a pot on the fire, broken, dilecek, by means of a short, broad coconut shell spoon, pelecek, mixed with a little sugar and squeezed into small receptacles of woven coconut leaf, kadupat. Later it is taught to feed at the breast, mintek, which continues until it is weaned by the application of bitter aloes, jadam, to the mother's breasts. In the rice jar, bayang biraz, during this period, a stone, a big iron nail, and a candle nut must be kept, and a spoon, sendok, must always be used for putting the rice into the pot before boiling it. Moreover, the mother, when eating or drinking, must always cross her left arm under her breasts, diampu suzunaya di lengan kiri, leaving the right arm free to bring the food to the mouth. When the child has been bathed, it is fumigated and deposited for the first time in a swinging cot, the Malay substitute for a cradle, which, according to immemorial custom, is formed by a black cloth slung from one of the rafters. To fumigate it, you take leaves of the red dracina, jenwang mera, and wrap them round first with the casing of the charred torch puntong, used at the severing of the cord, pembuang telai puset, then with leaves of the tirong assam, acid, eggplant, and tie them round at intervals with a string of shredded tree bark, telai tea wrap. The funnel-shaped bouquet thus formed is suspended above the child's cot buyan. A spice block, badu jiling, is deposited inside it, and underneath it are placed the naked blade of a cutlass, parang puting, a coconut scraper, cucorin, and one of the basketwork stands used for the cooking pots, lekar jantan, which latter is slung round the neck of the coconut scraper. This last strange contrivance is, I believe, intended as a hint to the evil spirit or vampire which comes to suck the child's blood, and for whom the trap described above is set underneath the house floor. Now get a censer and burn incense in it, adding to the flame, as it burns, rubbish from beneath a deserted house, the deserted nest of a merba dove, and the deserted nest of the rainbird. Sarang Burong Yujin Yujin. When all is ready, rock the cot very gently 7 times, then take the spice block out of the cot and deposit it together with the blade of the cutlass upon the ground. Take the child in your arms and fumigate it by moving it thrice round in a circle over the smoke of the censer, counting up to 7 as you do so, and swing the child gently towards your left. At the word 7, call the child's soul by saying cluck, cluck, soul of Mohammed here. If it is a boy, or cluck, cluck, soul of Fatima here. If it is a girl, deposit the child in the cot and rock it very gently so that it does not swing farther than the neck of the coconut scraper extends. Sa panjang kukoran sahaja. After this, you may swing it as far as you like, but for at least 7 days afterwards, whenever the child is taken out of the cot, the spice block, or stone child anak badu, as it is called, must be deposited in the cot as a substitute for the child, pengganti budek. Once in every 4 hours, the child should be bathed with cold water, in order that it may be kept cool. This custom, I was told, is diametrically opposite to that which obtains at Malacca, where the child is bathed as rarely as possible. The custom followed in Selangor is said to prevent the child from getting a sore mouth, Guam. For the first 2 months or so, whenever the child is bathed, it is rubbed over with a paste obtained by mixing powdered rice with the powder obtained from a red stone called batu kawi. This stone, which is said by some Malays to take its name from the island of Langkawi, is thought to possess astringent kalat qualities and is used by Malay women to improve their skin. Before use, the paste is fumigated with the smoke of burning eaglewood, sandalwood, and incense, after which the liquid, which is said to resemble red ink, is applied to the skin, and then washed off, no doubt, with lime juice in the ordinary way. In the cold water which is used for bathing the child are deposited a big iron nail, as a symbol of iron, candle nuts and cockle shells, kulit kerang, to which some Malays add a kind of parasite called sea burnas, i.e. well filled out, a word applied to children who are fat, instead of the word gemok, which is considered unlucky, and another parasite called sadingin or sea dingin, the cold one. After bathing, the bidden should perform the ceremony called sember siri, which consists in the ejecting of betel leaf, mixed with other ingredients, out of her mouth onto the pit of the child's stomach, the ingredients being pounded leaves of the bunglay, checker, and jarangao, and chips of Brazil wood, ebony, and sugar palm twigs, segar kabong. To these are sometimes added small portions of the rough bamboo, bula kasep, of the bemben balu, and of the leaf cases of the erica palm, either yupi bila batang or yupi sarong. The child is generally named within the first week, but I have not yet heard of any special ceremony connected with the naming, though it is most probably considered as a religious act. The name is evidently considered of some importance, for if the child happens to get ill directly after the naming, it is sometimes readopted, temporarily, by a third party who gives it a different name. When this happens, a species of bracelets and anklets made of black cloth are put upon the child's wrists and ankles, the ceremony being called tumpeng sayang. A few days later, the child's head is shaved, and his nails cut for the first time. For the former process, a red lather is manufactured from fine rice flour mixed with gambir, lime, and betel leaf. Some people have the child's head shaved clean, others leave the central lock jamble. In either case, the remains of the red lather, together with the clippings of hair and nails, are received in a rolled-up yam leaf, don kailati dipanjat, or coconut, and carried away and deposited at the foot of a shady tree, such as a banana or a pomegranate. Sometimes, as had been done in the case of a Malay bride at whose tonsure I assisted, the parents make a vow at a child's birth that they will give a feast at the tonsure of its hair, just before its marriage, provided the child grows up in safety. Occasionally, the ceremony of shaving the child's head takes place on the 44th day after birth, the ceremony being called balik juru. A small sum, such as $2 or $3, is also sometimes presented to a pilgrim to carry clippings of the child's locks to Mecca and cast them into the well Zemzem, such payment being called kerka, akirka in the case of a boy, and kurban in the case of a girl. To return to the mother. She is bathed in hot water at 8 o'clock each morning for 3 days, and from the day of birth, after ablution she has to undergo the strangest ceremony of all, Ascending the roasting place, nake salion. A kind of rough couch is prepared upon a small platform salion, which is about 6 feet in length and slopes downwards towards the foot, where it is about 2 feet above the floor. Beneath this platform, a fireplace or hearth, dapper, is constructed, and a roaring fire lighted, which is intended to warm the patient to a degree consistent with Malay ideas of what is beneficial. Custom, which is stronger than law, forces the patient to recline upon this couch 2 or 3 times in the course of the day, and to remain upon it each time for an hour or 2. To such extremes is this practice carried, that, on one occasion, a poor woman was brought to the point of death, and would have died if she had not been rescued by the kind interposition of the civil assistant surgeon. The excessive excitement caused by the heat was so overpowering that aberration of mind ensued, which continued for several months. As if this were not enough, one of the heated hearthstones, badu tunku, is frequently wrapped up in a piece of flannel or old rags applied to the patient's stomach so as to roast her still more effectually. This roasting custom is said to continue for the whole of the 44 days of uncleanness. During this period, there are many birth taboos, pantang baranak, applying to food, the following articles being usually forbidden. 1. Things which have, from the Malay point of view, a lowering effect on the constitution, sagala yang sejak, e.g. fruits, with some exceptions, and vegetables. 2. Things which have a heating effect on the blood, sagala yang bisa, e.g. the fish called peri skate, the prickly fish ikan duri, and the sembalang, a kind of mudfish with poisonous spines on both sides and back, and all freshwater fish. 3. All things which have an irritating effect on the skin, sagala yang gatal, e.g. the fish called tinggiri and terubak shellfish and the eggplant or brinjal, while the fish called curau, gilama, senahang, paring may be eaten, so long as they are well salted. 4. Things which are supposed to cause faintness, sagala yang benten, or swooning pengsan, such, for instance, as uncooked coconut pulp, gourds, and cucumbers. 5. Sugar, with the exception of coconut sugar, coconuts, and chilies. The following description of birth taboos in Pahang, taken from Mr. H. Clifford's studies in Brown Humanity, will give a good general idea of this part of the subject. When Umat has placed the siri leaves, he has done all he can for Selima, and he resigns himself to endure the anxiety of the next few months with the patience of which he has so much command. The pantang baranak, or birth taboos, hem a husband in almost as rigidly as they do his wife. And Umat, who is as superstitious as are all the Malays of the lower classes, is filled with fear lest he should unwittingly transgress any law, the breach of which might cost Selima her life. He no longer shaves his head periodically, as he loves to do, for a naked scalp is very cool and comfortable. He does not even cut his hair, and a thick black shock stands 5 inches high upon his head and tumbles raggedly about his neck and ears. Selima is his first wife, and never before has she borne children, wherefore no hair of her husband's must be trimmed until her days are accomplished. Umat will not kill the fowls for the cook now, nor even drive a stray dog from the compound with violence, lest he should chance to maim it, for he must shed no blood, and must do no hurt to any living thing during all this time. One day he is sent on an errand upriver, and is absent until the 3rd day. On inquiry, it appears that he passed the night in a friend's house, and on the morrow found that the wife of his host was shortly expecting to become a mother. Therefore he had to remain at least 2 nights in the village. Why? Because if he failed to do so, Selima would die. Why would she die? God alone knows, but such is the teaching of the men of old, the wise ones of ancient days. But Umat's chief privation is that he is forbidden to sit in the doorway of his house. To understand what this means to a Malay, you must realize that the seat in the doorway, at the head of the stair ladder that reaches to the ground, is to him much what the fireside is to the English peasant. It is here that he sits and looks out patiently at life, as the European gazes into the heart of the fire. It is here that his neighbors come to gossip with him, and it is in the doorway of his own or his friend's house that the echo of the world is borne to his ears. But, while Selima is ill, Umat may not block the doorway, or dreadful consequences will ensue, and though he appreciates this and makes the sacrifice readily for his wife's sake, it takes much of the comfort out of his life. Selima, meanwhile, has to be equally circumspect. She bridles her woman's tongue resolutely, and no word in disparagement of man or beast passes her lips during all these months, for she has no desire to see the qualities she dislikes reproduced in the child. She is often tired to death and faint and ill before her hour draws nigh, but none the less she will not lie upon her mat during the daytime, lest her heavy eyes should close in sleep, since her child would surely fall a prey to evil spirits were she to do so. Therefore she fights on to the dusk, and Umat does all he can to comfort her and to lighten her sufferings by constant tenderness and care. The medicine, sambar and bara, used by the mother after her confinement, consists of the ashes of a burnt coconut shell pounded and mixed with a pinch of black pepper, lada hitam sajimput, a root of garlic, bawang putih salaba, and enough vinegar to make the mixture liquid. This potion is drunk for 3 consecutive mornings. A bandage is swathed about her waist, and she is treated with a cosmetic bedak, manufactured from temu kuning, which is pounded small and mixed as before with garlic, black pepper, and vinegar, and applied every morning and evening for the first 3 days. During the next 3 days, a new cosmetic, bedak kunyit tirus, is applied, the ingredients being kunyit tirus pounded and mixed in the same way as the cosmetic just described. At the same time, the patient is given a potion made from the ash of burnt durian skins, abu kilit durian, mixed as before with vinegar, the fruit stalk or spire of a coconut palm, mangar neer, being substituted if the durian skin is not obtainable. A poultice, ubet pupak, is also applied to the patient's forehead after the early bathing during the 44 days of her retirement. It consists of leaves of the tahai babi, jintan hitam, and garlic, pounded and mixed as usual with vinegar. After 3 days, an extraordinary mixture, called in Selangor the 100 herbs, rimpa ratus, but in Malacca merely pot herbs, rimpa piriak, is concocted from all kinds of herbs, roots, and spices. The ingredients are put into a large vessel of water and left to soak, a portion of the liquor being strained off and given to the patient as a potion every morning for about 10 days. Similar ingredients boiled in a large pot, which is kept hot by being hermetically sealed, digetang, and by having live embers placed underneath it from time to time, furnish the regular beverage of the patient up to the time of her purification. After the first fortnight, however, the lees are extracted from the vessel and used to compose a poultice which is applied to the patient's waist, a set of fresh ingredients replacing the old ones. It is sold for 50 cents a jar. On the 44th day, the raised platform or roasting place, salian, is taken down and the ceremony called floor washing, baso lant, takes place, the whole house being thoroughly washed and cleaned. The floor having been smeared with rice cosmetic, bedak, such as the Malays use for the bathing ceremony, it is well scratched by the claws of a fowl, which is caught and washed for the purpose, and then held over the floor and forced to do the scratching required of it. The cosmetic is then removed, dilangir, by means of lime juice, again as in the bathing ceremony, and the hearth fire is changed. The bidden now receives her pay, usually getting in cash for the eldest child $4.40, in some places $5.40. For the second, $3.40, the third, $2.40, and for the fourth and all subsequent children, $1.40. Unless she is hastily summoned, bidden terk, and no engagement, menimpa, has been made, in which case she may demand half a bara, $11. Besides this somewhat meager remuneration, however, she receives from the well-to-do, at the floor-washing ceremony, such presents as cast-off clothes, kain bikaz tubo, a bowl of saffron rice, a bowl of the rice cosmetic and limes, bedak limau, and a platter of betel leaf with accessories, churana siri. Though the remuneration may appear small, it was nevertheless sure. As in former days an unwritten law allowed her to take the child and cry it for sale, dijaja, round the country, should her fee remain unpaid. Before concluding the present subject, it will be necessary to describe certain specific injunctions and taboos which form an important part of the vast body of Malay customs, which center specially round the birth of children. Before the child is born, the father has to be more than usually circumspect with regard to what he does, as any untoward act on his part would assuredly have a prejudicial effect on the child, and cause a birthmark or even actual deformity, any such affection being called kenan. In a case which came to my notice, the son was born with only a thumb, forefinger, and little finger on the left hand, and a great toe on the left foot, the rest of the fingers and toes on the left side being wanting. This, I was told, was due to the fact that the father violated this taboo by going to the fishing stakes one day and killing a crab by chopping at it with a cutlass. In former days during this period, it was taboo, pantang, for the father to cut the throat of a buffalo or even of a fowl, or, in fact, to take the life of any animal whatever trace no doubt of Indian influences. A Malay told me once that his son, soon after birth, was afflicted with a great obstruction of breathing, but that when the medicine man, Pawang, declared, after diagnosing the case, that the child was suffering from a fish affection, kenan ikan, he remembered that he had knocked on the head an extraordinary number of fish which he had caught on the very day that his son was born. He therefore, by the advice of the medicine man, gave the child a potion made from pounded fish bones, and an immediate and permanent recovery was the result. Such affections as those described are classified by the Malays according to the kind of influence which is supposed to have produced them. Thus the unoffending victim may be either fish-struck, kenan ikan, as described above, ape-struck, kenan birak, dog-struck, kenan anjing, crab-struck, kenan kadam, and so forth, it being maintained that in every case the child either displays some physical deformity, causing a resemblance to the animal by which it was affected, or else, and more commonly, unconsciously imitates its actions or its voice. Another interesting custom was that the father was stringently forbidden to cut his hair until after the birth of the child. The following passage bearing on the subject is taken from Sir W. E. Maxwell's article on the folklore of the Malays. In selecting timber for the uprights of a Malay house care, must be taken to reject any log which is indented by the pressure of any parasitic creeper which may have wound round it when it was a living tree. A log so marked, if used in building a house, will exercise an unfavorable influence in childbirth, protracting delivery and endangering the lives of mother and child. Many precautions must be taken to guard against evil influence of a similar kind when one of the inmates of a house is expecting to become a mother. No one may divide the house, bala rumah, that is, go in at the front door and out at the back, or vice versa, nor may any guest or stranger be entertained in the house for one night only. He must be detained for a second night to complete an even period. If an eclipse occurs, the woman on whose account these observances are necessary must be taken into the penanga kitchen and placed beneath the shelf or platform para on which the domestic utensils are kept. A spoon is put into her hand. If these precautions are not taken, the child when born will be deformed. Sir W. E. Maxwell in the above is speaking of Perak Malays. The passage just quoted applies to a great extent to Selangor, but with a few discrepancies. Thus, a houseboat indented by a creeper is generally avoided in Selangor for a different reason, viz., that it is supposed to bring snakes into the house. Dividing the house, however, is generally considered an important birth taboo in Selangor, the threatened penalty for its non-observance being averted by compelling the guilty party to submit to the unpleasant ceremony called sembur air, a member of the family being required to eject, sembur, a mouthful of water upon the small of the culprit's back. In Selangor, again, a guest must stay 3 nights, not 2, in the house, his departure on the first or second night being called insulting the night, menjalak malam. To avert the evil consequences of such an act, fumigation raban is resorted to, the recipe for it running as follows. Take a safitida, sulfur kunyit tirus, an evil-smelling root, onion skins, dried areca nut husk, lemongrass leaves, and an old mat or cloth, burn them, and leave the ashes for about an hour at sunset on the floor of the passage in front of the door. That a sensible and self-respecting demon should avoid a house where such an unconscionable odor is raised is not in the least surprising. In the event of an eclipse, the customs of the 2 sister states appear to be nearly identical. The only difference being that in Selangor the woman is placed in the doorway, in the moonlight as far as possible, and is furnished with the basketwork stand of a cooking pot, as well as a wooden rice spoon, the former as a trap to catch any unwary demon who may be so foolish as to put his head into the noose, and the latter as a weapon of offense, it being supposed that the rattan binding of the spoon, which must, of course, be of the orthodox Malay pattern, will unwind itself and entangle the assailant in the case of any real danger. Finally, the bidden must be present to massage the woman and repeat the necessary charms. From the following passage, it would appear that the corresponding Pahang custom does not materially differ from that of Perak and Selangor. But during the period that the moon's fate hung in the balance, Selima has suffered many things. She has been seated motionless in the fireplace under the tray-like shelf, which hangs from the low rafters, trembling with terror of she knows not what. The little basketwork stand, on which the hot rice pot is wont to rest, is worn on her head as a cap, and in her girdle the long wooden rice spoon is stuck dagger-wise. Neither she nor Yumat know why these things are done, but they never dream of questioning their necessity. It is the custom. The men of olden days have decreed that women with child should do these things when the moon is in trouble, and the consequences of neglect are too terrible to be risked, so Selima and Yumat act according to their simple faith. Adolescence. Of the purely Malay ceremonies performed at adolescence, the most important are the filing of the teeth, barasajigi, and the cutting of the first locks of hair, in cases where this latter operation has been postponed till the child's marriage by a vow of its parents. The following is a description of the rite of tonsure bercukur, at which I was present in person. Some time ago, in 1897, I received, through one of my local Malay headmen, an invitation to attend a tonsure ceremony. When I arrived, about 2 p.m., in company of the headman referred to, the usual dancing and Quran chanting was proceeding in the outer chamber or veranda, which was decked out for the occasion with the usual brilliantly colored ceiling cloth and striped wall tapestry. After a short interval, we were invited to enter an inner room, where a number of Malays of both sexes were awaiting the performance of the rite. The first thing, however, that caught the eye was a gracefully draped figure standing with shrouded head, and with its back to the company, upon the lowest step of the dais, Jire, which had been erected with a view to the prospective wedding ceremony. This was the bride. A dark-colored veil, thrown over her head and shoulders, allowed 7 luxuriant tresses of her wonderful raven-black hair to escape and roll down below her waist, a ring of precious metal being attached to the end of each tress. Close to the bride and ready to support her, should she require it in her motherly arms, stood the on such occasions familiar figure of the Duna, Mak and Ang, whose duty, however, in the present instance was confined to taking the left hand of the bride between her own, and supporting it in a horizontal position whilst each of the 7 representatives, or Angwaris, in turn was sprinkling it with the neutralizing rice paste, tepang tower, by means of the usual bunch or brush of leaves. A little in front of this pair stood a youth supporting in his hands an unhusked coconut shell. The crown of this coconut had been removed, and the edges at the top cut in such a way as to form a chevroned or dog-tooth border. Upon the indentations of this rim was deposited a necklace, and a large pair of scissors about the size of a tailor's shears were stuck point downwards in the rim. The coconut itself was perhaps half filled with its milk. Close to this youth stood another, supporting one of the usual circular brass trays, with high sides, containing all the ordinary accessories of the tepang tower ceremony, i.e. a bowl of rice paste, a brush of leaves, parched rice, washed saffron-stained rice, and benzoin or incense. I was now requested to open the proceedings, but at my express desire the Penghulu Malay headman did so for me, first scattering several handfuls of the different sorts of rice over the bride, and then sprinkling the rice paste upon the palm of her left hand, which was held out to receive it as described above. The sprinkling over, he took the scissors and with great deliberation severed the end of the first lock, which was made to fall with a little splash, and with the ring attached to it, into the coconut with the dog-tooth border. 5 other Waris representatives and myself followed suit, the 7 tresses with the rings attached to them being all received in the coconut as described. A child of the age of about 2 or 3 years underwent the tonsure at the same time, each of the representatives, after severing the bride's lock, snipping off a portion of the child's hair. The child was in arms and was not veiled, but wore a shoulder-cloth bidak thrown over his shoulder. At the conclusion of the ceremony, we left the room, and the Quran chanting was resumed and continued until the arrival of the bridegroom in procession, at about 5 p.m., when the bride and bridegroom went through the ceremony of being seated side by side, bersanding, and the business of the day was concluded. The coconut containing the severed tresses and rings is carried to the foot of a barren fruit tree, e.g. a pomegranate tree. when the rings are extracted and the water, with the severed locks, poured out at the tree's foot, the belief being that this proceeding will make the tree as luxuriant as the hair of the person shorn, a very clear example of sympathetic magic. If the parents are poor, the coconut is generally turned upside down and left there. But if they are well-to-do, the locks are usually sent to Mecca in charge of a pilgrim, who casts them on his arrival into the well Zemzem. I will now describe the ceremony of filing, or sharpening, the teeth, from notes taken by myself during the actual ceremony, 20th March, 1897. The youth whose teeth I saw filed must have been quite 15 or 16 years of age, and had not long before undergone the rite of circumcision. When I arrived, I found the house newly swept and clean, and all the accessories of the ceremony already prepared. These latter consisted of a round tray, dulang, containing the usual bowl of rice-based tepung tawar, with the brush of leaves, 3 cups, containing different sorts of rice, an egg, 3 rings of precious metals, gold, silver, and amalgam, a couple of limes and 2 small files, to which a small tooth saw and 2 small whetstones should be added. The ceremony now commences. The tooth filer, Pawang Jigi, first scatters the 3 sorts of rice and sprinkles the tepung tawar upon his instruments, etc., repeating the proper charm at the same time, the patient meanwhile, and throughout the operation, reclining upon his back on the floor with his head resting on a pillow. Next, the Pawang, sitting beside the patient, touches the patient's teeth, first with each of the 3 rings of precious metal and then with the egg, throwing each of these objects away as he does so, and repeating each time a charm, Hu, Kata Allah, DSB, which is given in the appendix. Next he props open, disengaging the patient's mouth by means of a dried areca nut, and repeats another charm, Hai, Bismi, in order to destroy the venom of the steel, laying the file upon the teeth, and drawing it thrice across them at the end of the charm. He then cuts off Dikerat the crowns of the teeth with one of the files, smooths their edges Dipapar with one of the whetstones, and polishes them Melachek. During the whole of this part of the performance, which is a trying ordeal to witness, although it is borne with the utmost fortitude on the part of the sufferer, the latter holds a small mirror in front of his mouth, in order to be assured that the operation is progressing to his satisfaction. When the actual filing is over, the areca nut is extracted, and a piece of coconut husk or small block of pulai would inserted in its stead, in order to facilitate the proper polishing of the now mutilated teeth. This latter part of the operation is accomplished by means of the file, a small piece of folded white cloth protecting the lips from injury. Considerable interest attaches to the filing of the first tooth, on account of the omens which are taken from the position in which the crown happens to lie when it falls. If, when the tooth is filed through, the crown adheres to the file, it is taken as a sign that the patient will die at home. If it flies off and lies with its edge turned upwards, this means, on the contrary, that he will die abroad. At the conclusion of the operation, a species of poultice, Ubat tasak, consisting mainly of cooked ginger, Halia bara dipahaiskei, which is intended to deaden the feeling of the gums, Matakan daging gusi, is duly charmed and applied to the gums of the jaw which happens to be under treatment. The Pawang now lays one hand, the left on the top of the patient's head and the other upon the teeth of the upper jaw, and presses them together with a show of considerable force, making believe, as it were, that he is pressing the patient's upper teeth firmly into their sockets. Finally, a portion of betel leaf is charmed with the charm Hong Sarangan, etc., and given to the patient to chew, after which it is asserted all pain immediately ceases. The Pawang then washes his hands, resharpens his tools, and those present sit down to a meal of saffron-stained pullet rice. This concludes the ceremony for the day, the lower jaw being similarly treated upon a subsequent occasion. In the course of 3 such operations, the Pawang informed me, the teeth can be filed down even with the gums, in which case they are, I believe, in some instances somewhat roughly plated or cased with gold. Sometimes, however, they are merely filed into points so that they resemble the teeth of a shark. Very frequently, too, they blacken them with a mixture of the empyromatic oil of the coconut shell, baha or girang, and camunting, KL. Caramunting, wood, which is also used for blackening the eyebrows. These customs, however, are already dying out in the more civilized Malay states. Whenever I made inquiries as to the reason of this strange custom, I was invariably told that it not only beautified, but preserved the teeth from the action of decay, which the Malays believed to be set up by the presence of a minute maggot or worm ulat, their most usual way of expressing the fact that they are suffering from toothache being to say that the tooth in question is being eaten by a maggot, dimakan ulat. The Batak Malays, a mid-Sumatran tribe, many of whom have settled in Kuala Langat, are said to chip the teeth of their children into the desired shape by the use of a small chisel, the operation causing such exquisite agony that the sufferer will not unfrequently leap to his feet with a shriek. Even when the file is used, the work of an unskillful performer, who does not know how to destroy the venom of his instruments, will cause the sufferer's face to be completely swollen back up, for a long period subsequent to the operation. Yet young people of both sexes cheerfully submit to the risk of this discomfort, and the only remark made by the youth whom I saw undergoing it was that it made his mouth feel uncomfortable. Jelajay rasa mulatnaya. The ear-boring ceremony, Burtendek, appears to have already lost much of its ceremonial character in Selangor, where I was told that it is now usually performed when the child is quite small, i.e. at the earliest, when the child is some 5 or 7 months old, and when it is about a year old at the latest, whereas in Sumatra, according to Marston, it is not performed until the child is 8 or 9. Still, however, a special kind of round ear-ring, which is of filigree work and is called subang, is as much the emblem of virginity in the Western states as it ever was. The discarding of these earrings, tangle subang, which should take place about 7 days after the conclusion of the marriage rites, is ceremonial in character. And it is even the custom when a widow janda is married for the second time to provide her with a pair of subang, which should, however, it is said, be tied onto her ears instead of being inserted in the ear holes, as in the case of a girl who has never been married. The rite of circumcision is of course common to Mohammedans all over the world. Some analogous practices, however, have also been noticed among the non-Mohammedan Malayan races of the Eastern Archipelago, and it is at least doubtful whether circumcision, as now practiced by Malays, is a purely Muhammadan rite. Among Malays it is performed by a functionary called the mudim, with a slip of bamboo, at any age in the case of boys from about 6 or 7 up to about 16 years, the wound being often dressed, at least in town districts, with fine clay mixed with soot and the yolk of eggs. But when possible, the clay is mixed with coconut fiber, rabak neir, selumur paku ubin, and the young shoots of the kalat plantain, pachak pisang kalat, the compound being called in either case ubet tasak. The ceremony is associated with the common purificatory rite called tepang tawar and with air talek bala lit, evil dispelling water. Lights are kept burning in the house for several days, until the wound has healed, and the performance of the ceremony is always made the occasion for a banquet, together with music and dancing of the kind in which Malays take so much delight. The cause of these rejoicings is dressed for the occasion like a bridegroom, pengantin, and is said to be sometimes carried in procession. Personal ceremonies and charms. Ceremonies and charms for protecting or rendering the person more attractive or formidable form one of the largest, but not perhaps the most interesting or important division of the medicine man's repertory. The following remarkable specimen of the charms belonging to the first of these classes was given me by Chi, a Baz of Clanang in Selangor, a Kelantan Malay. If the corpse in the grave should speak and address people on earth, may I be destroyed by any beast that has life. But if the corpse in the grave do not speak and address people on earth, may I not be destroyed by any beast that has life, or by any foe or peril, or by any son of the human race. And if the chicken in the egg should crow and call to chickens on earth, may I be destroyed by any beast that has life. But if the chicken and the egg do not crow, etc., as before. As a general rule, however, this particular class of charms shows particularly strong traces of Arabic influence, most often, perhaps, taking the form of an injunction, addressed to jinns or angels to watch over the person of the petitioner. To rightly understand charms of the second class, which includes bathing and beetle charming charms, we must have some idea of the Malay standard of beauty. This, I need hardly say, differs widely from that entertained by Europeans. In the case of manly beauty, we should, perhaps, be able to acquiesce to some extent in the admiration which Malays express for brightness of countenance, cahaya, which forms one of the chief objects of petition in almost every one of this class of charms. But none of our modern Ganymedes would be likely to petition for a voice like the voice of the prophet David, or a countenance like the countenance of the prophet Joseph. Still less would he be likely to petition for a tongue curled like a breaking wave, or a magic serpent, or for teeth like a herd of black elephants, or for lips like a procession of ants. Malay descriptions of female beauty are no less curious. The brow of the Malay Helen, for whose sake 1,000 desperate battles are fought in Malay romances, is like the one-day-old moon. Her eyebrows resemble pictured clouds, and are arched like the fighting cock's artificial spur. Her cheek resembles the sliced-off cheek of a mango, her nose an opening jasmine bud, her hair the wavy blossom shoots of the areca palm. Slender is her neck, with a triple row of dimples, her bosom ripening, her waist lissom as the stalk of a flower. Her head of a perfect oval, lit, bird's egg-shaped, her fingers like the leafy spears of lemongrass or the quills of the porcupine, her eyes like the splendor of the planet Venus, and her lips like the fissure of a pomegranate. The following is a specimen of an invocation for beautifying the person, which is supposed to be used by children. The light of 4 suns, 5 moons, and the 7 stars be visible in my eye. The brightness of a shooting star be upon my chin, and that of the full moon be upon my brows. May my lips be like unto a string of ants, my teeth like to a herd of elephants, my tongue like a breaking wave, my voice like the voice of the prophet David, my countenance like the countenance of the prophet Joseph, my brightness like the brightness of the prophet Mohammed. By virtue of my using this charm that was coeval with my birth, and by grace of there is no God but God, etc. When personal attractions begin to wane with the lapse of years, invocations are resorted to for the purpose of restoring the petitioner's lost youth. In one of the invocations referred to, which is said to have been used by the princess of Mount Ophir, Tuan Putri Gunung Ledeng, to secure perpetual youth, the petitioner boasts that he or she was born under the inverted banyan tree, and claims the granting of the boon applied for by virtue of the use of the black Lengundi bush, which when it has died, returns to life again. The idea being, no doubt, that a judicious use of black magic will enable the petitioner to live backwards. The third class of invocations, for rendering the person formidable, belong rather to the chapter on war, under which heading they will be included. Betrothal. Betrothal is called tunangan or pinangan. When the parents of a marriageable youth perceive a suitable match for their son, they send a messenger to her parents to ask if she has yet been bespoken, kalau ada orang sebat. If the reply is satisfactory, the messenger is again dispatched to intimate the desire of the youth's parents to bespeak the hand of the favored individual for his son, and to arrange a day for a meeting. These preliminaries are accompanied by the usual polite self-depreciation on both sides. Thus, the girl's father begins by saying, "You wish to bespeak the hand of my daughter, who knows neither how to cook nor how to sew, yang tatahu masak, tatahu menjate." But the custom is not carried to such extremes as it is in China. The girl's parents next call 4 or 5 witnesses, saksi of either sex, to witness the betrothal, and after preparing a meal, nasi dan Q for their expected guests, await the arrival of the youth's representatives, the youth himself remaining at home. One of the party carries a betel leaf tray furnished with the usual betel-chewing appliances, together with half a bara of dollars, $11, according to the stricter custom. Although, failing the dollars, a ring or bracelet or other jewelry of that value may be substituted. Bearing these presents with them, the youth's representatives proceed to the house of the girl's parents, where they are invited to enter and partake of the betel leaf provided for them. A meal is then served, Malay cakes, QQ, brought forward, and the company again partake of betel. The two parties now sit down in a family circle, and one of the youth's representatives pushes forward disorongkan, the betel which they had brought with them, and offers it to the people of the house, saying, "This is a pledge of your daughter's betrothal." The girl's father replies, "Be it so, I accept it," or words to that effect, and inquires how long the engagement is to last, the answer being 6 months or a year, as the case may be. Both parties then appeal to the witnesses to hear what is said, and the youth's relatives return to their homes. The marriage portion being fixed in Selangor by an almost universal custom at 2 baras of dollars, $44. The amount is not usually mentioned at the betrothal, it being understood that the usual amount is intended. But if the girl's parents should afterwards prove reluctant to proceed with the match, they forfeit twice the amount of the pledge money which they have received. Whereas if the youth refuses to proceed, he merely forfeits the pledge money, $11, already paid to the girl's parents. Some families pay a marriage portion of $30 only, and others, such as the family of To Kaya Ketchel of Klang, pay as much as $50. But exceptions are rare, $44 being now generally recognized as the customary wedding portion. However, the girl's family does not really receive anything like the full value of the $44, because if the $44 is paid in full, the proposer has a right to demand a complete outfit, purse-linen of silk attire, to the value of about $20, so that the amount which actually changes hands is seldom more than about $24. The Malay fiancée, unlike her European sister, is at the utmost pains to keep out of her lover's way, and to attain this object she is said to be as watchful as a tiger. No engagement ring is used in this neighborhood, no priest or lebay is present at the engagement ceremony, nor is the girl asked for her consent. On the other hand, a regular system of exchanging presents after the engagement is said to have been formerly in vogue in Selangor, the man sending betel leaf, fruit, and eggs to his fiancée from time to time in network receptacles, and the woman sending specially prepared rice, etc. in rushwork receptacles of various patterns. It is said, too, that the woman would occasionally carve a chain, consisting of 3 or 4 links, out of a single areca nut, in which case the prospective bridegroom was supposed to redeem it by the payment of as many dollars as there were links. The betel nut presented on these occasions would be wrapped up in a gradation of 3 beautifully worked cloths, not unlike doilies in general appearance, whilst the actual engagement ceremony in former days is said to have received additional interest and formality from the recital of verses appropriate to the occasion by chosen representatives of each party. Specimens of the betrothal verses formerly used in Selangor will be found in the appendix. The following is a translation. Q small is my cottage, but it has 5 shelves for roasting the kerosene fish. Hearken, good people, whilst I inquire of you what is the price of your diamond here. Your fishing line must be 5 fathoms long if you would catch the tangjiri fish, 7 tahils, a caddy, and 5 laksa, that is the price of our diamond here. Q. If there are no rengas trees growing on the point, one must go upstream and cut down a screw palm. If one has not gold in one's girdle, one must make over one's person to begin with. If there are no rengas trees growing on the point, you must take banyan wood for the sides of your trays. If you have no gold in your girdle, you need not hope to get somebody's daughter. Q. Thousands are the supports required for the stem of the sago palm to recline upon. Though it be thousands, I would accept the debt so I be betrothed to somebody's daughter. My headkerchief has fallen into the sea, and with it has fallen my oar-ring. I stretch out my hand in token of acceptance, though I have not wherewith to requite you. Q. Oar-ring or no, the langundi bush grows apace in the thatch channels. Whether it is well to go slowly or no, it is the favor you have shown me that subdues my heart. If, however, there is a hitch in the proceedings, and the parties commence to lose their temper, the stanzas may end very differently. For instance, the girl's father or representative will say, my lord has gone upstream to get his clothes and wash out the dye. If that is all, let it alone for the present. If there is anything else, you will always find me ready. Q. Chidal Amat's mango tree when it fell rolled into the swamp. If I cannot get what I want by peaceful means, look that you be not hit in the war of strategy. If the rim is not properly fitted to the rice box, let us get saffron rice and roast a fowl. If I cannot get you to make acknowledgement, let heaven reel and earth be submerged. These last 2 lines constitute a direct challenge, and no more words need be wasted when once they have been uttered. Marriage. When the term of betrothal is drawing to its close, a suitable day, which is frequently a Tuesday, is chosen for the work of decoration, bergantong-gantong, by the parents of both parties, and notified to the relations and friends who wish to assist in the preparations for the wedding. Both houses are decorated with vertically striped hangings, pilang tabir, and ornamental ceiling cloths, langit-langit, and mats, rugs, carpets, etc. are laid down. In the bridegroom's house, little is done beyond erecting a small platform or dais, petarana, about 6 feet square, and raised about 10 inches from the floor, upon which he is to don his wedding garments when he sets out to meet the bride. A similar platform, petarana, is erected in the bride's house, and a low dais called rambet in front of her door, at the outer corners of which are fixed 2 standard candlesticks, tiang rambet, which are sometimes as much as 6 feet high, and each of which carries 3 candles, one in the center and one on each side, those at the side being supported by ornamental brackets, sular bayang. The rambet may measure some 14 feet in length by 5 feet in width, and should be about 14 inches in height. A dais with 2 steps to it is then built as follows, generally opposite the doorway, but standing a little way back from it, and facing the rambet so as to leave a narrow passage telekechel between the threshold and the dais, which latter is decked with scarlet, or at least scarlet-bordered cloth, kain barumpak dengan sakalat. The lower step of the dais, ibujire, is raised about 12 inches from the floor and measures from 10 feet to 12 feet in length by 8 feet in width. The upper step, jire penapa, is a little smaller and is only raised about 10 inches above the lower one. The top of the dais is covered with a mattress, and both steps are decorated with expensive borders, which at the wedding of a raja are made of embossed gold or silver and may easily cost as much as $150 each, or even more. The mattress is covered in its turn with a quilt lihap or pelimpap, made of colored silk stuffed with cotton. Upon this quilt is laid a white cotton sheet, and the whole is surmounted by a row of colossal pillows, of the size of small packing cases, surmounted by others of moderate size. A mosquito curtain is hung over all, and the completed couch is called pelamin. The head of the pelamin, it must be added, where the pillows are piled, is always on the left-hand side as you look towards it. The number of the pillows used is of the highest importance, as indicating the rank of the contracting parties. The larger ones are about 5 feet in length and 2 feet in height by 2 feet in width. They are covered with rich embroidery at the exposed end and are arranged in a horizontal row, satunda, with their sides just touching, in the front left-hand corner of the mosquito curtain, so as to leave a clear passage of about 3 feet behind them, at the back of the curtain, by which the bride and bridegroom may escape to the paraduan after the ceremony. These big pillows are white, with the exception of the embroidered ends, unless they are intended for a raja, when the royal color, yellow, is of course substituted. The one nearest the center of the couch is called bantal tumpu, and usually has a hexagonal, or, in the case of a raja, octagonal bolster deposited beside it. The smaller pillows are red, occasionally purple, ungu, or orange jinga, and are called the embroidered pillows, bantal berdikat, or bantal pirata. Occasionally, a set of 12 small pillows is used, when they are called bantal duabilas, or the 12 pillows, but often there is only one of them to each big pillow, the set of 12 being said to be an innovation, probably introduced from Malacca. Sometimes, however, when many small pillows are piled upon each other, measures have to be taken to keep them from falling, in which case the space between the piles is said to be filled up with wool or cotton stuffing, pennielet, the front being covered with embroidered cloth, the upper border of which is carried up diagonally from the top of one pile to the top of the next. As regards the permissible number of big pillows, according to a scale in use at Klang, the common people are allowed 3 big pillows, including the bantal tumpu, a wealthy man, 4, and a headman, such as the To Kaya Ketchel, 5, a raja being presumably allowed 1 or 2 more. According to this scale, it is only the big pillows that are of importance, and the people are allowed to use as few or as many small ones as they like. The topmost small pillow, however, is always triangular, and is called gunangunangan. The mosquito curtain, enclosing the couch on which the pillows rest, of course varies in size according to the dimensions of the pelamin, but may be roughly taken to be from 7 to 9 hasta in length by 8 ft, in width and 4 ft, to 5 ft, in height reaching to the ceiling cloth. Its upper edges cancer are stiffened externally with a square frame, consisting of 4 bamboo rods galake lambu, and it is decorated in front with a beautifully embroidered fringe called botry leaves, dawn beauty. The front of this mosquito curtain is rolled up to within 2 or 3 ft of the top instead of being drawn aside as usual. At the back of the curtain is suspended, except in the case of a Raja's wedding, a bamboo clothes rod, bula sangkut kankain. This rod terminates at each extremity in an ornamental piece of scrollwork, sular bayang, covered with scarlet cloth, which is sometimes made to issue from a short stem of horn or ivory, and has a wooden collar called dulang-dulang. This dulang-dulang, moreover, is sometimes provided with small hollows, embat-embat, at the top 2 in front which are filled with rosewater or perfume, air mawar or air wangi, and 2 at the back which are filled with flowers. Above the clothes rod, and between its suspending cords, tali pengantong, which, by the way, are also covered with scarlet clothen inner fringe of bow leaves. Dawn beauty dalam is sometimes added at the top of the curtain. At the wedding of a Raja, nothing else should be put inside the curtain. But at an ordinary wedding, a few small articles of typical marriage furniture are usually added as follows. 3 or 4 small clothes boxes, sahara, such as are kept by every Malay family, and petty capper boxes whose corners are strengthened and decorated with brass, are ranged upon the mattress just below the clothes rod. Upon these should be placed the banking, which is a kind of jar or urn of lacquered wood, ranging from about half a foot to a foot in height, and contains a portion of the bride's wardrobe, and b the bun, which is either octagonal pecha delapan or hexagonal pecha anam, as the case may be, and which may be described as a box of tin or sometimes of lacquered wood, whose contents are as follows. 1. A couple of combs, siket duabilla, 1 with large and 1 with small teeth. 2. A small cup or saucer of hair oil, a preparation of coconut oil, or attar of roses, miniac attar, or pomatum catene. 3. A small penknife for paring the nails. 4. A pair of scissors. 5. A preparation of antimony chelak, which is a sort of black ointment applied by the Malays to the inside edge of the eyelids. And 6. A Malay workbox, called dulang in Selangor and Bintang at Malacca, which is a circular box of painted or lacquered wood, furnished with a lid, and containing needles, cotton, and the rest of the Malay housewife's paraphernalia. Near the door of the curtain is placed an earthenware water jar, called jelak, jelak keta, and jelak perak are the usual makes. This jar stands upon a small brass or earthenware plate with high sides bakar, and its mouth is covered with a brass or earthenware saucer, chepir, on which is laid the brass or earthenware bowl, penchadak air or battle, which is used for scooping up water from the water jar, and which, when it is in use, is temporarily replaced by an ornamental cap woven from strips of screw palm leaves. A couple of candlesticks placed near the water jar, a beetle tray, tepa or puen, a basin, battle besar for washing off the lees of henna, and a cuspidor, keter, all of which are placed inside the curtain, complete the preparations for this portion of the ceremony. The day concludes, as far as the workers are concerned, with a meal in which all who have assisted in the preparations take part, and this is followed by various diversions dear to Malays, such as the chanting of passages from the Quran. At a royal wedding, either the story of Chi Megat Mantri, or a royal cockfight, Main Danak, or a performance by dancing girls or fencers pedicure, may be substituted for these more devotional exercises. These performances, whatever they may be, are kept up, with intervals for rest and refreshment, till 4 or 5 in the morning, when the guests disperse to their respective homes to sleep off the night's fatigue. Whilst the games are progressing, at about 9 or 10 p.m., the first staining of the fingernails of the bride and bridegroom is commenced, the ceremony on this occasion being conducted in the seclusion of the inner apartments, and hence called the stolen henna staining, berhainai churi. Leaves of henna are taken and pounded together with a small piece of charcoal, and the mash is applied to the fingernails of both hands, with the exception of the middle or devil's finger, jari hantu. The center of each palm is also touched with the dye, the area stained being as much as would be covered by $1. A line of a finger's breadth is also said to be drawn along the inner side of the sole of each foot, from the great toe to the heel hainaikaus. A couple of what we should call pages, of about 10 years of age, are seated right and left of the bridegroom and are called penggapit. The bride usually provides herself with one or more girl companions, but these are supposed to hide themselves when there is company, their place being taken by more staid duennas, who are called tukang andam, i.e. coiffeurs, and a personal attendant or nurse, called manang, mak-inang, who appears to act as a sort of mistress of the ceremonies. The second day is spent by the guests, as was said above, in sleeping off their night's fatigue, and they do not reassemble till evening, at about 5 p.m. When the last has arrived, at about 7 p.m., a meal is served, and at about 8:30 the games recommence. But after a round or so, zikir sajuris, say at about 10 p.m., the bride at her house and bridegroom at his respectively make their first appearance in public, clad in their wedding garments, for the ceremony of staining the fingernails, this time in public. When they are seated between the two candlesticks, which are lighted to facilitate the operation, a tray is brought forward, furnished with the usual accessories of Malay Magic: rice-based, tepung tawar, washed rice, saffron rice and parched rice, to which is added, in this instance, a sort of pudding of the pounded henna leaves. A censer is next produced, and a brass tray with a foot to it, called sembrip, is loaded with nasi berhinai, pulet or glutinous, rice stained with saffron, in which are planted some 10 to 15 purple eggs, dyed with a mixture of Brazil wood, sepang, and lime, and stuck upon ornamental sprays of bamboo decorated with colored paper. The bride or bridegroom is then seated in a begging attitude, with the hands resting upon a cushion placed in the lap. The first of the guests then takes a pinch of incense from the tray and burns it in the brazier tempet barath. Next he takes a pinch of parched rice, a pinch of newly washed rice, and a pinch of saffron rice, and, squeezing them together in the right fist, fumigates them by holding them for a moment over the burning incense, and then throws them towards the sitter, first towards the right, then towards the left, and finally into the sitter's lap. The neutralizing paste is then brought, and the usual leaf brush dipped into the bowl of paste, with which the forehead of the sitter and the back of each hand are duly painted. A pinch of the henna is then taken and dabbed upon the center of each palm, the hands of the sitter being turned over to enable this to be done. The sitter then salutes the guest by raising his, or her, hands with the palms together before the breast in an attitude of prayer. The guest replies by a similar action, and the ceremony is at an end. The same operation is performed by from 5 to 7, or even 9, relations, orang waris lit. Heirs, the last operator concluding with an Arabic prayer. While this ceremony is proceeding inside, music strikes up and a special dance, called the henna dance, menari hainai, is performed, a picturesque feature of which is a small cake of henna, which is contained in a brazen cup, gampang hainai, and surrounded by candles. This cup is carried by the dancer, who has to keep turning it over and over without letting the candles be extinguished by the wind arising from the rapid motion. The step, which is a special one, is called the henna dance step, lankatar hainai, i.e. tari hainai, and the tune is called the henna staining tune, lagu berhainai. This ceremony over, the henna staining, rice, nasi berhainai, is partaken of by those present, the remainder being distributed to the guests engaged in main zikir. On the third night, the same ceremonies are repeated without variation. On the fourth morning, called the concluding day, hari langsung, everybody puts on his finest apparel and jewelry. The bride's hair is done up in a roll sangle, and this is surmounted with a headdress of artificial flowers, called jirak jempa, cut out of pirata kresek, crackling tinsel, and raised on fine wires. Her forehead is bound with a band or fillet of tinsel gold leaf. Pirata siam, being used by the rich witch, is called tekken kunde, and is carried round by the fringe of the hair, jiggy rambut, down to the top of each ear pelipes. For the rest, the bride is clad in a wedding jacket, baju pengantin, which has tight-fitting sleeves extending down to the wrist, or sleeves with gathers, simak over the arm, and which is generally made of flowered satin, seitan berbunga in the case of the rich, or of cloth dyed red with kasumba, kain kasumba in the case of the poorer classes. This wedding jacket fits tightly round the neck, has a gold border pendipun maz, is fastened with 2 or 3 gold buttons and fits closely to the person. The wealthy add a necklace or crescent-shaped breast ornament, rante merjan or dako, round the bride's neck. She also wears bracelets, jilang, and earrings, subeng, and perhaps anklets, of 5 different metals, Karancong Panchalagam. A silk sarong which takes the place of a skirt and is girt about the waist with a waistcord, but not usually in southern Selangor, fastened with belt and buckle, and a pair of silk trousers complete her attire. The groom, on the other hand, is clad in his best jacket and trousers, with the Malay skirt, sarong, fastened at the side and girt above the knee kain kembang. His head is adorned with the sigar, a peculiar headdress of red cloth arranged turban-wise, with a peak on the right-hand side from which artificial flowers, gunjay, depend, and which preserves its shape through being stuffed with cotton wool. Its border is decorated with tinsel, and it has a gold fringe kita-kita. Besides this headdress, the bridegroom has a small bunch of artificial flowers, sunting, stuck behind each ear, whilst 2 similar bunches are stuck in the headdress, one on the right and the other on the left. Bridegrooms, however, who belong to the richer classes wear what is called a lester, equals distar, whilst former sultans of Selangor are said to have worn a gold cap, songkok leleng, which is reputed to have contained 18 bangkal, or buncle of gold. The remainder of the company are of course merely dressed in their best clothes. The rice of the presents, nasi adap-adap, is now prepared for what is called the istakona or setakona, which may be described as a framework with an octagonal ground plan, built in 3 tiers and made of pulai or meranti or other light wood. It has a small mast, tiang, planted in the center, with cross pieces, paling, in each of the upper stories to keep it in its place. The framework is supported by 4 corner posts, on which it is raised about 1.5 feet from the floor. The box thus formed is filled to the top with saffron rice, nasi kunyit, and in the rice at the top are planted the aforesaid colored eggs. Into a hole at the top of the mast is fitted the end of a short rattan or cane, which is split into 4 branches, each of which again is split into 3 twigs, whilst on the end of each twig is stuck one of the colored eggs, teller joran, an artificial flower, and an ornamental streamer of red paper called layer, which is cut into all sorts of artistic and picturesque patterns. The setakona is erected in front of the pelamin, on which the bride takes her seat at about 4 p.m. to await the coming of the bridegroom. The members of her own bridal party, including the Mohammedan priest or imam, continuing the zikir maulid in the reception room at frequent intervals from 9 a.m. until the bridegroom's arrival. The arrangements are completed by placing ready for the bridegroom the bridal mat, lapik nikah, which consists of a mat of screw palm leaves, or in the case of a raja, a small quilt embroidered in the manner called jong seret, 5 cubits of white cloth, which are rolled up and put on one side, and a tray of betel. Returning to the bridegroom, holy water air sembahyang is now fetched in a cherek, a kettle-shaped vessel or bucket, for the bridegroom to wash his face and hands, and he then proceeds to put on his wedding garments, as described above, after which a scarf, selendang, is slung across his shoulder. The marriage procession, Perarakan, then sets out, the women heading it pengenger and the men following, the bridegroom carried upon somebody's shoulders, desampo, and right and left the musicians beating drums, tabors, etc., whilst those who have any skill amuse the company with exhibitions of Malay fencing, main salat, and dancing, etc., to the accompaniment of the zikir intoned by their companions. The arrival of the bridegroom at the bride's house is the signal for a mimic conflict for the person of the bride, which is called melawa, and is strangely reminiscent of similar customs which formerly obtained in Europe. In some cases, a rope or piece of red cloth would be stretched across the path to bar the progress of the bridegroom's party, and a stout enough resistance would be offered by the defenders until the bridegroom consented to pay a fine which formerly amounted, it is said, to as much as $20, though not more than $3 or $4 would now be asked. Occasionally, the bridegroom would pay the fine by pulling the ring off his finger and handing it to the bride's relations, but the ceremony would not unfrequently end in a free fight. Verses were recited on these occasions, of which a few stanzas will be found in the appendix. On arriving at the door, the musicians strike up their liveliest tune, and as the bridegroom is carried up the steps he has to force his way through an Amazonian force consisting of the ladies of the bride's party, who assemble to repel the invader from the threshold. A well-directed fire is maintained by others, who pour upon the foe over the heads of the defenders repeated volleys of saffron rice. Or, at a royal wedding, amberamberai clippings from a thin sheet of silver or gold, which are thrown among the crowd as largesse. Meanwhile, the bridegroom persists until his efforts are crowned with success, and he makes his way, assisted possibly by some well-meant act of treachery on the part of the garrison, to the reception room, when the mat already referred to is unrolled and the white cloth suspended over it. Here the bridegroom takes his seat, and the priest comes out to perform the wedding ceremony. This, strangely enough, is performed with the bridegroom alone, the priest saying to him in the presence of 3 or 4 witnesses and his surety, Wali, generally his father, "I wed you, A to B, daughter of C, for a portion of 2 baras." To this the bridegroom has to respond without allowing an interval, "I accept this marriage with B, for a portion of 2 baras, or 1 bara if one of the parties has been married before." Even this short sentence, however, is a great deal too much for the nerves of some Malay bridegrooms, who have been known to spend a couple of hours in abortive attempts before they could get the imam to pass it. As soon, however, as this obstacle has been surmounted, the priest asks those present if they will bear witness to its correctness, and on their replying in the affirmative, it is followed by the Baka Salawat, which consists of repeated shouts from the company of "Peace be with thee." This part of the ceremony completed, one of the brothers or near relations of the bridegroom leads him into the bridal chamber and seats him in the usual cross-legged position on the left side of the bride, who sits with her feet tucked up on his right. Even the process of seating the couple, bersanding, is a very fatiguing one. Each of them has to bend the knees slowly until a sitting posture is reached, and then return to a standing posture by slowly straightening the knees, a gymnastic exercise which has to be repeated thrice, and which requires the assistance of friends. The seating having been accomplished, friends put in the right hands of bride and bridegroom respectively handfuls of rice taken from the nasi sedakona. With this, the two feed each other simultaneously, each of them reaching out the hand containing the rice to the other's mouth. This part of the ceremony is often made the occasion for a race. The bridegroom is then carried off by his friends to the outer chamber, where he has to pay his respects, minta, ma'af, lit. Ask pardon, to the company, after which he is carried back to his old post, the bride in the meantime having moved off a little in the mosquito curtain. The sweetmeats are then brought and handed round, the sedakona is broken up, and the bundles of rice wrapped in plantain leaves, which it contains, distributed to the company as largesse or berkat. Each of the company gets one of the teller chachak, the teller joran being reserved for the imam and any person of high rank who may attend, e.g., a raja. This completes the wedding ceremony, but the bridegroom is nominally expected to remain under the roof and eye of his mother-in-law for about 2 years, reduced to 44 days in the case of royalty, after which he may be allowed to remove to a house of his own. No Kathai was present until quite recently at marriages in Selangor, nor has it in the past been the practice, so far as I could find out, for him to attend. Sir S. Raffles gives as part of the formula used in Java: if you travel at sea for a year or ashore for 6 months without sending either money or message to your wife, she will complain to the judge and obtain 1 talak, the preliminary stage of divorce. And this condition should, strictly speaking, be included in the Malay formula. It is now growing obsolete, but was in former days repeated first by the priest and then by the bridegroom after him. The marriage portion, isi kawin, Arabic mahar, is here generally called bilanya kawin or mas kawin. No wedding ring should strictly be given. For 3 days, lustrations are continued by the newly married pair. But before they are completed, and as soon as possible after the wedding, friends and acquaintances once more put on their finery and proceed to the house to pay their respects, to bathe, and to receive largesse. On the 3rd day after the Hari Langsung, there is a very curious ceremony called Mandi Talek Bala, or Mandi Air Salamat, bathing for good luck. On the night in question, the relatives of the bridegroom assemble under cover of the darkness and make a bonfire under the house of the newly married couple by collecting and burning rubbish. Into the fire thus kindled they throw coconut husks and pepper, or anything likely to make it unpleasant for those within, and presently raise such a smoke that the bridegroom comes hastily down the steps, ostensibly to see what is the matter. But as soon as he makes his appearance, he is seized by his relatives and carried off bodily to his own parents' house. These proceedings being known as the stealing of the bridegroom, Churi Pengantin. Next day there is a grand procession to escort him back to the house of his bride, which he reaches about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the processionists carrying rice of the presents, nasi adap, with the eggs stuck into it as on the last day of the wedding, 2 sorts of holy water in pitchers, called respectively air salamat, water of good luck, and air talek bala, water to avert ill luck. Vases of flowers, gumba, containing blossom spikes of the coconut and areca nut palms, and young coconut leaves rudely plaited into the semblance of spikes of palm blossom, risses, etc., etc., together with a large number of rude syringes manufactured from joints of bamboo and called pana air or water bows. A set of similar objects, including nasi adap, is prepared by the relatives of the bride and deposited upon the ground in the place selected for the bathing ceremony. A bench being added for the bride and bridegroom to sit upon, the ceremony commences with the customary rite of tepang tawar, after which the 2 kinds of holy water, air talek bala and air salamat, are successively thrown over the pair. Now, according to the proper custom, during the proceedings which follow, all the bride's relatives should surround the bride's seat, and the bridegroom's relatives should stand at a distance. But in order to save themselves from a wetting, the women of both parties now usually assemble round the bride and bridegroom, where they are protected by a sheet which is hung between them and the men. For all the young men now proceed to discharge their water arrows, and as they are stopped by the sheet, they proceed to turn their syringes against each other until all are thoroughly wetted. Meanwhile, a young coconut frond, twisted into a slipknot with V-shaped ends, something like the merry thought of a fowl, is presented to the bride and bridegroom, each of whom takes hold of one end, and blowing on it, sember thrice, pulls it till it comes undone, and the lepas rite is concluded. Finally, a girdle of thread is passed 7 times over the heads and under the feet of the bride and bridegroom, when the bridegroom breaks through the thread, and they are all free to return homewards. This latter ceremony is called latlat. The guests then return to their homes, divest themselves of their wet garments, and put on their wedding attire. The bersuap-suapan or feeding ceremony is then performed, both vessels of adap rice being used, and then all parties disperse for the usual games. 7 days after the concluding day, Hari Langsong, the ceremony of discarding the earrings, i.e. subeng, the emblems of virginity, is performed by the bride. Raja Bhatt of Selangor, who attaches great importance to the lustration ceremony, and says that it ought not to take place later than the 7th day, at a Raja's wedding, thus describes the full ceremony as once arranged by himself. A small bathhouse was built at the top of a flight of 7 steps, and water was pumped up to it through a pipe, whose upper end was made fast under the roof of the shed, and terminated in the head of a dragon naga, from whose jaws the water spouted. The steps were completely lined with women, of whom there must have been an immense number, no men being allowed to be present, and the Raja and his bride bathed before them. A royal bathhouse of this kind is called Malay Peninsula, and should be used not only at royal weddings, but at coronations, waktu dinabakan. It is described in the following lines. Naik Balai Peninsula, dihadap ule sagala biduanda, dudak semiam dengan bertaksta, mandi air yang kaluar di mulut naga. Which may be translated. Ascend to the royal bathhouse in the presence of all your courtiers, take your seat in royal state, and bathe in the water that flows from the dragon's mouth. It must not be supposed that, with such a mass of detail, many things may not have been overlooked, but it may be remarked as some sort of a practical conclusion to this account, that the Malay wedding ceremony, even as carried out by the poorer classes, shows that the contracting parties are treated as royalty, that is to say, as sacred human beings. And if any further proof is required, in addition to the evidence which may be drawn from the general character of the ceremony, I may mention, firstly, the fact that the bride and bridegroom are actually called Rajasari, i.e. Rajasahari, the sovereigns of a day, and, secondly, that it is a polite fiction that no command of theirs, during their one day of sovereignty, may be disobeyed. I will now give accounts of 2 Malay weddings which took place at Klang. Both accounts were composed by respectable Malays, the first one being translated by Mr. Douglas Campbell of Selangor, and the second by the present writer. The following account of the ceremonies connected with the marriage of Siti Miriam, a daughter of the Orang Kaya Badu of Selangor, to Wan Mahmud Esa, a son of Dato Menteri Ibrahim of Perak, has been furnished by a Malay contributor, Haji Karim, and in translating it into English an endeavor has been made to follow, as far as possible, the style of the native writer. On Monday, the 1st of August, the house was prepared and the hangings and curtains put up, and on that evening the ceremony of dyeing the fingers of the bridegroom with henna was performed for the first time. Then there were readings from the Quran, with much beating of drums and kettle drums and Malay dances. And when this had gone on for some time, supper was served to all the men present in the ballet, or separate hall, and to the women in the house adjoining. Supper over, readings from the Quran and beating of drums were continued till daylight. On Tuesday evening, the dyeing of the fingers of the bridegroom was performed for the second time, as on the preceding evening. The third occasion of dyeing the fingers of the bridegroom took place on Wednesday evening, but with much more ceremony than previously. The bridegroom, after being dressed in silks and cloth of gold, was paraded in an open carriage. On each side of him was seated a groomsman shading him with a fan, and behind, holding an umbrella over him, was another. And thus, with many followers beating drums and singing, and with the royal sire box, on which are seated the dragons known as Nagapura and Nagataru, and with 2 royal spears carried before him and 2 behind, the bridegroom was taken through the streets in procession. On arriving at the bride's house, he was received with showers of rose water, and then conveyed by the elders to the raised dais on which the bride and bridegroom awaited their friends. The bridegroom being seated, 14 of the elders came forward and dyed his fingers with henna, and afterwards others, who were clever at this, followed their example. While this was going on, there was much beating of gongs and drums, and then the same process of dyeing was repeated on the bride by women. Next the imam came, and after stating that the dowry was $100 cash, heard Wan Mahmud Esa publicly receive Siti Miriam as his wife, whereupon the Bilal read a prayer and afterwards pronounced a blessing. Supper was then served to all the guests present as before, the men having their meal in the ballet and the women in the house adjoining, and singing and dancing was kept up until daylight. On Thursday afternoon, the bride, dressed in her best with her father and relations, received the resident, who was accompanied by Mrs. Birch, the senior district officer, and Mrs. Turney, captain and Mrs. Sires, Mr. Edwards, and many other ladies and gentlemen. Cakes and preserves were served, of which the ladies and gentlemen present partook. Then the bridegroom arrived, seated in an open carriage with a groomsman on each side of him, while one, carrying the royal silk umbrella, kindly lent by H. the Sultan, went before him. The procession was headed by one of the royal spears, and 2 more were carried before the bridegroom and 2 behind him, and so, accompanied by the Selangor band, kindly lent by the resident, and by a crowd of people singing and beating gongs and drums, he was conveyed to the bride's house. His arrival was greeted with showers of rice, and he was seated, together with the bride, on the dais, where they, with the assistance of Mr. and Mrs. Birch, helped each other to partake of yellow rice. So the marriage was completed satisfactorily, and then, as it was evening, the resident and Mrs. Birch and the other ladies and gentlemen present returned to Kuala Lumpur, the people who remained amusing themselves with dagger dances, main dabis. On Friday evening, the bride and bridegroom left for Jugra in the Esmeralda, which had been lent by the resident, to pay their respects to H. the Sultan, returning to Klang on Saturday. On the same afternoon, the ceremony of the bath was performed, to the great satisfaction of every one present, and was kept up till 6 o'clock, by which time every one was wet through. This was the last ceremony in connection with the marriage, and then every one wished the bride and bridegroom much happiness. The following account was translated by the writer. Preparations for the wedding of Inch Halima, daughter of Sheikh Abdul Mohit Bakhtul, and said Abdul Rahman al-Jafri, commenced on Monday, the 2nd of August 1895. The mosquito curtain, tapestries and canopies were suspended, and decorations, including the marriage furniture, petty batua dan banking, arranged. Moreover, the bridal couch was adorned with decorations of gold and mattresses raised one above the other, one with a facing of gold and the other with a facing of silver, and 4 pillows with gold facings, and 5 piled-up pillows with silver facings. And the kitchen apparatus was got ready, including 10 pans and coppers of the largest size, and the sheds for those who were to cook rice and the meats eaten therewith. On this day, moreover, a buffalo was sent by Tokay Tek Chong, with the full accompaniments of music, and so forth. On Tuesday, the 3rd day of the month, took place the first henna staining, the bride being led forth by her coiffeur and seated upon the marriage throne. And the bride seated herself against the large pillow, which is called the pillow against which one rests, or bantal saraga. And towards evening all the relatives on the woman's side sprinkled the tepang tawar upon the forehead and hands of the bride. And after the henna staining, dishes of confectionery and preserved fruits were offered to all the guests who were present in the reception room. And on the 3rd day of the month there took place in like manner the 2nd henna staining. And on the 5th day of the month took place the private henna staining, Berhainai Churi, the bride's hair being dressed after the fashion known as Sangal Lintang, and further adorned with ornaments of gold and diamonds to the value of about $5,000. And after this henna staining, all persons present descended to the rooms below, where fencing and dagger dances and music and dancing were kept up at pleasure. On the 6th day of the month, being Friday, Inch Mohammad Qasim, Penghulu of the Mukim of Bukit Raja, was commissioned by Dato Penghulu Mohit to summon the bridegroom, inasmuch as that day was fixed for the marriage rite. And the bridegroom, wearing the robe called juba and a turban tied after the Arab fashion, arrived at about 3 o'clock and was met by the priest, Tuan Imam, at the house. Very many were the guests on that day, and many ladies and gentlemen, and His Renowned Highness the Tunku Daya Udin, were assembled in the house. And the Tuan Imam read the marriage service, Dato Penghulu Mohit giving his permission for Tuan Haji Mohammad, said Mufti, to wed Inch Halima to said Abdul Rahman al-Jafri, with a marriage portion of $100. And after the marriage rite, Tuan Imam proceeded to read prayers for their welfare. And afterwards dishes of rice were brought, of which the guests present were invited to partake. And when all had eaten, the coiffeur led forth the bride to the scaffolding for the ceremony called bathing in state. And upon that same evening took place the great henna staining, and the guests assembled in exceeding great numbers, both men and women, and filled the house above and below to overflowing. And when the henna staining was completed, all the men who were present chanted Baka Malad until daybreak. And upon the 7th day of the month, being Saturday, the bride being adorned, the bridegroom seated in a buggy was drawn in procession at about 5 o'clock from the house of His Renowned Highness Tunku Daya Udin, accompanied by the government band and all kinds of music, to the house of the Dato Penghulu, where he was met and sprinkled with saffron rice and rose water. Afterwards, being seated on the marriage throne side by side, both husband and wife, they offered each other in turn the mouthfuls of saffron rice, which were presented by the ladies and gentlemen and His Highness Tunku Daya Udin. And afterwards the elder relatives on the side of both husband and bride presented the rice, and Inch Mohammad Qasim presented red eggs, teller burjoran, to all the ladies and gentlemen, and the bridegroom led the bride with him into the bridal chamber by the finger, walking upon cloth of purple and gold. And afterwards all the ladies and gentlemen were invited to eat and drink, and the band played, fireworks and artificial fires were burned, and great was the brightness thereof, and all the young people danced and sang at their pleasure until the evening was spent. The marriage customs hitherto described have been only such as are based on a peaceful understanding between the parents of the contracting parties. An account of Malay marriage customs would not, however, be complete without some mention of the customs which regulate, strange as it may seem, even the forcible abduction of a wife. Of these customs, Sir W. E. Maxwell says, "The word panjat in Malay means literally to climb, but it is used in Perak, and perhaps in other Malay states, to signify a forcible entry into a house for the purpose of securing as a wife a woman whom her relations have already refused to the intruder. This high-handed proceeding is recognized by Malay custom and is regulated by certain well-known rules. Panjat is of two kinds: panjat angkara and panjat adatentry by violence and entry by custom. In the first case, the man makes his way into the house armed with his kreese or other weapon, and entering the women's apartment or posting himself at the door, secures the person of his intended bride, or prevents her escape. He runs the risk of being killed on the spot by the girl's relations, and his safety depends upon his reputation for courage and strength, and upon the number of his friends and the influence of his family. A wooer who adopts this violent method of compelling the assent of unwilling relations to his marriage to one of their kin must, say the Malays, have 3 qualifications. Karapatan Baniak, Wangnia Burlebi, Jantinia Burlebi. A strong party to back him, plenty of money, and no lack of bravery. Plenty of money is necessary because, by accepted custom, if the relations yield and give their consent, all the customary payments are doubled. The fine for the trespass, which would ordinarily be $25, becomes $50. The dower is likewise doubled, and the usual present of clothes, salen, must consist of 2 of each of the 3 garments, salandang, baju, kain, instead of 1 as usual. The fine for panjat ankara may be of any amount, according to the pleasure of the woman's relations, and they fix it high or low according to the man's position. I have heard of one case in Perak, where the fine was $500, and another in which the suitor, to obtain his bride, had to pay $1,750, namely, $1,250 as a fine and $500 for the marriage expenses. But in this case, the girl was already betrothed to another, and $1,000 out of the fine went to the disappointed rival. Sometimes the relations hold out, or the man, for want of one of the 3 qualifications mentioned above, has to beat an ignominious retreat. In the reign of Sultan Ali, one Mat Taib, a Budak Raja or personal attendant on the Sultan, asked for Wan Derna, the daughter of the Bandahara of Kedah, she then being at Kota Lama in Perak, in marriage. Being refused, he forced his way into the house, and seizing the girl by her long hair drew his crease, and defied everybody. No one dared to interfere by force, for the man, if attacked, would have driven his crease into the girl's body. This state of things is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights, during which the man neither ate nor slept. Eventually, he was drugged by an old woman from whom he accepted some food or water, and when he fell asleep, the girl was released from his grasp and taken to the Sultan's palace, where she was married off straightway to one Mat Arshad. Mat Taib had his revenge, for within a year he amucked at Bandar, where Mat Arshad lived, killing the latter and wounding Wan Derna. Panjat Adat is a less lawless proceeding. A man who is in love with a girl, the consent of whose parents or relations he cannot obtain, sends his crease to their house with a message to the effect that he is ready with the dower, presents, etc., doubled according to custom, and that he is ready to make good any demands they may make. The crease is symbolical of the violent entry, which in this case is dispensed with. If the girl's guardians are still obdurate, they send back the crease, but with it they must send double the amount of the dower offered by the man. Funerals. When a man dies, the corpse called mayat, except in the case of a raja when it is called janaza or janaza, is laid on its back, and composed with the feet towards Mecca, and the hands crossed, the right wrist resting upon the left just below the breastbone, and the right forefinger on the top of the left arm. It is next shrouded from head to foot in fine new sarongs, one of which usually covers the body from the feet upwards to the waist, the other covering it from the waist to the head. There are generally, in the case of the peasantry, 3 or 4 thicknesses of these sarongs, but when a rich man or angkaya dies, as many as 7 may be used, each of the 7 being made in one long piece, so as to cover the body from the head to the feet, the cloth being of fine texture, of no recognized color, but richly interwoven with gold thread, while the body is laid upon a mattress, which in turn rests upon a new mat of pandanus leaf. Finally, all but the very poorest display the hangings used on great occasions. At the head of the corpse are then piled 5 or 6 new pillows, with 2 more on the right and left side of the body resting against the ribs, while just below the folded hands are laid a pair of betel nut scissors, kachap bisi, and on the matting at either side, a bowl for burning incense is placed. Some say that the origin of laying the betel nut scissors on the breast is that once upon a time a cat brushed against the body of a dead person, thereby causing the evil influence, baddie, which resides in cats to enter the body, so that it rose and stood upon its feet. The contact with iron prevents the dead body from rising again should it happen by any mischance that a cat, which is generally the only animal kept in the house, and which should be driven out of the house before the funeral ceremonies commence, should enter unawares and brush against it. From this moment until the body is laid in the grave, the wake must be religiously observed, and the body be watched both by day and night to see that nothing which is forbidden, pantang, may come near it. The imam, bilal, or khatib, or in their absence the pa-doja, or pa-lebai, is then summoned, and early notice of the funeral is given to all relations and friends to give them an opportunity of attending. Meanwhile, the preparations are going on at the house of the deceased. The shroud, kain-kapan, and plank or planks for the coffin are got ready. Of coffins, there are 3 kinds. The papan sakbing, the simplest form, generally consisting of a simple plank of pulai or jelutong wood about 6 feet long by 3 spans wide. The karanda, a plain, oblong plank box of the same dimensions, and the long, consisting either of 2 planks which form a sort of gable with closed ends called kajang rungkup, or the long bitul, which is like 3 sides of a box with its sides bulging out, both ends open, and no bottom. Varnish or paint is forbidden in Malay coffins, but the planks are washed to ensure their cleanliness and lined with white cloth alas pude. About 3 inches of earth is put into the karanda ordinarily, but if the coffin is to be kept, about a span's depth of earth, quicklime and several caddies of tea leaves, rush piths, sumbu kampai, and camphor are also deposited in it, in successive layers, the rush piths at the top. Afterwards, when the corpse has been laid on the top, tea leaves are put at front and back of the corpse as it lies. The next operation is to wash the corpse, which is carried for this purpose into the front or outer room. If there are 4 people to be found who are willing to undertake this disagreeable duty, they are told to sit upon the floor in a row, all looking the same way, and with their legs stretched out, belunger kaki, the body being then laid across their laps, riba. Several men are then told off to fetch water in jars, scoop it out of the jars and pour it on the body in small quantities by means of the scoop, penchadak air, which is usually a small bowl, saucer, or coconut shell, tempurong. It frequently happens, however, that this unpleasant task finds no volunteers, in which case 5 banana stems are turned into improvised rollers, galang, on which the body is raised from the floor during the process of washing, merwang. When the body is ready for washing, a chief washer, orang merwang, is engaged for a fee of about $1. This is usually the bilal or imam, who shampoos the body whilst the rest are pouring water on it. The body then undergoes a second washing, this time with the cosmetic called air bedak, which is prepared by taking a handful of rice, sajengam biraz, 2 or 3 dips of lime kolik kapur, and a pinch of gambir sachubit, the last 3 being the usual concomitants of a single chew of the betel leaf and pounding them up together with the rice. When pounded, they are mixed with water debanker, in a large bowl holding about 2 gallons, the water at the top being poured off into a vessel of similar capacity, and scooped up and sprinkled as before on the corpse. The next washing is with juice of limes. 4 or 5 limes, limau nippies, are taken, the ends cut off, and each lime slashed crosswise on the top without completely severing the parts. These limes are then squeezed, dirameskin, into another large bowl containing water, and the washing repeated. The final washing, or 9 waters, air sambalan, so called from the water being scooped up and poured thrice to the right, thrice to the left, and thrice over the front of the corpse from head to foot, is performed with fresh water as at first, and the whole ceremony when completed is called bidara. The washing completed, the orifices e.g. ears, nostrils, eyes are generally stopped with cotton, and the body is carried back to its mattress and laid in a shroud of white cotton cloth, which should be about 7 feet long by 4 feet in width, salaba, so that the edges meet over the breast. After this, the last kiss is given by the nearest relatives, who must not, however, disturb the corpse by letting their tears fall upon its features. The shroud is usually of 3 thicknesses in the case of poor people, but wealthier families use 5 and even 7-fold shrouds. In Selangor, however, each shroud is usually a separate piece of cloth. The dead body of a child is sometimes covered in addition with a fine sort of white powder, a baktana or tayamam, which is sprinkled over the face and arms. 5 knots are used in fastening the shroud, the ends being drawn up and tied, kachang by means of the unraveled hem or selvage of the shroud torn into tape-like strips, which are bound thrice round the body at the breast, the knees, and the hips respectively, as well as above the head and below the feet. The corpse is then laid on the mattress or mat again, this time with its head to the north, and on its right side looking towards the west, Mecca, which is the position it is to occupy in the grave. Prayers are then offered by 4 or 5 praying men, orang meniyambahyang, who know the burial service by heart, the bilal or imam joining in the service, and all turning towards the west in the usual way. 1 praying man is sufficient if no more are to be had, his fee ranging from 50 cents to $1 in the case of the poorer classes, and among the rich often amounting to $5 or $6. This service is held about 1 p.m. so as to give plenty of time to carry the body to the grave and return before nightfall. A jugful of eaglewood garu and sandalwood cendana water is then prepared, a small piece of each wood being taken and grated on a stone over the jug until the water becomes appreciably scented. About 20 leaves of the sweet-scented pandanus pandan wangi are then added, together with a bunch of fragrant areca palm blossoms and other scented flowers, such as the champaka and cananga, which are shredded d-iris into a wooden tray and mixed together, whilst fragrant essences, such as rose water air mawar, lavender water air labenda, attar of roses miniac attar or turkey, are added when obtainable. A betel leaf tray containing all the articles required for chewing betel is then prepared, together with a new mat of pandanus leaf, in which are rolled up 5 hasta of white cloth, and a brass bowl or alms box, in which latter are to be placed the contributions, sedekah, of the deceased's relations. The preparations are completed by bringing in the beer, yuzongan, which has to be made on purpose, except in towns where a beer is kept in the mosque. In the case of the single plank coffin, the body is laid on the plank, which is carried on the bier, and a sort of wickerwork covering, larang of split bamboo, is placed over the corpse, so as to protect it on its way to the grave. In the case of the kuranda, the body is laid in the coffin, which is carried on the bier, and in the case of the long, there being no bottom in this form of coffin, the body lies on a mat. In each case, the bier is covered with a pall, kain tudang of as good colored cloth, never white, but often green as may be obtainable. There are generally 2 or 3 of these coverings, and floral decorations are sometimes thrown across them, the blossoms of the areca palm and the scented pandanus being woven into exquisite floral strips, called centipede's feet, jerry lippen, about 3 feet long by 2 fingers in breadth, and laid at short intervals across the pall. There are generally from 5 to 6 of these floral strips, the areca blossom alternating with the pandanus. The number of bearers depends on the rank of the deceased. In the case of a sultan, as many as possible bear a hand in sending him to the grave, partly because of the pahala or merit thereby obtained, and partly, no doubt, for the sake of the sedekah or alms given to bearers. The procession then starts for the grave. None of the mourners or followers here wear any special dress or sign of mourning, such as the white sash with colored ribbon which is sometimes worn at Singapore, unless the kabang pude or strip of white cloth which is distributed as a funeral favor at the death of a sultan may be so reckoned. The only mourning which appears to be known to Malays is the rare use of a kind of black edging for the envelopes of letters, and that is no doubt copied from the English custom, though I may add that a letter which announces a death should have no kapala. Loud wailing and weeping is forbidden by the imam for fear of disturbing the dead. The mosque drum is not usually beaten for funerals in Selangor, nor is the body usually carried into the mosque, but is borne straight to the tomb. If the coffin is a single plank one, on arriving at the grave, which should have been dug early in the morning, an excavation is made on the left side of the grave for the reception of the corpse, the cavity being called liang lahad. 3 men then lower the corpse into the grave, where 3 others are waiting to receive it, and the corpse is deposited in the cavity on its right side, Mengaring ka lambang kanan, looking towards the west Mecca, and with the head therefore lying towards the north. 4 pegs, daka, are then driven in to keep the plank in a diagonal position and prevent it from falling on the body, while the plank in turn protects the corpse from being struck by falling earth. The kuranda is lowered into the center of the grave in the same way as a European coffin, the body, however, being invariably deposited in the position just described, whilst the long acts as a sort of lid to a shallow trench, just big enough to contain the body, which is dug, dikero, in the middle of the grave pit. The 5 bands swathing the corpse, lima tali pengikat mayat, are then removed, and at this point the bystanders occasionally hand lumps of earth atana sakepel to the men standing in the pit, who, after putting them to the nostrils of the deceased to be smelled, deposit them at the side of the grave when they are shoveled in by those standing at the top. The filling of the grave then proceeds, but as it is, taboo, panting to let the earth strike against the coffin in its fall, the grave diggers, who are still standing in the pit, receive it as it falls upon a sort of small hurdle or screen made of branches, and thence tilt it into the grave. As the grave, which is usually dug to about the level of a man's ear, fills up, the grave diggers, who are forbidden to shovel in the soil themselves, tread down the earth and level it, and they are not allowed to leave the pit till it is filled up to the top. One of the relations then takes a piece of any hard wood and rudely fashions with a knife a temporary grave post, nissen or nishan, which is round in the case of a man and flattened in the case of a woman. One of these grave posts is placed exactly over the head, rantau kapala, and the other over the waist, rantau pinggang, not at the feet as in the case of Europeans. Thus the two grave posts are ordinarily about 3 feet apart, but tradition says that over the grave of a kramat or saint, they will always be found some 5 or 6 feet at least apart, one at the head and one at the feet, and it is said to be the saint himself who moves them. To the knob of the grave post is tied a strip of white cloth as a sign of recent death. Leaves are then strewn on the ground at the left of the grave, and the 5 cubits of white cloth alluded to above are spread out to form a mat, upon which the imam takes his seat, the rest of the company being seated upon the leaves. Eaglewood and sandalwood water, Ayer Garu Chandana, is then brought to the imam, who pours it out in 3 libations, each time sprinkling the grave from the head to the foot. If any water is left, the imam sprinkles it upon any other graves which may be near, whilst the shredded flowers bunga rampai are then similarly disposed of. Next is read the talqin, which is an exhortation, ajaran addressed to the deceased. It is said that during the process of reading the talqin, the corpse momentarily revives, and, still lying upon its side, raises itself to a listening position by reclining upon its right elbow burdalku and resting its head upon its hand. This is the reason for removing the bands of the shroud, as the body is left free to move, and thus in groping about, marabaraba, with its left hand, feels that its garment is without a hem or selvage, and then first realizing that it must be really dead, composes itself to listen quietly to whatever the imam may say, until at the close of the exhortation it falls back really lifeless. Hence the most absolute silence must be observed during the exhortation. The imam then repeats, by way of doxology, the tahlil or maratib, la ilaha illallah, there is no God but God, in company with the rest of the assembly, all present turning their heads and rocking themselves from side to side as they sit, whilst they reiterate the words 100 times, commencing slowly till 33 times are reached, then increasing the pace up to the 66th time and concluding with great rapidity. The contributions in the alms basin battle are then divided among the entire company as alms sedekah. The master of the house then invites those present to partake at about 5 p.m. of the funeral feast, which in no way differs from an ordinary Malay banquet, the more solid portion of the meal, makan nasi, being followed by the usual confectionery and preserved fruits. The imam then reads prayers, and the company breaks up. The decorations for the funeral are left for 3 days undisturbed. During these 3 days, the nearer neighbors are feasted, both in the morning and evening, at the usual Malay hours, and for 3 days every night at about 10 p.m. The service called Reading the Quran to the Corpse, Mengajikan Mayat, is performed, either by the imam or somebody hired for the purpose. This is an important duty, the slightest slip being regarded as a great sin. At the end of the 3 days, there is yet another feast, at 1 p.m., Kanjari Menagahari, when those who are farther off are invited, and after this meal the tahlil is repeated as before. On the 7th day, a similar feast, called Kanjari Menu Johari, is followed by the tahlil, which necessitates a further distribution of fees, sedekah tahlil. But in the case of poor people, this second tahlil may be omitted, or the master of the house may say to the company, I ask to be let off the praying fees, Sahia minta sedekah tahlil, in which case the tahlil is free. Yet another feast is held on the 14th day, Kanjari Dua Kali Tu Johari, when the ceremonies are at end, except in the case of the richer classes who keep the Kanjari Ampat Pulohari, or 40 days feast, and the Kanjari Maradas Hari, or 100 days feast, whilst the anniversary is also kept as a holiday by all who wish to show respect for the deceased. This closes the usual funeral ceremonies, but a day is generally chosen at pleasure in the month of Ramthan or Maulud for the purpose of offering prayers and feasting the ancestors. The only difference made in the case of the death of a woman is that the washing of the corpse devolves upon women, whilst in the case of very young infants the takin is sometimes omitted. The woman's nissen, as has been explained, is distinguished by its shape. The temporary nissen may be replaced by a permanent one at any time after the funeral. At the time the grave is made up, 4 planks, dapper, with the upper edges and ends roughly carved and scalloped, are placed round the grave mound tanna mati to keep the earth from falling down. Whenever the grave is thus finally made up, a feast is held, but from the necessities of the case, this pious duty is generally left to the rich. Medicine. The successful practice of Malay medicine must be based on the fundamental principle of preserving the balance of power among the 4 elements. This is chiefly to be effected by constant attention to and moderation in diet. To enforce these golden precepts, passages from the Quran are plentifully quoted against excess in eating or drinking. Air, they say, is the cause of heat and moisture, and earth of cold and dryness. They assimilate the constitution and passions of man to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the 7 planets, etc. The mysterious sympathy between man and external nature was the basis of that system of supernatural magic which prevailed in Europe during the Middle Ages. The foregoing quotation shows that the distinctive features of the Aristotelian hygienic theory, as borrowed by the Arabs, did eventually filter through, in some cases, until they reached the Malays. Such direct references, however, to Greek theories are of the rarest character and can hardly be considered typical. Most of the more important rites practiced by the Malay medicine men, bomber, may be divided into 2 well-defined parts. Commencing with a ceremonial inspection, the counterpart of our modern diagnosis, the bomber proceeds to carry out a therapeutic ceremony, the nature of which is decided by the results of the inspection. For the purposes of the diagnosis, he resorts to divination, by means of omens taken from the smoke of the burning censer, from the position of coins thrown into water jars, batu bayang, and parched rice floating upon the water's surface. The therapeutic rites, on the other hand, may be roughly classified as follows according to their types: propitiatory ceremonies, limas, ambengan, etc. Neutralisatory ceremonies for destroying the evil principle, tower. Expulsory ceremonies for the casting out of the evil principle, of which the sucking charm rite, mengalan, is an example. Revivificatory ceremonies for recalling a sick person's soul, riang semangat. I shall take each of the types in order. For the water jar ceremony, 3 jars, bayang, containing water, are brought to the sick man's room and decorated with the fringe or necklace of plaited coconut leaves, which is called centipede's feet, jari lipan. A 4th jar should contain a sort of bouquet of artificial flowers to serve as an attraction to the sick man's soul, semangat. You will also require a tray filled with the usual accessories of Malay magic ceremonies, incense, 3 sorts of rice, etc., besides 3 wax tapers, one of which you will plant upon the brim of each of the 3 jars. When all is ready, drop the incense upon the embers, and as the smoke rises, repeat this charm. If you are at one with me, rise towards me, O smoke. If you are not at one with me, rise athwart me, O smoke, either to right or left. As you say this, catch the first puff of smoke and inhale it, tangkapla pachak asap chiam, as it rises towards you. If the smell is pleasant, sedap, it is a good sign. If it has a scorched smell, hang it, it is bad. But if it smells offensive, busak, no medicine can save the patient. Next, before you look into the jars, take handfuls of parched, washed, and saffron rice, and after fumigating them over the incense, strew them all round the row of jars, saying as you do so, "Cluck, cluck, souls of so-and-so, all 7 of you. Come and let all of us here together see about the medicine for you, O souls of so-and-so." Here strew tabor the rice first to the right, then to the left, and then to the right again. Before removing the caladium leaves from the jar mouths, repeat the following. Peace be with you, Prophet Tap, in whose charge is the earth, Suawam, in whose charge are the heavens, Prophet Noah, in whose charge are the trees, Prophet Elias, planter of trees, and Prophet Kylir Kizzer, in whose charge is the water. I crave permission to see the remedies for so-and-so. Here remove the caladium leaves from the jar mouths, and taking one of the wax tapers, wave it in the smoke of the censer 7 times towards the right, and say, "Peace be with you, O Tanju, I adopt you to be a guardian for my brother. You who are sprung from the original elements, from the former time unto the present, you who sprang from the gum of the eyes of Mohammed, I ask to see the disease of so-and-so." Here plant the taper firmly upon the edge of the jar, and gaze into the water to see the signs. Alamat Naya. Thus, if there is an oily scum on the water Iyer Burkrak Lemek, it is a bad sign. And to this may be added that if the caladium leaf covering has acquired a faded look, Leu in the interim, it is a sign of severe sickness. Fumigate the outside of the jars with the smoke of the incense. The medicine man does this by washing his hands in the smoke and then rubbing over the outside of the jars as if he were shampooing them, and anoint them with oil of celebes, miniac bugis. Then take a closed fistful, sajangam of parched rice, and holding it over the smoke of the censer, gangang di asap kemyan, repeat this charm. Peace be with you, Muscha Kembang, I adopt you as a guardian for my brother. If in truth you are sprung from the primordial elements, from the former time unto the present, I know the origin from which you sprang, for you sprang from Our Lady Eve, Sidi Hawa. You I order, your cooperation I invoke, that whatsoever shape you assume within this your garden of splendor, you break neither plighted faith nor solemn promise. Here throw the parched rice into the jars, and say, "Peace be unto you, O Prophet Tap, in whose charge is the earth, O Prophet Noah, in whose charge are the trees, and Prophet Kylir, in whose charge is the water. I crave this water lit. Exudation, as a boon for the healing of so-and-so." And observe these signs. If the water is perfectly still, it is a bad sign. If it is a little disturbed, it is a good sign. If the rice floats in a line across the sun's path, Berater Melantang Matahari, it is a fatal sign. If you see a solitary grain traveling by itself, Bersire, you may know the sickness to be caused by the making of an image Buetan Orang. If the parched rice travels towards the right of the jar, the patient will recover quickly. If it travels towards the left of the jar, he will recover, but slowly. If, however, it floats right underneath the candle, it is generally a fatal sign. Next, see what patterns are formed by the rice grains as they lie on the water. If they take the shape either of a boat or a crocodile, this means that the spirit demands the launching of a spirit boat, lanchang. If they take a square shape, a tray of offerings, anchak, is demanded. If they take the shape of a house, a state hall, ballet, is demanded. Now take all kinds of fragrant flowers and shred them, buet bunger rampai. Add the shredded blossoms of 4 which are scentless, for instance, blossoms of the seliguri, pulet, baliadap, and kejudak, mix them and throw them into the jars, then plant in each jar the flower spathe of an areca palm, mayang pinang. Throw into each a jar stone, i.e. $1, and the jars will be ready. You should then read the foregoing charms over each of them. The extra jar, which is filled with a sort of big nosegay, gumba, represents a pleasure garden, taman bunga, and is intended to attract the soul, semangat, of the sick man. Now take parched rice and hold it over the incense, digangang, saying, "Peace be with you, O wheat, you I wish to command, your cooperation I invoke in inspecting the sickness of so-and-so. Break neither plighted faith nor solemn promise, but inspect the sickness of this grandson of Adam, this follower of the Prophet Mohammed, of the race of the sons of men, so-and-so. If anything should supervene, do you stir within this pure heart of mine." Now scatter the parched rice upon the surface of the water in the jars and watch for the signs. If the rice is lumped together, bulat or burlubak, it is a good sign. If it extends itself crosswise, panjang melantang, it is a bad sign. If it takes the shape of a spirit boat, lanchang, you must make a spirit boat. That is what is wanted. If it keeps traveling either to the left or the right, it is a stream spirit, anak sunjay, which has affected the patient. If it takes the shape of a crocodile or anything of that sort, it is an earth spirit, puaka, which has affected the patient. The most popular method of propitiating evil spirits consists in the use of the sacrificial tray called anchak. This is a small frame of bamboo or wood, usually from 2 to 3 feet square and turned up at the sides, which are decorated with a long fringe, jaralipen, of plaited coconut leaf. 4 rattan, suspenders of equal length talai pengantong, are fastened to the 4 corners, and are thence carried up to meet at a point which may be from 2 to 3 feet above the tray. These trays appear to be divisible into 2 classes, according to the objects which they are intended to serve. In the one case, certain offerings, to be described presently, are laid upon the tray, which is carried out of the house to a suitable spot, and there suspended to enable the spirits for whom it is designed to feed upon its contents. In the other case, certain objects are deposited upon it, into which the evil spirits are ceremoniously invited to enter, in which case it must obviously be got rid of after the ceremony, and is therefore hung up in the jungle or set adrift in the sea or the nearest river. In the latter case, it is called the keeled sacrifice tray, Anchak Pelunas, and falls into line with other objects which are occasionally set adrift for the same purpose. The offerings placed on the sacrificial tray vary considerably, according to the object of the ceremony, the means of the person for whose benefit they are offered, the caprice of the medicine man who carries out the ceremony, and so on. I shall therefore, in the present place, merely describe the contents of a more or less typical tray, with the main points of the accompanying ritual. The bottom of the tray having been lined with banana leaf and thickly strewn with parched rice, there are deposited in the tray itself 5 chews of betel leaf, 5 native cigarettes, rakak, 5 wax tapers, 5 small water receptacles or limas, made of banana leaf and skewered together at each end, and 5 copper cents or dollars. The articles just enumerated are divided into 5 portions, one of which is deposited in the center of the tray, and the remainder in its 4 corners. Besides this, there are to be deposited in the tray 14 portions of meat, of fowl, goat, or buffalo, as the case may be, and 14 portions of Malay cakes, care being taken in each case to see that there are 7 portions of cooked and 7 portions of uncooked food provided. The rattan suspenders, again, are hung with 2 sets of ornamental rice receptacles made of plaited coconut leaf, 14 of the long-shaped kind, or lepat, and 14 of the diamond-shaped kind, or ketupat. Besides this, 2 sets of cooked and uncooked packets of rice, each stained a different color, are sometimes deposited in the tray, the colors used being white, yellow, red, black, blue, green, and purple. The only other articles required for the tray are a couple of eggs, of which one must, of course, be cooked and the other raw. Of the water receptacles, those in alternate corners are filled with water and cane juice, the central receptacle being filled with the blood of the fowl or other animal slain for the sacrifice. Upon the ground, exactly underneath the tray, should be deposited the feathers, feet, entrails, etc. of the fowl, portions of whose flesh have been used for the tray, together with the refuse of the parched rice and a censer. Strictly speaking, a white and a black fowl should be killed, but only half of each cooked, the remainder being left raw. The portions of fowl are as small as they can possibly be, a mere symbol, isharat of each kind of food being all that the spirits are supposed to require. Sometimes funnel-shaped rice receptacles are used, which are skewered with a bamboo skewer and called karanchot. Occasionally a standard censer, sanga, is used, the end of a piece of bamboo being split up and bent or opened outwards for several inches, and a piece of rattan, cane, being wound in and out among the split ends, so as to form a sort of funnel, about 9 inches in diameter at the top, which is lined with banana leaf, filled with earth, and planted vertically in the ground, great care being taken to see that it does not lean out of the perpendicular. Live embers are placed upon it, incense crumbled over it, between the finger and thumb, and the appropriate charm recited. A specimen of a charm or formula used during the burning of incense will be found in the appendix. The ketupats are called 1 Esrai Negri 7-cornered, or the luck of the country, 2 Buakeras 6-cornered, or the candle nut, 3 Bawang Pude 6-cornered, or garlic, 4 Ulu Pengyo 4-cornered, or the paddle handle, 5 Pasar 5-cornered, or the market, 6 Bawang Merah 6-cornered, or the onion, 7 Pasar Pahang 6-cornered, or the Pahang market, 8 Teller, or the hen's egg. The lepets are called 1 Lepet Don Nair, 5-6 inches long and made of coconut leaves, 2 Lepet Tilam of plantain leaves, 3 Lepet Don Palas of palas leaves, 3-sided. Diminutive models of various objects, also made of coconut leaves, are often added, e.g. Burong Ponggok, the owl, Kerbau, the buffalo, Rusa, the stag, tekukur, the ground dove, ketam, the crab, and but very rarely kuda, the horse. The things deposited in the tray are intended for the spirits, hantus, themselves, the refuse on the ground beneath it for their slaves, hamba. Of the food in the tray, the cooked food is for the king of the spirits, Raja Hantu, who is sometimes said to be the wild huntsman, Hantu Pemburu, and sometimes Batara Guru, and the uncooked for his following. But of the two eggs, the uncooked one is alleged to be for the land spirit, i.e. the wild huntsman, and the cooked for the sea spirit. This assertion, however, requires some further investigation before it can be unreservedly accepted. The wave offering. On one occasion, during my residence in the Kuala Langat district of Selangor, I had the good fortune to be present at the waving of a sacrificial tray ancak, containing offerings to the spirits. The account of this ceremony, which I shall now give, is made up from notes taken during the actual performance. To commence, the Pawang sat down with his back to the patient, facing a multitude of dishes which contained the various portions of cooked and uncooked food. The tray itself was suspended at a height of about 3 feet from the ground in the center of the room, just in front of the Pawang's head. Lighting a wax taper and removing the yam leaf covering from the mouth of the jar containing holy water, the Pawang now inspected the water in the jar by gazing intently into its depths and re-extinguished the taper. Then he fumigated his hands in the smoke of the censer, extended them for a brief interval over the holy water, took the censer in both hands, described 3 circles round the jar with it, set it down again, and stirred the water thrice with a small knife or dagger kairis, the blade of which he kept in the water while he muttered a charm to himself. Then he charmed the beetle stand and the first dish of cooked food, pushing the latter aside and covering it with a small dish cover as he finished the charm. Next, at the hands of one of the company, he accepted, in 2 pieces, 5 cubits of yellow cloth, yellow being the royal color, and a small vessel of oil of celebes, with which, it may be added, he anointed the palms of both hands before he touched the cloth itself. Next, he fumigated the latter in the smoke of the censer, one end of the cloth being grasped firmly in the right hand, and the remainder of it being passed round the right wrist, and over and under the right arm, while the loose end trailed across his lap. Next, after repeating the usual charm, he breathed on one end of the cloth, passed the whole of the cloth through his fingers, fumigated it, and laid it aside, took an egg which was presented to him upon a tray, and deposited it exactly in the center of a large dish of parched rice. Next, he pushed aside the jar of holy water, lowered the tray by means of the cord attached to it, which passed over a beam, and proceeded to supervise the preparation of the tray, which was being decorated with the centipede, fringe, by one of the company acting as an assistant. The fringe having been fitted by the latter to the edges of the tray, and the latter lined with 3 thicknesses of banana leaf, the Pawang described a circle round it thrice with the censer, and then deposited the censer upon the floor, exactly under the center of the tray. Then, anointing his hands again, he passed them over both tray and fringe. A brief pause followed, and then the Pawang took the larger piece of yellow cloth and wrapped it like a royal robe around the shoulders of the patient as he sat up inside his mosquito curtain. Another brief pause, and the Pawang betook himself once more to the filling of the tray. Taking a large bowl of parched rice, he scooped up the rice in his hands and let it run through his fingers into the tray, until there was a layer of parched rice in the latter of at least an inch in depth, and then deposited the egg, already alluded to, in the very center of the parched rice. Next, he took a comb of bananas, presented by one of the company, and cutting them off one by one deposited them in a dish, from which they were presently transferred to the tray. The Pawang now returned to the patient, and kneeling down in front of him, fumigated his hands in the smoke of the censer, and then, muttering a charm, wrapped the smaller piece of yellow cloth turban-wise round his own head, and slowly and carefully pushed the yellow-robed patient, who was still in a sitting posture, forward until he reached a spot which was exactly under the center of the tray, and which faced, I was told, the place of the rising sun. The long, straw-colored streamers of the tray fringe dropped gracefully around the patient on every side, and had it not been for occasional bright glimpses of the yellow cloth, he would have been almost invisible. The censer, voluming upwards its ash-gray smoke, was now passed from hand to hand 3 times round the patient, and finally deposited on the floor at his feet. The loading of the tray now recommenced, and the Pawang, standing up and looking towards the south, deposited in it carefully the several portions of cooked offerings, the sum of the various portions making up a whole fowl. Then, after washing his hands, he added to the tray small portions of rice variously prepared and colored, viz. Parched and washed rice and rice stained yellow saffron, green, red, blue, and black, 7 kinds in all. Next he deposited in the tray the uncooked portions, whose sum also amounted to a whole fowl. Then, after a further hand-washing, the cakes. And finally, after a last washing, he fastened to the suspenders of the tray the small ornamental rice bags called ketupat and lepet. But the list of creature comforts provided for the spirits comprised other things besides food. 5 miniature water buckets, each manufactured from a strip of banana leaf skewered together at each end with a bamboo pin, were now filled, the alternate corner ones with water and cane juice, called palm toddy in the spirit language, and the central one with the blood of the fowls killed for the sacrifice. They were then duly deposited in the tray by the Pawang. 5 waxen tapers, to light the spirits to their food, were next charmed and lighted, and planted in the center and 4 corners respectively. Finally, no doubt for the spirits' after-dinner enjoyment, 5 chews of betel leaf and 5 native-made cigarettes, tobacco rolled in strips of palm leaf, were charmed and actually lighted at a lamp, and deposited in the tray with the other offerings. And at the same time, 5 50-cent, silver pieces of Straits money, called tray stones, were added to the medley, evidently with the object of preventing the good temper of the spirits from being disturbed by shortness of cash. The loading of the tray being now complete, the Pawang walked thrice round the patient, who was still overshadowed by the tray, and passed the censer round him thrice. Standing then with his face to the east, so as to look in the same direction as the patient, he grasped the suspenders of the tray with both hands at their converging point, and thrice muttered a charm, giving a downward tug to the cord of the tray at the end of each repetition. This done, he removed the yellow cloth from his head, and fastened it round the tray cord at the point where the suspenders converged, and then waved the offering by causing the loaded tray with its flaring tapers to swing slowly backwards and forwards just over the patient's head. Next, letting the tray slowly down and detaching it from the cord, at the converging point, he again waved it slowly to and fro amid the flaring of the tapers, 7 times in succession, and held it out for the patient to spit into. When this was done, he sallied out into the darkness of the night carrying the tray, and gaining the jungle, suspended it from a tree of the kind called Pedai Belalang, which had been selected that very day for the purpose. A white ant, immediately settling upon the offering, was hailed by the Malays present with great delight, as a sign that the spirits had accepted the offering, whereupon we all returned to the house, and the company broke up. The ceremony had commenced about 8 p.m. and lasted about an hour and a half, and the number of people present was 14, 7 male and 7 female, which was the number stipulated by the Pawang. Another form of propitiation, buang buangan limas, ceremony, consists in loading a limas with the offerings. The limas is a receptacle of about a span, sajankal in length, made of banana leaf folded together at the ends and skewered with a bamboo pin. Inside it are deposited the offerings, which consist of the following articles: a chupak, half coconut full of parched rice, a set of 3, 5, or 7 bananas, a pinch, sajemput of saffron rice, a pinch of washed rice, a native cigarette rakak, an egg, a wax taper, 2 chews of betel leaf, and a betel leaf twisted up into the shape of a spiral, pantat siput. 1 at least of the 2 chews of betel must be specially prepared, as it is to be left behind for the spirits to chew, whilst the other is taken back into the presence of the sick man, where the medicine man chews it and ejects the chewed leaf, December, upon the small of the sick man's back. In the case of the chew, which is left behind for the spirits, the ordinary portion of betel nut must be replaced by nutmeg, the gambir by mace, and the lime by oil of celebes, miniac bugis. When the ceremony of loading the limas is complete, it is carried down to the nearest river or sea, and they're set adrift with the following words: Peace be with you, Kylir Kizar, prophet of God and Lord of water. Majurea is the name of your sire, Madarudi the name of your mother. See Kekas the name of their child. Accept this present from your younger brother, See Kekas, cause him no sickness or headache. Here is his, your younger brother's, present. Here the limas is set adrift, and the water underneath it scooped up and carried home, where it is used for bathing the sick man. Another very simple form of propitiation is called ambang ambangan and is performed as follows. Take 7 chews of betel leaf, 7 native cigarettes rakak, 7 bananas, an egg, and an overflowing chupak, half coconutful, of parched rice, birdie sa chupak abong, roll them all up together in a banana leaf, which must be a cubit in length and of the same variety of banana as the first, and deposit them in a place where 3 roads meet, if anything, a little way along the left-hand road of the 3, and repeat this charm. Jembalang Jembali, demon of the earth, accept this portion as your payment and restore so-and-so. But if you do not restore him, I shall curse you with the saying, there is no God but God, etc. The above ceremony is generally used in the case of fever complaint. Countercharms for neutralizing the active principle of poisons form, as a rule, one of the most important branches of the pharmacopoeic system among the less civilized Malay tribes. A settled form of government and the softening of manners due to contact with European civilization has, however, diminished the importance. I speak, of course, from the Malay point of view of this branch of the subject in the western Malay states of the peninsula, where poisoning cases are very rarely heard of. Malay women have always possessed the reputation of being especially proficient in the use of poison, ground glass, and the furry spicules obtained from the leaf cases of some kinds of bamboo being their favorite weapons. This idea of using a charm to neutralize the active principle of poison has been extended by Malay medicine men to cover all cases where any evil principle, even, for instance, a familiar spirit, is believed to have entered the sick person's system. All such charms are piously regarded by devout Mohammedans as gifts due to the mercy of God, who is believed to have sent them down to the Prophet Muhammad by the hand of his servant Gabriel. This doctrine we find clearly stated in the charms themselves, e.g., somewhat tautologically. Neutralizing charms sprang from God, neutralizing charms were created by God, neutralizing charms were a boon from God, who commanded Prince Gabriel to bring them unto Mohammed. The ceremony of applying such charms generally takes the form of grating a bezoar stone, batu gilaga, mixing the result with water, and drinking it after repeating the charm. Thus, in one of the charms quoted in the appendix, we read, "The upas loses its venom, and poison loses its venom, and the sea snake loses its venom, and the poison tree of Borneo loses its venom. Everything that is venomous loses its venom, by virtue of my use of the prayer of the magic bezoar stone. Of the sea snake, ular jarang, I was told that it was about 2 cubits in length, and that it was the most poisonous snake in existence. In fact, my informant declared, if your little finger is bitten by it, you must cut off the finger. If your oar blade is bitten by it, you must throw away the oar." And again of the ipo, or upis, which is one of the chief ingredients in the blowgun poison used by the wild tribes, I was told that if a man who was struck by it was supported by another, his supporter would die, and that so far from its virulence becoming then exhausted, it would even kill a person who was 7 times removed, in point of contact, from the person originally affected. The above charm terminates as follows. Let this my prayer be sharp as steel, swift as lightning, fleet as the wind. Grant this by virtue of my use of the prayer of Dato Malam Karaman, who has become a saint through religious penance performed at the headwaters of the river of Sairan in the interior of Egypt by the grace of, etc. I may add that, when you are collecting the materials for a neutralizing ceremony, Tower, the following formula should be used. Not mine are these materials, they are the materials of Kemalul Hakim. Not to me belongs this neutralizing charm, to Malam Seti belongs this neutralizing charm. It is not I who apply it, it is Malam Karaman who applies it. Badi. The next class of medicinal ceremonies consists of rites intended to effect the expulsion from the patient's body of all kinds of evil influences or principles, such as may have entered into a man who has unguardedly touched a dead animal or bird from which the badi has not yet been expelled, or who has met with the wild huntsman in the forest. Badi is the name given to the evil principle which, according to the view of Malay medicine men, attends, like an evil angel, everything that has life. It must not be forgotten when we find it used of inert objects, such as trees and even of stones or minerals, that these two are animate objects from the Malay point of view. Van de Waal describes it as the enchanting or destroying influence which issues from anything, e.g. from a tiger which one sees, from a poison tree which one passes under, from the saliva of a mad dog, from an action which one has performed. The contagious principle of morbid matter. Hence the ceremony which purports to drive out this evil principle is of no small importance in Malay medicine. I may take this opportunity of pointing out that I have used the word mischief to translate it when dealing with the charms, as this is the nearest English equivalent which I have been able to find. Indeed, it appears a very fairly exact equivalent when we remember its use in English in such phrases as "it's got the mischief in it," which is sometimes used even of inanimate objects. There are 190 of these mischiefs, according to some, according to others, 193. Their origin is very variously given. One authority says that the first baddie sprang from 3 drops of Adam's blood, which were spilt on the ground. Another, rather inconsistently, declares that the mischief, baddie, residing in an iguana bioac, was the origin of all subsequent mischiefs. Yet adds later that the heart of timber was their origin, and yet again that the yellow glow at sunset, called Mambang Kuning or the yellow deity, was their origin. These two latter are perhaps the most usual theories, but a third medicine man declares that the first baddie was the offspring of the jinn, genie, Ibn Ujin Ibn Ujan, who resides in the clouds or caverns, and hollows of the hills. Thus do Malay medicine men disagree. These mischiefs reside not only in animate, but also in inanimate objects. Thus, in one of the elephant charms given in the appendix, several different mischiefs are described as residing in earth, anthills, wood, water, stone, and elephants or rhinoceroses, respectively. Again, in a deer charm, various mischiefs are requested to return to their place of origin, i.e. to the iguana, strictly speaking, the monitor lizard, heart of timber, and the yellow glow of sunset. Yet another deer charm calls upon baddie, as the offspring of the jinn Ibn Ujin, who resides in the clouds and hollows of the hills, to return there too. I will now proceed to describe the ceremony of casting out these mischiefs. The chief occasions on which this casting out takes place are, first, when somebody is ill, and his sickness is attributed to his accidental contact with and consequent possession by one of these mischiefs, and secondly, when any wild animal or bird is killed. The ceremony of casting out the mischief from the carcasses of big game will be found described under the heading of hunting ceremonies. I shall here confine myself to a brief description of the ceremony as conducted for the benefit of sick persons. First, make up a bunch of leaves sacherek, consisting of the shrubs called pulet pulet and seliguri, with branches of the gandar rusa and lenwang mera, red dracena, all of which are wrapped together in a leaf of the sipuli and tied round with a piece of tree bark, kulit tirap, or the akar gassing. With this leaf brush, you are to cast out the mischief. Then you grate onto a saucer small pieces of ebony wood, Brazil wood, laka wood, sandalwood, and eaglewood, lignolos. Mix them with water, putting in a few small pieces of scrap iron, and rub the patient all over with the mixture. As you do this, repeat the appropriate charm. Then take the brush of leaves and stroke the patient all over downwards from head to foot, saying, "Peace be with you, Prophet Noah, to whom belong the trees, and Prophet Elias who planted them. I crave as a boon the leaves of these shrubs to be a drug and a neutralizing power within the body, frame, and person of so-and-so. If you, addressing the leaves, refuse to enter the body of so-and-so, you shall be cursed with my curse of the 9 countries. By the power of the word, there is no God but God," etc. Whilst reciting the above, stand upright, close to the patient's head, grasping a spear in your left hand. Brandish this spear over the body of the patient, drawing a long breath. This spear must afterwards be ransomed, say, for 40 cents, in default of which payment it is forfeited to the medicine man. The directions for another form of the ceremony just described, casting out the mischief, are as follows. Whenever a person is suffering from the influence of a waxen image, such as is described elsewhere, you must rub him or her all over with limes in order to cast out the mischief. These limes must be of 7 different kinds, and you will require 3 of each kind. When you have got them, fumigate them with incense and repeat the appropriate charm, which is practically an appeal addressed to the spirit of the limes to assist in extracting the poisonous principle from the body of the sick man. Peace be with you, O Leleng, we have been brothers from the former time until now. I am fain to order you to assist me in extracting everything that is poisonous from the body and limbs of so-and-so. Break not your solemn promise, break not your plighted faith, and use not deceit or wiles, etc. Of course, the luckless spirit is told that if he does not do exactly as he is bidden, he must expect the curse to follow. This charm must be repeated overnight, and early next morning 3 thicknesses of burra leaves must be laid down for the patient to stand upon during the lustration. The 7 sorts of limes are at the same time to be squeezed into a bowl and divided into 3 portions. These portions are to be used 3 times during the day, at sunrise, noon, and sundown respectively, partly for washing off the cosmetics, which are rubbed all over the body, and partly as a medicinal draught or potion. In the morning, the cosmetic must be white bedak pude lulat. At noon, it must be red bedak merah, and at sundown black bedak hitam. The trash of the limes, after squeezing, is wrapped up in a burra leaf at evening, and either carried out to the sea, into which it is dropped, or deposited ashore at a safe distance from the house. The only special taboo mentioned for this ceremony is that the patient must not during its continuance meet anybody who has come from a distance. Another very curious form of this ceremony of casting out devils was described to me by a Kelantan Malay. It is worked on the substitute or scapegoat principle tukarganti, and the idea is to make little dough images of all kinds of birds, beasts, fishes, and even inanimate objects. A few of the former being fowls, ducks, horses, apes, buffaloes, bullocks, wild cattle, saladong, deer, mouse deer, and elephants, besides those enumerated in the charm itself, whilst exceptions are to be the unlucky animals benetang sayal, such as cats, tigers, pigs, dogs, snakes, and iguanas. When made, they are to be deposited together in a heap upon a sacrificial tray, anchak, together with betel leaves, cigarettes, and tapers. One of the tapers is made to stand upon a silver dollar, with the end of a piece of party-colored thread inserted between the dollar and the foot of the taper, and the other end of this thread is given to the patient to hold whilst the necessary charm is being repeated. Part of this charm is worth quoting, as it helps to explain the line of thought on which the medicine man is working. I have made a substitute for you, and engage you for hire. As for your wish to eat, I give you food. As for your wish to drink, I give you drink. Lo, I give you good measure whether of sharks, skates, lobsters, crabs, shellfish, both of land and sea, every kind of substitute I give you, good measure whether of flesh or of blood, both cooked and raw, accept duly this banquet of mine. It was good at the first. If it is not good now, it is not I who give it. The explanation of this part of the ceremony is that the evil spirit, or mischief, is supposed to leave the body of the sick man, and to proceed, guided of course, by the many-colored thread which the patient holds in his hand, to enter into the choice collection of scapegoats lying in the tray. As soon as his devilship is got fairly into the tray, the medicine man looses 3 slip knots, lepas, and repeats a charm to induce the evil spirit to go, and throws away the untied knots outside the house. The original disease boat, used in Selangor, was a model of a special kind of Malay vessel called lanchang. This lanchang was a 2-masted vessel with galleries, dandan, fore and aft, armed with cannon, and used by Malay Rajas on the Sumatran coast. This latter fact was, no doubt, one reason for its being selected as the type of boat most likely to prove acceptable to the spirits. To make it still further acceptable, however, the model was not unfrequently stained with turmeric or saffron, yellow being recognized as the royal color among the Malays. Occasionally, on the other hand, a mere raft racket is set adrift, sometimes a small model of the ballet state chamber, and sometimes only a set of the banana leaf receptacles called limas. The vessel, in the case of an important person, is occasionally of great size and excellent finish indeed. Local tradition has it that an exceptionally large and perfect specimen, which was launched upon the Klang River in Selangor some years ago, on the occasion of an illness of the Tunku Chick, eldest daughter of the late Sultan, was actually towed down to sea by the government steam launch, Abdul Samad. When all is ready, the lanchang is loaded with offerings, which are of an exactly similar character to those which are deposited on the sacrificial tray or anchak already described. Then one end of a piece of yellow thread is fastened to the patient's wrist, the other end being presumably made fast to the spirit boat, or lanchang. Incense is burnt, and a charm recited, the purport of it being to persuade the evil spirits which have taken possession of the patient to enter on board the vessel. This, when they are thought to have done so, is then taken down to the sea or river and set adrift, invariably at the ebb tide, which is supposed to carry the boat, and the spirits with it, to another country. One of the charms used at this stage of the ceremony even mentions the name of the country to which the devils are to be carried, the place singled out for this distinction being the island of Celebes. The passage in question runs as follows. Peace be unto you, devils of the sea and demons of the sea, neither on cape, nor bay, nor sandbank be ye stuck or stranded. This vessel, lanchang, is that of Arong. Do you assist in guarding this offering from his grandchildren, and vex not this vessel. I request you to escort it to the land of Celebes, to its own place, by the grace of, etc. This same charm is used mutatis mutandis for the ballet spirit hall. A common form of the lanchang charm runs as follows. Ho, elders of the upper reaches, elders of the lower reaches, elders of the dry land, elders of the river flats, assemble ye, O people, lords of hill and hillfoot, lords of cavern and hill-locked basin, lords of the deep primeval forest, lords of the river bends, come on board this lanchang. Assembling in your multitudes, so may ye depart with the ebbing stream. Depart on the passing breeze, depart in the yawning earth, depart in the red-dyed earth. Go ye to the ocean which has no wave, and the plain where no green herb grows, and never return hither. But if ye return hither, ye shall be consumed by the curse. At sea ye shall get no drink, ashore ye shall get no food, but gape in vain about the world, by the grace of, etc. Sometimes the crocodile spirit is requested to act as the forwarding agent in the transaction. Thus, we find a short lanchang charm running as follows. Ho, elder of the sloping bank, Jambu Agai, receive this, lanchang, and forward it to the river bay, it is so-and-so who presents it. Sarakang is the name of the spirit of the bay, Sarakang the name of the spirit of the cape, See, Abaz, their child, is the rocky islet. I ask you to forward this present at once to the god of mid-currents. A somewhat longer charm, which is given in the appendix, commences by making an interesting point. Peace be with you. O crew newly come from your shipwrecked bark on the high seas, spurned by the billows, blown about by the gale, come on board this lanchang, in turn, and get you food. The speaker goes on to say that he recognizes their right to levy toll all over the country, and has made this lanchang for them as a substitute tukar ganti, implying, no doubt, in place of the one which they had lost. In any case, however, there can be little doubt that the bark wrecked on the high seas is the wasted body of the sick man, of which the spirits were so recently in possession, and in substitution for which they are offered the spirit boat in question. Tiger spirit. I shall now proceed to describe the ceremony of invoking the tiger spirit for the purpose of obtaining his assistance in expelling a rival spirit of less power. In the autumn of 1896, in the Kuala Langat district of Selangor, the brother of my Malay collector, Umar happening to fall ill of some slight ailment, I asked and obtained permission to be present at the ceremony of doctoring the patient. The time fixed for the commencement of the ceremony, which is usually repeated for 3 consecutive nights, was 7 o'clock on the following evening. On reaching the house at the time appointed, I was met by Umar, and ascending the house ladder, was invited to seat myself upon a mat about 2 yards from the spot where the medicine man was expected to take up his position. Having done so, and looking round, I found that there were in all 9 persons present, including myself, but exclusive of the Pawang, his wife, or the patient. And I was informed that although it is not necessary for the same persons to be present on each of the 3 nights, the greatest care must be taken to see that the number of persons present, which should never, in strictness, be an even number, does not vary from night to night, because to allow any such variation would be to court disaster. Hence I myself was only enabled to be present as a substitute for one of the sick man's relatives who had been there on the preceding night. The accompanying diagram shows, approximately, the relative positions of all who were present. In one corner of the room was the patient's bed, sleeping mat, and mosquito curtain with a patchwork front, and in a line parallel to the bed stood the 3 jars of water, each decorated with the sort of fringe or collar of plaited coconut fronds called centipede's feet. Jerry Lippen, and each, too, furnished with a fresh yam leaf covering to its mouth. A little nearer to me than the 3 water jars, but in the same line, stood a fairly big jar similarly decorated, but filled with a big bouquet of artificial flowers and ornaments instead of the water. These flowers were skillfully manufactured from plaited strips of palm leaf, and in addition to mere flowers, represented such objects as rings, coconuts, centipedes, doves, and the like, all of which were made of the plaited fronds referred to. This invention was intended, I was informed, to represent a pleasure garden, Tamanbunga, and indeed was so called. It was, I believe, intended to attract the spirit whom it was the object of the ceremony to invoke. In front of the 3 jars stood, as a matter of course, a censer filled with burning embers and a box containing the usual accessories for the chewing of betel. Everything being now ready, the medicine man appeared and took his seat beside the censer. His wife, an aged woman, whose office was to chant the invocation, to her own accompaniment, taking her seat at the same time near the head of the patient's sleeping mat. Presently she struck up the invocation, Lagu Pemingil, and we listened in rapt attention as the voice, at first weak and feeble with age, gathered strength and wailed ever higher and shriller up to the climax at the end of the chant. At the time it was hard to distinguish the words, but I learnt from her afterwards that this was what she sang. Peace be unto you, Pinglima Lengang Laut. Of no ordinary beauty is the vessel of Pinglima Lengang Laut, the vessel that is called the Yellow Spirit Boat, the vessel that is overlaid with vermilion and ivory, the vessel that is gilded all over, whose mast is named Prince Mandela, whose shrouds are named the shrouds that are silvered, whose oars are named the feet of the centipede, and whose oarsmen are twice 7 in number, whose side is named civet cat fencing, whose rudder is named the pendulous bee's nest, whose galleries are named struggling pythons, whose pennon flaps against the deckhouse, whose streamers sport in the wind, and whose standard waves so bravely. Come hither, good sir, come hither, my master, it is just the right moment to veer your vessel. Master of the anchor, heave up the anchor, master of the foretop, spread the sails, master of the helm, turn the helm, oarsmen, bend your oars, whither is our vessel yawing to? The vessel whose starting place is the navel of the seas, and that yaws towards the sea where the paw jangi grows, sporting among the surge and breakers, sporting among the surge and following the wave ridges. It were well to hasten, O Pinglima Lengang Laut. Be not careless or slothful. Linger not by inlet or river each dally, not with mistress or courtesan, but descend and enter into your embodiment. A number of rhymed stanzas follow, which will be found in the appendix. Meanwhile, the medicine man was not backward in his preparations for the proper reception of the spirit. First, he scattered incense on the embers and fumigated himself therewith, shampooing himself, so to speak, with his hands, and literally bathing in the cloud of incense, which volumed up from the newly replenished censer, and hung like a dense gray mist over his head. Next, he inhaled the incense through his nostrils, and announced in the accents of what is called the spirit language, Basa Hantu, that he was going to lie down. This he accordingly did, reclining upon his back, and drawing the upper end of his long plaid sarong over his head so as to completely conceal his features. The invocation was not yet ended, and for some time we sat in the silence of expectation. At length, however, the moment of possession arrived, and with a violent convulsive movement, which was startling in its suddenness, the powang rolled over onto his face. Again, a brief interval ensued, and a second but somewhat less violent spasm shook his frame, the spasm being strangely followed by a dry and ghostly cough. A moment later, and the powang, still with shrouded head, was seated bolt upright facing the tambourine player. Then he fronted round, still in a sitting posture, until he faced the jars, and removed the yam leaf covering from the mouth of each jar in turn. Next he kindled a wax taper at the flame of a lamp placed for the purpose just behind the jars, and planted it firmly on the brim of the first jar by spilling a little wax upon the spot where it was to stand. 2 similar tapers having been kindled and planted upon the brims of the second and third jars, he then partook of a chew of betel leaf, which was presented to him by one of the women present, crooning the while to himself. This refreshment concluded, he drew from his girdle a bezoar or talismanic stone badu penawar, and proceeded to rub it all over the patient's neck and shoulders. Then, facing about, he put on a new white jacket and headcloth which had been placed beside him for his use, and girding his plaid, sarong about his waist, drew from its sheath a richly wrought dagger, kairis, which he fumigated in the smoke of the censer and returned to its scabbard. He next took 3 silver 20-cent pieces of straits, coinage, to serve as batu bayang or jar stones, and after charming them dropped each of the 3 in turn into one of the water jars, and inspected them intently as they lay at the bottom of the water, shading, at the same time, his eyes with his hand from the light of the tapers. He now charmed several handfuls of rice, parched, washed, and saffron rice, and after a further inspection declared, in shrill, unearthly accents, that each of the coins was lying exactly under its own respective taper, and that therefore his child, the sick man, was very dangerously ill, though he might yet possibly recover with the aid of the spirit. Next, scattering the rice round the row of jars, the track of the rice thus forming an ellipse, he broke off several small blossom stalks from a sheaf of areca palm blossom, and making them up with sprays of champaka into 3 separate bouquets, placed one of these improvised nosegays in each of the 3 jars of water. On the floor at the back of the row of jars, he next deposited a piece of white cloth, 5 cubits in length, which he had just previously fumigated. Again drawing the dagger already referred to, the Powang now successively plunged it up to the hilt into each of the 3 bouquets, in which hostile spirits might, I was told, possibly be lurking. Then, seizing an unopened blossom spathe of the areca palm, he anointed the latter all over with oil of celebes, extracted the sheaf of palm blossom from its casing, fumigated it, and laid it gently across the patient's breast. Rapidly working himself up into a state of intense excitement, and with gestures of the utmost vehemence, he now proceeded to stroke the patient with the sheaf of blossom rapidly downwards, in the direction of the feet, on reaching which he beat out the blossom against the floor. Then turning the patient over onto his face, and repeating the stroking process, he again beat out the blossom, and then sank back exhausted upon the floor, where he lay face downwards, with his head once more enveloped in the folds of the sarong. A long interval now ensued, but at length, after many convulsive twitchings, the shrouded figure arose, amid the intense excitement of the entire company, and went upon its hands and feet. The tiger spirit had taken possession of the Powang's body, and presently a low but startlingly lifelike growl, the unmistakable growl of the dreaded Lord of the Forest, seemed to issue from somewhere under our feet, as the weird shrouded figure began scratching furiously at the mat upon which it had been quietly lying. And then, with occasional pauses for the emission of the growls, which had previously startled us, and the performance of wonderful cat-like leaps, rapidly licked up the handfuls of rice which had been thrown upon the floor in front of it. This part of the performance lasted, however, but a few minutes, and then the evident excitement of the onlookers was raised to fever pitch, as the bizarre, and, as it seemed to our fascinated senses, strangely brute-like form stooped suddenly forward and slowly licked over, as a tigress would lick its cub, the all but naked body of the patient. A performance, to a European of so powerfully nauseating a character that it can hardly be conceived that any human being could persist in it unless he was more or less unconscious of his actions. At all events, after his complete return to consciousness at the conclusion of the ceremony, even the Powang experienced a severe attack of nausea, such as might well be supposed to be the result of his performance. Meanwhile, however, the ceremony continued. Reverting to a sitting posture, though still with shrouded head, the Powang now leaned forward over the patient, and with the point of his dagger drew blood from his own arm. Then, rising to his feet, he engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat with his invisible foe, the spirit whom he had been summoned to exorcise. At first his weapon was the dagger, but before long he discarded this and laid about him stoutly enough with the sheaf of areca palm blossom. Presently, however, he quieted down somewhat, and commenced to stroke the sick man as before with the sheaf of palm blossom, beating out the blossom upon the floor as usual at the end of the operation. Then, sitting down again and crooning to himself, he partook of betel leaf, faced round towards the patient and stooped over him, muttering as he did so, and passing his hands all over the prostrate form. Next he turned once more to the jars and again plunged his dagger into each of them in turn, to make sure that the evil spirit was not lurking in them, and then drawing his headcloth over his head so as to completely hide his face, he once more took his seat beside the patient, stooping over him from time to time and crooning charms as he did so. Finally he clapped his hands, removed his headcloth, stroked, the patient over and flicked him with the corners of it, and then shrouding himself once more in the sarong, lay down at full length in a state of complete exhaustion. A pause of about 10 minutes' duration now followed, and then with sundry convulsive twitchings, the Pawang returned to consciousness and sat up, and the ceremony was over. The following description of a ceremony, similar to the one just described, is taken from Malay sketches. The Berhantu is, of course, a survival of pre-Islam darkness, and the priests abominate it, or say they do, but they have to be a little careful, because the highest society affects the practice of the black art. To return to the king's house. In the middle of the floor was spread a pewuddle, a small narrow mat, at one end of which was seated a middle-aged woman dressed like a man in a short-sleeved jacket, trousers, a sarong, and a scarf fastened tightly round her waist. At the other end of the mat was a large, newly lighted candle in a candlestick. Between the woman and the taper were 2 or 3 small vessels containing rice colored with turmeric, parched paddy, and perfumed water. An attendant sat near at hand. The woman in male attire was the Pawang, the raiser of spirits, the witch, not of Indore, but of as great repute in her own country and among her own people. In ordinary life, she was an amusing lady named Raja Angah, a scion of the reigning house on the female side, and a member of a family skilled in all matters pertaining to occultism. In a corner of the room were 5 or 6 girls holding native drums, instruments with a skin stretched over one side only, and this is beaten usually with the fingers. The leader of this orchestra was the daughter of Raja Angah. Shortly after I sat down, the proceedings began by the Pawang covering her head and face with a silken cloth, while the orchestra began to sing a weird melody in an unknown tongue. I was told it was the spirit language. The air was one specially pleasing to a particular jinn or spirit, and the invocation, after reciting his praises, besought him to come from the mountains or the sea, from underground or overhead, and relieve the torments of the king. As the song continued, accompanied by the rhythmical beating of the drums, the Pawang sat with shrouded head in front of the lighted taper, holding in her right hand against her left breast a small sheaf of the grass called dawn sambao, tied tightly together and cut square at top and bottom. This chadak she shook, together with her whole body, by a stiffening of the muscles, while all eyes were fixed upon the taper. At first the flame was steady, but by and by, as the singers screamed more loudly to attract the attention of the laggard spirit, the wick began to quiver and flare up, and it was manifest to the initiated that the jinn was introducing himself into the candle. By some means, the Pawang, who was now supposed to be possessed and no longer conscious of her actions, became aware of this, and she made obeisance to the taper, sprinkling the floor round it with saffron-colored rice and perfumed water. Then, rising to her feet and followed by the attendant, she performed the same ceremony before each male member of the reigning family present in the room, murmuring all the while a string of gibberish addressed to the spirit. This done, she resumed her seat on the mat, and after a brief pause, the minstrels struck up a different air, and, singing the praises of another jinn, called upon him to come and relieve the king's distress. I ascertained that each Malay state has its own special spirits. Each district is equally well provided, and there are even some to spare for special individuals. In this particular state, there are 4 principal jinn. They are the Jinn Karajian, the state spirit also called Junjung Dunia Udara, supporter of the firmament, Maya Udara, the spirit of the air, Mahkota Siraja Jinn, the crown of royal spirits, and Estan Ali. These 4 are known as Jinn Arwa, exalted spirits, and they are the guardians of the sultan and the state. As one star exceeds another in glory, so one jinn surpasses another in renown, and I have named them in the order of their greatness. In their honor, 4 white and crimson umbrellas were hung in the room, presumably for their use when they arrived from their distant homes. Only the sultan of the state is entitled to traffic with these distinguished spirits. When summoned, they decline to move unless appealed to with their own special invocations, set to their own peculiar music, sung by at least 4 singers, and led by a Bedouin singer of the royal family. The Jinn Karajian is entitled to have the royal drums played by the state drummers if his presence is required, but the other 3 have to be satisfied with the instruments I have described. There are common devils who look after common people, such as Hantu Songke, Hantu Malayu, and Hantu Blyan, the last the tiger devil, but out of politeness he is called Blyan to save his feelings. Then there is Kamala Ajab, the wonderful jewel, Israng, Raja Angah's special familiar, and a host of others. Most Hantu have their own special pawwangs, and several of these were carrying on similar proceedings in adjoining buildings, in order that the sick monarch might reap all the benefits to be derived from a consultation of experts. And as one spirit after another notified his advent by the upstarting flame of the taper, it was impossible not to feel that one was getting into the very best society. Meanwhile, a 16-sided stand, about 6 inches high and shaped like this diagram, had been placed on the floor near the pawang's mat. The stand was decorated with yellow cloth. In its center stood an enormous candle, while round it were gaily decorated rice and toothsome delicacies specially prized by jinn. There was just room to sit on this stand, which is called Petrana Panchalagam, meaning a seat of this particular shape, and the sultan, supported by many attendants, was brought out and sat upon it. A veil was placed on his head, the various vessels were put in his hands, he spread the rice round the taper, sprinkled the perfume, and having received into his hand an enormous chaddak of grass, calmly awaited the coming of the Jinn Karajian, while the minstrels shouted for him with all their might. The sultan sat there for some time, occasionally giving a convulsive shudder, and when this taper had duly flared up and all the rites had been performed, His Highness was conducted back again to his couch, and the pawang continued her ministrations alone. While striding across the floor, she suddenly fell down as though shot, and it was explained to me that Israng, the spirit by whom she was possessed, had seen a dish cover, and that the sight always frightened him to such an extent that his pawang fell down. The cause of offense was removed, and the performance continued. There are other spirits who cannot bear the barking of a dog, the mewing of a cat, and so on. Just before dawn, there was a sudden confusion within the curtains which hid the sultan's couch. They were thrown aside, and there lay the king, to all appearance in a swoon. The Jinn Karajian had taken possession of the sick body, and the mind was no longer under its owner's control. For a little while there was great excitement, and then the king recovered consciousness, was carried to a side veranda, and a quantity of cold water poured over him. So ended the séance. Shortly after, the sultan, clothed and in his right mind, sent to say he would like to speak to me. He told me he took part in this ceremony to please his people, and because it was a very old custom, and he added, "I did not know you were there till just now. I could not see you because I was not myself and did not know what I was doing." The king did not die, after all. On the contrary, I was sent for twice again because he was not expected to live till the morning, and yet he cheated death for a time. The ceremony called Mengalin, or the sucking charm ceremony, is one which is very curious, and deserves to be described in some detail. First of all, you perform the ceremony called driving out the mischief, buang bati, from the sick man, vidi supra, in or to drive away all evil spirits, menalak sekalian chaketi atau hantu. Then wrap the patient up in a white or black cloth, and taking a ball of kneaded dough tepung pengalin, eggs, and saffron, repeat the suitable charm, and roll it all over the skin of the patient's body in order to draw out all poisonous influences, menchabat sagala bisa bisa. Then, if you find inside the ball of dough, after opening it, an infinitesimally small splinter of bone, or a few red hairs, you will know that these belong to the evil spirit who has been plaguing the patient. The charm to be used when rolling the ball of dough over the skin runs as follows. Peace be unto you, O shadowy venom, venom be at ease no longer, venom find shelter no longer, venom take your ease no longer. May you be blown upon, O venom, by the passing breeze. May you be blown upon, O venom, by the yellow sunset glow. May the pounce of this lanthorn's lightning kill you, may the pounce of this twilight's lanthorn kill you, may the shaft of the thunderbolt kill you, may the fall of the heavy rains kill you, may the inundation of flood waters kill you, may you be towed till you're swamped by this my head cloth, may you be drowned in the swell of this my dough boat, by the grace of, etc. A second charm of great length follows, the object of which is to drive out the evil spirit in possession of the man. An example of this form of cure, as practiced by Malay medicine men, is referred to by Mr. Clifford, who, in speaking of his Punkapuller Umat, says, "It was soon after his marriage that his trouble fell upon Umat and swept much of the sunshine from his life. He contracted a form of ophthalmia, and for a time was blind. Native medicine men doctored him and drew sheaves of needles and bunches of thorns from his eyes, which they declared were the cause of his affliction. These miscellaneous odds and ends used to be brought to me at breakfast time, floating, most unappetizingly, in a shallow cup half full of water. And Yumet went abroad with eye sockets stained crimson or black, according to the fancy of the native physician. The aid of an English doctor was called in, but Yumat was too thoroughly a Malay to trust the more simple remedies prescribed to him, and though his blindness was relieved, and he became able to walk without the aid of a staff, his eyesight could never really be given back to him. In the above connection, I may remark that, whether from the working of their own imaginations or otherwise, those who were believed to be possessed by demons certainly suffered, and that severely. H. Raja Kahar, the son of H., the late Sultan of Selangor, was attacked by a familiar demon during my residence in the Langet district, and shortly afterwards commenced to pine away. He declared that the offending demon was sitting in his skull, at the back of his head, and that it dragged up and devoured everything that he swallowed. Hence he refused at length to eat any sort of solid food, and gradually wasted away until he became a mere skeleton, and went about imploring people to take a hatchet and split his skull open, in order to extract the demon which he believed it to contain. Gradually his strength failed, and at length I learned from H. the Sultan, then Raja Muda, that all the Malays in the neighborhood had assembled to wail at his decease. As we strolled among the coconut palms and talked, I told him of the many miraculous cures which had attended cases of faith healing in England, and suggested, not of course expecting to be taken seriously, that he should try the effect of such a cure upon his uncle, and make believe to extract some mantises from the back of his head. To my intense astonishment some days later, I learned that this idea had been carried out during my temporary absence from the district, and that the Mohammedan priest, after cupping him severely, had shown him 7 large mantises which he pretended to have extracted from the back of his head. The experiment proved extraordinarily successful, and Raja Kahar recovered at all events for the time. He declared, however, that there were more of these mantises left, and eventually suffered a relapse and died during my absence in England on leave. For the time, however, the improvement was quite remarkable, and when said Mashahar, the Penghulu of Curling, visited him a few days later, Raja Kahar, after an account of the cure from his own point of view, declared that nobody would now believe that he had been so ill, although no fewer than 7 large mantises had been extracted from his head. I now give a specimen of the ceremonies used for recalling a wandering soul by means of a dough figure or image gambar tepang. It is not stated whether any of the usual accessories of these figures, hair and nails, etc., are mixed with the dough, but an old and famous soul doctor, Chi Amal of Jugra, told me that the dough figure should be made, in strictness, from the ball of kneaded dough which is rolled all over the patient's body by the medicine man during the sucking charm ceremony, Mengalin. The directions for making it run as follows. Make an image of dough, in length about 9 inches, and representing the opposite sex to that of the patient. Deposit it on its back upon 5 cubits of white cloth, which must be folded up small for the purpose, and then plant a miniature green umbrella made of cloth coated thickly with wax, and standing from 4 to 5 inches in height at the head of the image, and a small green clove-shaped taper of about the same height at its feet. Then burn incense, take 3 handfuls each of parched, washed, and saffron rice, and scatter them thrice round the figure, saying as you do so, "O flying paper, come and fly into this cup. Pass by me like a shadow. I am applying the charm called the drunken stars are on my left, a full moon, lit. 14th day moon is on my right, and the umbrella of sea lanchang is opposite to me. Grant this by virtue of there is no God but God," etc. The statement that this dough image should represent the opposite sex to that of the patient should be received with caution, and requires further investigation to clear it up. My informant explained that the flying paper, Kreta's layang referred to the soul cloth, and the cup to the image, but if this explanation is accepted, it is yet not unlikely that a real cup was used in the original charm. The drunken stars, he explained as referring to the parched rice scattered on his left, and the full moon to the eyes of the image. Arguing from the analogy of other ceremonies conducted on the same lines, the wandering soul would be recalled and induced to enter the so-called cup, i.e. the dough image. and being transferred thence to the soul cloth underneath it, would be passed on to the patient in the soul cloth itself. Another way to recall a soul, which was taught me by Chi Abaz of Kelantan, is to take 7 betel leaves with meeting leaf ribs, Siri Berdamuyurat, and make them up into 7 chews of betel. Then take a plateful of saffron rice, parched rice, and washed rice, and 7 pieces of party-colored thread, Benang Pancherona Tujo Urat, and an egg. Deposit these at the feet of the sick man, giving him one end of the thread to hold and fastening the other end to the egg. The soul is then called upon to return to the house which it has deserted, is caught in a soul cloth, and passed, it is thought, first of all into the egg, and thence back into the patient's body by means of the thread which connects the egg with the patient. The charm runs as follows. Peace be with you, O breath, come hither, hither soul, come hither, hither little one, come hither, hither filmy one, come hither, hither I am sitting and praising you. Hither I am sitting and waving to you, come back to your house and house ladder, to your floor of which the planks have started, to your thatch roof starred, with holes. Do not bear grudges, do not bear malice, do not take it as a wrong, do not take it as a transgression. Here I sit and praise you. Here I sit and drag you home. Here I sit and shout for you, here I sit and wave to you, come at this very time, come at this very moment, etc. Another way of recalling the soul is as follows. Put some husked rice in a rice bag, sump it with an egg, a nail, and a candle nut. Scatter it, Kyrie, thrice round the patient's head, and deposit the bag behind his pillow de capolitidor, after repeating this charm. Cluck, cluck, souls of so-and-so, all 7 of you return ye unto your own house and house ladder. Here are your parents come to summon you back. Back to your own house and house ladder, your own clearing and yard, to the presence of your own parents, of your own family and relations. Go not to and fro, but return to your own home. When 3 days have expired, gather up the rice again and put it all back into the bag. If there is a grain over, throw it to the fowls, but if the measure falls short, repeat the ceremony. Again, in order to recall an escaping soul, Riang Semengat, the soul doctor will take a fowl's egg, 7 small cockle shells, Kilit Kairang Tujo keeping, and a cal of husked rice, and put them all together into a rice bag, sump it. He then rubs the bag all over the skin of the patient's body, shakes the contents well up together, and deposits it again close to the patient's head. Whilst shaking them up, he repeats the following charm. Cluck, cluck, soul of this sick man, so-and-so, return into the frame and body of so-and-so, to your own house and house ladder, to your own ground and yard, to your own parents, to your own sheath. At the end of 3 days, he measures the rice. If the amount has increased, it signifies that the soul has returned. If it is the same as before, it is still half out of the body. If less, the soul has escaped and has not yet returned. In this case, the soul is expected to enter the rice and thus cause its displacement. Another method, not of recalling the soul, but of stopping it in the act of escaping, is to take a gold ring, not less than a mayam in weight, an iron nail, a candle nut bua kairaz, 3 small cockle shells, 3 closed fistfuls of husked rice, biraz tiga jengambuni, and some party-colored thread. These articles are all put in a rice bag and shaken up together 7 times every morning for 3 days, by which time the soul is supposed to be firmly reseated in the patient's body. Then the rice is poured out at the door to let the fowls eat it. The ring is tied to the patient's wrist by means of a strip of tree bark, Kilit tirap, and it is by means of this string that the soul is supposed to return to its body. When the shaking takes place, the following charm must be recited. Peeling knife, hooked knife, stuck into the thatch wall, sea demons. Hamlet demons, avant ye, begone from here, and carry not off the soul of so-and-so, etc. In conclusion, I will give a quotation from Malay sketches, which is perhaps as good an example as could be given of the way in which the black art and the medical performances that in their methods closely resemble it are regarded by many respectable Malays. One evening I was discussing these various superstitions with the Sultan of Perak, and I did not notice that the spiritual teacher of His Highness had entered and was waiting to lead the evening prayer. The guru, or teacher, no doubt heard the end of our conversation and was duly scandalized, for the next day I received from him a letter, of which the following is the translation. First praise to God, the giver of all good, a fountain of compassion to his servants. From Haji Wan Mohammed, teacher of His Highness the Sultan of Perak, to the resident who administers the government of Perak. The whole earth is in the hand of the Most High God, and he gives it as an inheritance to whom he will of his subjects. The true religion is also of God, and heaven is the reward of those who fear the Most High. Salvation and peace are for those who follow the straight path, and only they will in the end arrive at real greatness. No Raja can do good, and none can be powerful, except by the help of God, the Most High, who is also most mighty. I make 10,000 salutations. I wish to inquire about the practice of Burhantu, driving oneself mad and losing one's reason, as has been the custom of Rajas and chiefs in this state of Perak. Is it right, according to your religion, Mr. Resident, or is it not? For that practice is a deadly sin to the Mohammedan faith, because those who engage in it lose their reason and waste their substance for nothing. Some of them cast it into the water, while others scatter it broadcast through the jungle. How is such conduct treated by your religion, Mr. Resident? Is it right or wrong? I want you in your indulgence to give me an answer, for this practice is very hard on the poor. The headmen collect from the rayats, and then they make elaborate preparations of food, killing a buffalo or fowls, and all this is thrown away as already stated. According to the Mohammedan religion, such proceedings lead to destruction. I salute you many times. Do not be angry, for I do not understand your customs, Mr. Resident. Signed, Haji Mohammed Abu Hassan. Dances, sports, and games. Dance ceremonies. The following passage is an account of a characteristic Malay dance, the Jajat. Malays are not dancers, but they pay professional performers to dance for their amusement, and consider that the better part is with those who watch, at their ease, the exertions of a small class, whose members are not held in the highest respect. The spectacle usually provided is strangely wanting in attraction. A couple of women shuffling their feet and swaying their hands in gestures that are practically devoid of grace or even variety that is the Malay dance, and it is accompanied by the beating of native drums, the striking together of two short sticks held in either hand, and the occasional boom of a metal gong. The entertainment has an undoubted fascination for Malays, but it generally forms part of a theatrical performance, and for Western spectators, it is immeasurably dull. In one of the Malay states, however, Pahang, it has for years been the custom for the ruler and one or two of his near relatives to keep trained dancing girls, who perform what is called the Jajat, a real dance with an accompaniment of something like real music, though the orchestral instruments are very rude indeed. The dancers, Budak Jajat, belong to the Raja's household. They may even be attached to him by a closer tie. They perform seldom, only for the amusement of their lord and his friends, and the public are not admitted. Years ago I saw such a dance, and though peculiar to Pahang, as far as the Malay states are concerned, it is probable that it came originally from Java. The instruments used by the orchestra and the airs played are certainly far more common in Java and Sumatra than in the peninsula. I had gone to Pahang on a political mission accompanied by a friend, and we were vainly courting sleep in a miserable lodging, when at 1 a.m. a message came from the Sultan inviting us to witness a Jajat. We accepted with alacrity, and at once made our way to the Astana, a picturesque, well-built, and commodious house on the right bank of the Pahang River. A palisade enclosed the courtyard, and the front of the house was a very large hall, open on three sides, but covered by a lofty roof of fantastic design supported on pillars. The floor of this hall was approached by three wide steps continued round the three open sides, the fourth being closed by a wooden wall which entirely shut off the private apartment save for one central door over which hung a heavy curtain. The three steps were to provide sitting accommodation according to their rank for those admitted to the Astana. The middle of the floor on the night in question was covered by a large carpet, chairs were placed for us, and the rest of the guests sat on the steps of the dais. When we entered, we saw, seated on the carpet, 4 girls, 2 of them about 18 and 2 about 11 years old, all attractive according to Malay ideas of beauty, and all gorgeously and picturesquely clothed. On their heads they each wore a large and curious but very pretty ornament of delicate workmanship, a sort of square flower garden, where all the flowers were gold, trembling and glittering with every movement of the wearer. These ornaments were secured to the head by twisted cords of silver and gold. The girls' hair, combed down in a fringe, was cut in a perfect oval round their foreheads and very becomingly dressed behind. The bodices of their dresses were made of tight-fitting silk, leaving the neck and arms bare, whilst a white band of fine cambric, about 1.5 inches wide, passing round the neck, came down on the front of the bodice in the form of a V and was there fastened by a golden flower. Round their waists were belts fastened with large and curiously worked pinding or buckles of gold, so large that they reached quite across the waist. The rest of the costume consisted of a skirt of cloth of gold, not at all like the sarong, reaching to the ankles, while a scarf of the same material, fastened in its center to the waist buckle, hung down to the hem of the skirt. All 4 dancers were dressed alike, except that the older girls wore white silk bodices with a red and gold handkerchief, folded cornerwise, tied under the arms and knotted in front. The points of the handkerchief hung to the middle of the back. In the case of the 2 younger girls, the entire dress was of one material. On their arms, the dancers wore numbers of gold bangles, and their fingers were covered with diamond rings. In their ears were fastened the diamond buttons so much affected by Malays, and indeed now by Western ladies. Their feet, of course, were bare. We had ample time to minutely observe these details before the dance commenced, for when we came into the hall, the 4 girls were sitting down in the usual Eastern fashion on the carpet, bending forward, their elbows resting on their thighs, and hiding the sides of their faces, which were towards the audience, with fans made of crimson and gilt paper which sparkled in the light. On our entrance, the band struck up, and our special attention was called to the orchestra, as the instruments are seldom seen in the Malay Peninsula. There were 2 chief performers, one playing on a sort of harmonicon, the notes of which he struck with pieces of stick held in each hand. The other, with similar pieces of wood, played on inverted metal bowls. Both these performers seemed to have sufficiently hard work, but they played with the greatest spirit from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. The harmonicon is called by Malays chelimpong, and the inverted bowls, which give a pleasant and musical sound like the noise of rippling water, gambang. The other members of the orchestra consisted of a very small boy who played, with a very large and thick stick, on a gigantic gong, an old woman who beat a drum with 2 sticks, and several other boys who played on instruments like triangles called chanang. All these performers, we were told with much solemnity, were artists of the first order, masters and a mistress in their craft, and if vigor of execution counts for excellence, they proved the justice of the praise. The hall, of considerable size, capable of accommodating several hundreds of people, was only dimly lighted, but the fact that, while the audience was in semi-darkness, the light was concentrated on the performers added to the effect. Besides ourselves, I question whether there were more than 20 spectators, but sitting on the top of the dais, near to the dancers, it was hard to pierce the surrounding gloom. The orchestra was placed on the left of the entrance to the hall, that is, rather to the side and rather in the background, a position evidently chosen with due regard to the feelings of the audience. From the elaborate and vehement execution of the players, and the want of regular time in the music, I judged, and rightly, that we had entered as the overture began. During its performance, the dancers sat leaning forward, hiding their faces as I have described. But when it concluded, and without any break, the music changed into the regular rhythm for dancing, the 4 girls dropped their fans, raised their hands in the act of semba or homage, and then began the dance by swaying their bodies and slowly waving their arms and hands in the most graceful movements, making much and effective use, all the while of the scarf hanging from their belts. Gradually raising themselves from a sitting to a kneeling posture, acting in perfect accord in every motion, then rising to their feet, they floated through a series of figures hardly to be exceeded in grace and difficulty. Considering that the movements are essentially slow, the arms, hands, and body being the real performers, whilst the feet are scarcely noticed and for half the time not visible. They danced 5 or 6 dances, each lasting quite half an hour, with materially different figures and time in the music. All these dances, I was told, were symbolical. One of agriculture, with the tilling of the soil, the sowing of the seed, the reaping and winnowing of the grain, might easily have been guessed from the dancers' movements. But those of the audience whom I was near enough to question were, Malay-like, unable to give me much information. Attendants stood or sat near the dancers, and from time to time, as the girls tossed one thing on the floor, handed them another. Sometimes it was a fan or a mirror they held, sometimes a flower or small vessel, but oftener their hands were empty, as it is in the management of the fingers that the chief art of Malay dancers consists. The last dance, symbolical of war, was perhaps the best, the music being much faster, almost inspiriting, and the movements of the dancers more free and even abandoned. For the latter half of the dance, they each held a wand to represent a sword, bound with 3 rings of burnished gold which glittered in the light like precious stones. This notch, which began soberly like the others, grew to a wild revel until the dancers were, or pretended to be, possessed by the spirit of dancing, hantu menari as they called it. And leaving the hall for a moment to smear their fingers and faces with a fragrant oil, they returned, and the 2 eldest, striking at each other with their wands, seemed inclined to turn the symbolical into a real battle. They were, however, after some trouble, caught by 4 or 5 women and carried forcibly out of the hall, but not until their captors had been made to feel the weight of the magic wands. The 2 younger girls, who looked as if they too would like to be possessed, but did not know how to accomplish it, were easily caught and removed. The bands, whose strains had been increasing in wildness and in time, ceased playing on the removal of the dancers, and the notch, which had begun at 10 p.m., was over. The Raja, who had only appeared at 4 a.m., told me that one of the elder girls, when she became properly possessed, lived for months on nothing but flowers, a pretty and poetic conceit. As we left the Astana, and taking boat rowed slowly to the vessel waiting for us off the river's mouth, the rising sun was driving the fog from the numbers of lovely green islets that seemed to float like dew-drenched lotus leaves on the surface of the shallow stream. The religious origin of almost all Malay dances is still to be seen in the performance of such ritualistic observances as the burning of incense, the scattering of rice, and the invocation of the dance spirit according to certain set forms, the spirit being duly exorcised again or escorted homewards, as it is called, at the end of the performance. The dances which have best preserved the older ritual are precisely those which are the least often seen, such as the Gambar dance, Main Gambar, the Monkey dance, Main Birak, the Palm Blossom dance, Main Mayang, and the Fish Trap dance, Main Luka. These I will take in the order mentioned. The Gambar dance, lit. Gambar play should be performed by girls just entering upon womanhood. The debutante is attired in an attractive coat and skirt sarong, is girt about at the waist with a yellow royal sash, and is further provided with an elaborate headdress, crescent-shaped pendants, dako for the breast, and a fan. The only other necessary is the pleasure garden, taman bunga, which is represented by a large water jar containing a bunch of long sprays, from the ends of which are made to depend artificial flowers, fruit, and birds, the whole being intended to attract the spirit, hantu gambar. In addition, there is the usual circular tray, with its complement of sacrificial rice and incense. Everything being ready, the debutante lies down and is covered over with a sheet, and incense is burnt, the sacrificial rice sprinkled, and the invocation of the spirit is chanted by a woman to the accompaniment of the tambourines. Ere it has ended, if all goes well, the charm will have begun to work, the spirit descends, and the dance commences. At the end of this dance, as has already been said, the spirit is exorcised, that is, he is escorted back to the 7th heaven from whence he came. The invocations, which are used both at the commencement and the conclusion of the performance, consist of poems which belong unmistakably to the Panji cycle of stories. Here and there they contain old words which are still used in Java. The monkey dance is achieved by causing the monkey spirit to enter into a girl of some 10 years of age. She is first rocked to and fro in a Malay infant swinging cot, butyan, and fed with areca nut and salt pinang garam. When she is sufficiently dizzy or dazed, mabak, an invocation addressed to the monkey spirit, is chanted to tambourine accompaniments, and at its close the child commences to perform a dance, in the course of which she is said sometimes to achieve some extraordinary climbing feats which she could never have achieved unless possessed. When it is time for her to recover her senses, she is called upon by name, and if that fails to recall her, is bathed all over with coconut milk, air near hit. The foregoing does not, of course, in any way exhaust the list of Malay dances. Others will be found described in various parts of this book, amongst them the henna dance, at weddings, the medicine man's dance, as performed at the bedside of a sick person, the dance performed in honor of a dead tiger, theatrical dances, and many kinds of sword and dagger dances, or posture dances, such as the main bersilat or main berpenchak, whether performed for the diversion of the beholders or by way of defiance, as in war. The main dabis is a dance performed with a species of iron spits, whose upper ends are furnished with hoops upon which small iron rings are strung, and which accordingly give out a jingling noise when shaken. Two of these spits, bua dabis, are charmed to deaden their bite, and taken up, one in each hand, by the dancer, who shakes them at each step that he takes. When he is properly possessed, he drives the points of these spits through the muscle of each forearm and lets them hang down whilst he takes up a second pair. He then keeps all 4 spits jingling at once until the dance ceases. The point of each spit goes right through the muscle, but if skillfully done, draws no blood. We now come to a class of dances in which certain inanimate objects that are believed to be temporarily animated are the performers, and which therefore closely correspond to the performances of our own spiritualists. The palm blossom dance is a very curious exhibition, which I once saw performed in the Langet district of Selangor. 2 freshly gathered sheaves of areca palm blossom, each several feet in length, were deposited upon a new mat, near a tray containing a censer and the 3 kinds of sacrificial rice. The magician, Chiganti by name, commenced the performance by playing a prelude on his violin. Presently his wife, an aged Selangor woman, took some of the rice in her hand and commenced to chant the words of the invocation, she being almost immediately joined in the chant by a younger woman. Starting with the words, "Thus I brace up the palm blossom. Ku anjit mayang ku anjit," their voices rose higher and higher until the 7th stanza was reached, when the old woman covered the 2 sheaves of palm blossom with a Malay plaid skirt, sarong, and the usual 5 cubits of white cloth, folded double, both of which had of course first been fumigated. Then followed 7 more stanzas, borrow the hammer, borrow the anvil, and its companion verses, and rice having been thrown over one of the sheaves of palm blossom, its sheath was opened and the contents fumigated. Then the old woman took the newly fumigated sheaf between her hands, and the chant recommenced with the 3rd septet of stanzas. Dig up, the wild ginger plant, as the erect palm blossom swayed from side to side in time to the music. Finally the fiddles stopped and tambourines were substituted, and at this point the sheaf of blossom commenced to jump about on its stalk, as if it were indeed possessed, and eventually dashed itself upon the ground. After 1 or 2 repetitions of this performance, other persons present were invited to try it, and did so with varying success, which depended, I was told, upon the impressionability of their souls, as the palm blossom would not dance for anybody whose soul was not impressionable. Lemma Semingat. When the first blossom sheaf had been destroyed by the rough treatment which it had to undergo, the second was duly fumigated and introduced to the company, and finally the performance was brought to a close by the chanting of the stanzas, in which the spirit is requested to return to his own place. The 2 spoiled sheaves of blossom were then carried respectfully out of the house and laid on the ground beneath a banana tree. The dancing fish trap, main luka, is a spiritualistic performance in which a fish trap, luka, is substituted for the sheaf of palm blossom, and a different invocation is used. In other respects, there is very little difference between the 2. The fish trap is dressed up much in the same way as a scarecrow, so as to present a rough and ready resemblance to the human figure, i.e. it is dressed in a woman's coat and plaid skirt, sarong, both of which must, if possible, have been worn previously. A stick is run through it to serve as the arms of the figure, and a sterile coconut shell, tempurong jantan, clapped on the top to serve as a head. The invocation is then chanted in the same manner and to the same accompaniment as that used for the palm blossom. At its conclusion, the magician whispers, so to speak, into the fish trap's ear, bidding it not to disgrace him, but rise up and dance, and the fish trap presently commences to rock to and fro, and to leap about in a manner which of course proves it to be possessed by the spirit. 2 different specimens of the invocations used will be found in the appendix. Buffalo fights and cockfights. The Malays are passionately addicted to buffalo and cockfighting. Whole poems are devoted to enthusiastic descriptions of these sports of princes, and laws laid down for the latter as minute as those of the Hoylian Code. The bulls have been trained and medicined for months beforehand, with much careful tending, many strength-giving potions, and volumes of the old world charms, which put valor and courage into a beast. They stand at each end of a piece of grassy lawn, with their knots of admirers around them, descanting on their various points, and with the proud trainer, who is at once keeper and medicine man, holding them by the cord which is passed through their nose rings. Until you have seen the water buffalo stripped for the fight, it is impossible to conceive how handsome the ugly brute can look. One has been accustomed to see him with his neck bowed to the yoke he hates, and breaks whenever the opportunity offers, or else in the paddy fields. In the former case, he looks out of place and anachronism belonging to a prehistoric period, drawing a cart which seems also to date back to the days before the deluge. In the fields, the buffalo has usually a complete suit of gray mud, and during the quiet evening hour goggles at you through the clouds of flies which surround his flapping ears and brutal nose, the only parts that can be seen of him above the surface of the mud hole or the running water of the river. In both cases, he is unlovely, but in the bull ring he has something magnificent about him. His black coat has a gloss upon it which would not disgrace a London carriage horse, and which shows him to be in tip-top condition. His neck seems thicker and more powerful than that of any other animal, and it glistens with the chilly water, which has been poured over it in order to increase his excitement. His resolute shoulders, his straining quarters, each vying with the other for the prize for strength and his great girth, give a look of astonishing vigor and vitality to the animal. It is the head of the buffalo, however, which it is best to look at on these occasions. Its great spread of horns is very imposing, and the eyes, which are usually sleepy, cynically contemptuous and indifferent, or sullenly cruel, are for once full of life, anger, passion, and excitement. He stands there quivering and stamping, blowing great clouds of smoke from his mouth and nose. With his nostrils like pits full of blood to the brim, and with circles of red for his eye sockets' rim. The wild joy of battle is sending the blood boiling through the great arteries of the beast, and his accustomed lethargic existence is galvanized into a new fierce life. You can see that he is longing for the battle with an ardor that would have distanced that of a Quixote. And, for the first time, you begin to see something to admire even in the water buffalo. A crowd of Rajas, chiefs, and commoners are assembled, in their gaily colored garments, which always serve to give life and beauty to every Malay picture, with its setting of brilliant, never-fading green. The women in their gaudy silks and dainty veils glance coquettishly from behind the fenced enclosure which has been prepared for their protection, and where they are quite safe from injury. The young Rajas stalk about, examine the bulls, and give loud and contradictory orders as to the manner in which the fight is to be conducted. The keepers, fortunately, are so deafened by the row which everyone near them is making, that they are utterly incapable of following directions which they cannot hear. Malays love many people and many things, and one of the latter is the sound of their own voices. When they are excited and in the bull ring, they are always wild with excitement. They wax very noisy indeed, and as they all talk, and no one listens to what anyone else is saying, the green sward on which the combat is to take place speedily becomes a pandemonium, compared with which the Tower of Babel was a quiet corner in Sleepy Hollow. At last the word to begin is given, and the keepers of the buffaloes let out the lines made fast to the bulls' noses and lead their charges to the center of the green. The lines are crossed and then gradually drawn taut so that the bulls are soon facing one another. Then the knots are loosed and the cords slip from the nose rings. A dead silence falls upon the people, and for a moment the combatants eye one another. Then they rush together, forehead to forehead, with a mighty impact. A fresh roar rends the sky, the backers of each beast shrieking advice and encouragement to the bull which carries their money. After the first rush, the bulls no longer charge, but stand with interlaced horns, straining shoulders, and quivering quarters, bringing tremendous pressure to bear one upon the other, while each strives to get a grip with the point of its horns upon the neck, or cheeks, or face of its opponent. A buffalo's horn is not sharp, but the weight of the animal is enormous, and you must remember that the horns are driven with the whole of the brute's bulk for lever and sledgehammer. Such force as is exerted would be almost sufficient to push a crowbar through a stone wall, and, tough though they are, the hardest of old bull buffaloes is not proof against the terrible pressure brought to bear. The bulls show wonderful activity and skill in these fencing matches. Each beast gives way the instant that it is warned by the touch of the horn-tip that its opponent has found an opening, and woe betide the bull that puts its weight into a stab which the other has time to elude. In the flick of an ayaz, the Malay phrase has its advantage is taken of the blunder. And before the bull has time to recover its lost balance, its opponent has found an opening and has wedged its horn point into the neck or cheek. When at last a firm grip has been won, and the horn has been driven into the yielding flesh, as far as the struggles of its opponent render possible, the stabber makes his great effort. Pulling his hind legs well under him, and straightening his forelegs to the utmost extent, till the skin is drawn taut over the projecting bosses of bone at the shoulders, and the knots of muscle stand out like cordage on a crate, he lifts his opponent. His head is skewed on one side, so that the horn on which his adversary is hooked is raised to the highest level possible, and his massive neck strains and quivers with the tremendous effort. If the stab is sufficiently low down, say in the neck or under the cheekbone, the wounded bull is often lifted clean off his forefeet, and hangs there helpless and motionless, while a man might count a score. The exertion of lifting, however, is too great to admit of its being continued for any length of time, and as soon as the wounded buffalo regains its power of motion, that is to say, as soon as its forefeet are again on the ground, it speedily releases itself from its adversary's horn. Then, since the latter is often spent by the extraordinary effort which has been made, it frequently happens that it is stabbed and lifted in its turn before balance has been completely recovered. Once, and only once, have I seen a bull succeed in throwing his opponent after he had lifted it off its feet. The vanquished bull turned over on its back before it succeeded in regaining its feet, but the victor was itself too used up to more than make a ghost of a stab at the exposed stomach of its adversary. This throw is still spoken of in Pahang as the most marvelous example of skill and strength which has ever been called forth within living memory by any of these contests. As the stabs follow one another, to the sound of the clicking of the horns and the mighty blowing and snorting of the breathless bulls, lift succeeds lift with amazing rapidity. The green turf is stamped into mud by the great hoofs of the laboring brutes, and at length one bull owns himself to be beaten. Down goes his head, that sure sign of exhaustion, and in a moment he has turned round and is off on a bee-line, hotly pursued by the victor. The chase is never a long one, as the conqueror always abandons it at the end of a few hundred yards, but while it lasts, it is fast and furious, and woe betide the man who finds himself in the way of either of the excited animals. Mr. Kipling has told us all about the law of the jungle, which, after all, is only the code of man, adapted to the use of the beasts by Mr. Rudyard Kipling, but those who know the ways of buffaloes are aware that they possess one very well-recognized law. This is, thou shalt not commit trespass. Every buffalo bull has its own ground, and into this no other bull willingly comes. If he is brought there to do battle, he fights with very little heart, and is easily vanquished by an opponent of half his strength and bulk who happens to be fighting on his own land. When bulls are equally matched, they are taken to fight on neutral ground. When they are badly matched, the land owned by the weaker is selected for the scene of the contest. All these fights are brutal, and in time they will, we trust, be made illegal. To pass a prohibitionary regulation, however, without the full consent of the chiefs and people of Pahang, would be a distinct breach of the understanding on which British protection was accepted by them. The government is pledged not to interfere with native customs, and the sports in which animals are engaged are among the most cherished institutions of the people of Pahang. To fully appreciate the light in which any interference with these things would be viewed by the native population, it is necessary to put oneself in the position of a keen member of the Quorn, who saw Parliament making hunting illegal, on the grounds that the sufferings inflicted on the fox rendered it an inhuman pastime. As I have said in a former chapter, the natives of Pahang are, in their own way, very keen sportsmen indeed, and when all is said and done, it is doubtful whether hunting is not more cruel than anything which takes place in a Malay cockpit or bull ring. The longer the run, the better the sport, and more intense and prolonged the agony of the fox that strives to run for his life, even when he is so stiff with exertion that he can do little more than roll along. All of us have, at one time or another, experienced in nightmares the agony of attempting to fly from some pursuing phantom when our limbs refuse to serve us. This, I fancy, is much what a fox suffers, only his pains are intensified by the grimness of stern reality. If he stops, he loses his life, therefore he rolls and flounders, and creeps along when every movement has become a fresh torture. The cock, quail, dove, bull, ram, or fish, on the other hand, fights because it is his nature to do so, and when he has had his fill, he stops. His pluck, his pride, and his hatred of defeat alone urge him to continue the contest. He is never driven by the relentless whip of stern, inexorable necessity. This it is which makes fights between animals that are properly conducted less cruel than one is apt to imagine. I will now pass to the subject of cockfighting, of which the following vivid description is also taken from Mr. Clifford's In Court and Kampong. In the archipelago, and on the west coast of the peninsula, cockfights are conducted in the manner known to the Malays as bertaji, the birds being armed with long artificial spurs, sharp as razors, and curved like a Malay woman's eyebrow. These weapons make cruel wounds and cause the death of one or other of the combatants almost before the sport has well begun. To the Malay of the east coast, this form of cockfighting is regarded as stupid and unsportsmanlike, an opinion which I fully share. It is the marvelous pluck and endurance of the birds that lend an interest to a cockfight qualities, which are in no way required if the birds are armed with weapons other than those with which they are furnished by nature. A cockfight between two well-known birds is a serious affair in Pahang. The rival qualities of the combatants have furnished food for endless discussion for weeks or even months before, and every one of standing has visited and examined the cocks, and has made a book upon the event. On the day fixed for the fight, a crowd collects before the palace, and some of the king's youths set up the cockpit, which is a ring about 3 feet in diameter, enclosed by canvas walls, supported on stakes driven into the ground. Presently the juara, or cockfighters, appear, each carrying his bird under his left arm. They enter the cockpit, squat down, and begin pulling at and shampooing the legs and wings of their birds in the manner which Malays believe loosen the muscles and get the reefs out of the cock's limbs. Then the word is given to start the fight, and the birds, released, fly straight at one another, striking with their spurs and sending feathers flying in all directions. This lasts for perhaps 3 minutes, when the cocks begin to lose their wind, and the fight is carried on as much with their beaks as with their spurs. Each bird tries to get its head under its opponent's wing, running forward to strike at the back of its antagonist's head as soon as its own emerges from under its temporary shelter. This is varied by an occasional blow with the spurs, and the Malays herald each stroke with loud cries of approval. Bassa, bassa, thou hast wetted him, thou hast drawn blood. Ah, idu daya, that is it, that is a good one. Ah, sakit la idu. Ah, that was a nasty one. And the birds are exhorted to make fresh efforts, amid occasional bursts of the shrill chorus of yells, called sarak, their backers cheering them on and crying to them by name. Presently time is called, the watch being a small section of coconut in which a hole has been bored, that is set floating on the surface of a jar of water, until it gradually becomes filled and sinks. At the word, each cockfighter seizes his bird, drenches it with water, cleans out with a feather the phlegm which has collected in its throat, and shampoos its legs and body. Then, at the given word, the birds are again released, and they fly at one another with renewed energy. They lose their wind more speedily this time, and thereafter they pursue the tactics already described until time is again called. When some 10 rounds have been fought, and both the birds are beginning to show signs of distress, the interest of the contest reaches its height, for the fight is at an end if either bird raises its back feathers in a peculiar manner, by which cocks declare themselves to be vanquished. Early in the 10th round, the right eyeball of one cock is broken, and shortly after, the left eye is bunged up, so that for the time it is blind. Nevertheless, it refuses to throw up the sponge, and fights on gallantly to the end of the round, taking terrible punishment, and doing but little harm to its opponent. One cannot but be full of pity and admiration for the brave bird, which thus gives so marvelous an example of its pluck and endurance. At last time is called, and the cockfighter who is in charge of the blinded bird, after examining it carefully, asks for a needle and thread, and the swollen lower lid of the still uninjured eyeball is sewn to the piece of membrane on the bird's cheek, and its sight is thus once more partially restored. Again time is called, and the birds resume their contest, the cock with the injured eye repaying its adversary so handsomely for the punishment which it had received in the previous round, that, before the coconut shell is half full of water, its opponent has surrendered, and has immediately been snatched up by the keeper in charge of it. The victorious bird, draggled and woebegone, with great patches of red flesh showing through its wet plumage, with the membrane of its face and its short gills and combs swollen and bloody, with one eye put out, and the other only kept open by the thread attached to its eyelid, yet makes shift to strut, with staggering gait, across the cockpit, and to notify its victory by giving vent to a lamentable ghost of a crow. Then it is carried off, followed by an admiring, gesticulating, vociferous crowd, to be elaborately tended and nursed, as befits so gallant a bird. The beauty of the sport is that either bird can stop fighting at any moment. They are never forced to continue the conflict if once they have declared themselves defeated, and the only real element of cruelty is thus removed. The birds in fighting follow the instinct which nature has implanted in them, and their marvelous courage and endurance surpass anything to be found in any other animals, human or otherwise, with which I am acquainted. Most birds fight more or less from the little fierce quail to the sucking doves which ignorant Europeans, before their illusions have been dispelled by a sojourn in the East, are accustomed to regard as the emblems of peace and purity. But no bird or beast or fish or human being fights so well, or takes such pleasure in the fierce joy of battle, as does a plucky, lanky, ugly, hard-bit old fighting cock. The Malays regard these birds with immense respect and value their fighting cocks next to their children. A few years ago, a boy, who was in charge of a cock which belonged to a Roger of my acquaintance, accidentally pulled some feathers from the bird's tail. "What did you do that for, devil?" cried the Raja. "It was not done on purpose, unco," said the boy. "Thou art marvellous clever at repartee," quoth the prince, and so saying he lifted a billet of wood, which chanced to be lying near at hand, and smote the boy on the head so that he died. "That will teach my people to have a care how they use my fighting cocks," said the Raja, and that was his servant's epitaph. "It is a mere boyish prank," said the father of the young Raja when the matter was reported to him, "and, moreover, it is well that he should slay one or two with his own hand, else how should men learn to fear him?" And there the matter ended. But it should be borne in mind that the fighting cock of a Malay prince is not to be lightly trifled with. Of the form of cockfighting, practiced on the west coast of the peninsula, Newbold writes, "The following is a specimen from a Malay Ms. on the subject, commencing with remarks on the various breeds of this noble bird. The best breeds of gamecocks are the Biring, the Jalak, the Tedung, the Chenanton, the Iju, the Pilas, the Bonkas, the Sioux, the Balurong, and the Krabu. The color of the Biring is red, with yellow feet and beak. The Jalak is white mixed with black, with yellow feet, and beak also yellow mixed with black. The Tedung has black eyes and legs, red and black plumage, and a black beak. It is named from a sort of serpent, whose bite is accounted mortal. The Chenanton has white feathers, feet, and beak. The Iju has a greenish-black beak, feathers black mixed with white, legs green. The Pilas has a black beak, red and black feathers, legs white mixed with black. The Bonkas has a yellow beak, white feathers and yellow feet. The Sioux has a white beak with white spots, plumage white and black, legs white with black spots. The Balurong has a white beak with red spots, plumage red, white feet. The Krabu has a red beak mixed with yellow, red feathers, and yellow feet. There are two kinds of spurs. First, the galak in the form of a straight knife known by this name and in use with the Malays, and secondly, the taji bangkok or curved spur. The last is most in vogue. There are various modes of tying on the spur, viz. Salik or below the natural spur, kumbar on a level with it, pangong above the spur, sa ibutangan a thumb's breadth below the knee joint, sa kalingking a little finger's breadth, and is bulu close to the feathers under the knee, jankir upon the little toe, saw one kang on the middle toe, birching comma tying the three large toes together with the spur. This is the most advantageous. Galak binding the little toe and the toe on the left with the spur. Galak di batang below the natural spur. It is necessary to observe that the Malays generally use one spur, though two spurs are sometimes given to match a weaker against a stronger bird. 1. The winner takes the dead bird. 2. If a drawn battle, 3, each takes his own. 3. No person but the holder shall interfere with the cocks after they have been once set to, even if one of them run away, except by the permission of the juara or setter to. Should any person do so, and the cock eventually win the battle, the owners shall be entitled to half the stakes only. 4. Should one of the cocks run away, and the wounded one pursue it, both birds shall be caught and held by their juaras. Should the runaway cock refuse to peck at its adversary 3 times, the wings shall be twined over the back, and it shall be put on the ground for its adversary to peck at. Should he too refuse, after it has been 3 times presented, it is a sri or drawn battle. The cock that pecks wins. 5. The stakes on both sides must be forthcoming and deposited on the spot. 6. A cock shall not be taken up unless the spur be broken, even by the juaras. When a cock has won, his disposition changes. A cock is called chema when he chooses round grains of paddy, or fights with his shadow, or spurs or pecks at people. The Malays believe in the influence of certain periods in the day over the breeds of cocks. They will not bet upon a bird with black plumage that is matched against one with yellow and white at the period Cutica miswara, nor against a black one set to with a white one at the period Cutica kala. Cutica sri is favorable in this case for the white-feathered bird. Cutica brahma is propitious to a red cock matched against a light gray, and Cutica vishnu for a green cock. I once witnessed a grand contest between 2 Malayan states at the breaking up of the Ramadan fast. Most of the cockfighters presented themselves at the galongan or cockpit with a gamecock under each arm. The birds were not trimmed as in England, but fought in full feather. The spurs used on this occasion were about 2.5 inches long, in shape like the blade of a scythe, and were sharpened on the spot by means of a fine whetstone. Large gashes were inflicted by these murderous instruments, and it rarely happened that both cocks survived the battle. Cocks of the same color are seldom matched. The weight is adjusted by the setters, to passing them to and from each other's hands as they sit facing each other in the galongan. Should there be any difference, it is brought down to an equality by the spur being fixed so many scales higher on the leg of the heavier cock, or according to rules adverted to, as deemed fair by both parties. One spur only is used, and is generally fastened near the natural spur on the inside of the left leg. In adjusting these preliminaries, the professional skill of the setters, too, is called into action, and much time is taken up in grave deliberation, which often terminates in wrangling. The birds, after various methods of irritating them have been practiced, are then set to. During the continuance of the battle, the excitement and interest taken by the Malays in the barbarous exhibition is vividly depicted in their animated looks and gestures, everything they possess in the world being often staked on the issue. The breed of cocks on the peninsula more resembles the game fowl of England than the large, lanky breed known in Europe under the term Malay. Great attention is paid by natives to the breed and feeding of gamecocks. Games. Gambling of various descriptions, both with dice and with cards, is much in vogue. These, as well as the po table, have been introduced by the Chinese, who are even greater adepts than the Malays in all that relates to this pernicious vice. Saparaga is a game resembling football, played by 10 or 20 youths and men who stand in a circle, keeping up a hollow rattan ball in the air, which is passed to and fro by the action of the knees and feet, the object being to prevent the ball from touching the ground. It is frequently, however, taken at the rebound. The awkwardness of novices occasions great merriment. The sangheta is a game implicating broken heads, but properly speaking, is a Roman 6-at-armies mode of arbitration in matters of dispute between 2 sucus or tribes. A certain number of men from each tribe turn out and pelt each other with sticks and logs of wood until one of the parties gives in. The victors in this petty tourney are presumed to have the right on their side. The Malays are remarkably attached to singing reciprocal pantans, stanzas comprising 4 alternate rhyming lines, of which notice has been taken elsewhere. Poetical contests in the bucolic style are often carried on to a great length by means of pantans. To music, Malays are passionately devoted, particularly to that of the violin. They evince a good ear and great readiness in committing to memory even European airs. A voyage or journey of any length is seldom undertaken by the better classes without a minstrel. Taki-taki are riddles and enigmas, to the propounding and solving of which the females and educated classes of the people are much inclined. The games played by children are tujo lobeng, punting, chimply ketchel krat, cubo, etc. Of all minor games, top spinning and kite flying are perhaps the most popular. The kites are called layang layang, which means a swallow, but are sometimes of great size, one which was brought to me at Langet measuring some 6 feet in height by about 7 feet between the tips of the wings. The peculiarity of the Malay kite is that it presents a convex, instead of a concave, surface to the wind, and that no tail is required, the kite being steadied by means of a beak which projects forward at the top of the framework. They are also usually provided with a thin, horizontal slip of bamboo dengong stretched tightly behind the beak and which hums loudly in the wind. They are of a great number of different but well-recognized patterns, such as the fighting dragons, Naga Berwang, the crescent Sahari Bulan, the eagle Rajawali, the bird of paradise Cendrawasih, and so forth. A small kind of roughly made kite is, as is well known, used at Singapore for fishing purposes, but I have never yet met with any instance of their being used ceremonially, though it is quite certain that grown-ups will fly them with quite as much zest as children. Top spinning, again, is a favorite pastime among the Malays and is played by old and young of all ranks with the same eagerness. The most usual form of top is not unlike the English peg top, but has a shorter peg. It is spun in the same way and with the same object as our own peg top, the object being to split the top of one's opponent. Teetotums are also used, and I have seen in Selangor a species of bamboo humming top, but was told that it was copied from a humming top used by the Chinese. The game of chess, which has been introduced from Arabia, is played in almost precisely the same manner as among Europeans, but the queen, instead of being placed upon her own color, is stationed at the right hand of the king. In the Malay game, the king, if he has not been checked, can be castled, but over one space only, not over two, as in the English game. The king may also, before he is checked or moved from his own square, move once like a knight, either to left or right, and he may also, if he has not moved or been checked, move once over 2 vacant squares instead of 1. The following are the names of the pieces: Raja the king, Mentri minister, the queen, Terror or Tor the castle, Gaja elephant, the bishop, Kuda horse, the knight, Bidak the pawns. Main Chongkak, again, is a game played with a board, Papan Chongkak, consisting of a boat-shaped block. In the top of this block, where the boat's deck would be, are sunk a double row of holes, the rows containing 8 holes each, and 2 more holes are added, 1 at each end. Each of the 8 holes in both rows is filled at starting with 8 buagorek, the buagorek being the fruit of a common tree, also called kalichi in Malacca. There are usually 2 players who pick the buagorek out of the holes in turn and deposit them in the next hole according to certain fixed rules of numerical combination. A solitary buagorek, wherever it is found, being put back and compelled to recommence its journey down the board. A similar game is, I believe, known in many parts of the East, and was formerly much played even by Malay slaves, who used to make the double row of holes in the ground when no board was obtainable. The Malay game of draughts, main dam, is played, I believe, in exactly the same manner as the English game. Backgammon main table, on the other hand, is played in 2 different ways. The tiger game, main rimau, or tiger and goat game, main rimau camming, is a game which has a distinct resemblance to our own fox and goose, there being usually 4 tigers to a dozen of the goats. Cards. Cards are called kertas sakapong. The Malays are fond of card games, but few Europeans have taken the trouble to understand or describe them. The late Sir W. E. Maxwell contributed the following description of Don Tiga, lay to the notes and queries of the Journal of the Straits Asiatic Society. It refers to the game in question as played in Perak. Hearts Leko, King Raja Diamonds Retin, Queen Bandahara Clubs Kalalewer, Knave Pekka Spades Sakapong, Ace Sat. To shuffle Kiat Mengiat, to deal Membawa, to cut Karat, to sweep the board make everyone pay Menjalong. 3 cards are dealt out to each player. The highest hand counting by pips is that which contains the greatest number of pips after the 10s are deducted. Thus a knave, 10, and 9 is a good hand. The best hand is 3 aces, Sat Tiga. The next best is 3 court cards, Kuda Nate Kuda. The next is 9. The next is 8. All these 4 hands are known as terrace. A hand of 3 threes is really a good hand, being 9, but it is considered a propitiation of good luck to throw it down without exposing it, and announce that one is Buddha in the hopes of getting good luck afterwards. Each player makes 2 stakes kapala and ekar. They may be of equal value, or the ekar may be of greater value than the kapala. The kapala must not be of greater value than the ekar. That is called tul kayujung, tul equals barat. Or there may be a single stake only, which is called padal. Betting between players is called sarang, or tui, or sarang tui. A pool tui tenga. The ekar stake is only paid to the dealer if he holds one of the hands called terrace, and if a smaller hand is held by a player, then the dealer takes both kapala and ekar, menjalong. A player who holds 30 exactly, except when he has 3 court cards, kuta, is said to be out buta. Anyone except the player on the right of the dealer may cut. The player who cuts looks at the bottom card of those that he lifts, and if he thinks it is a lucky cut, he accepts it and puts down the card he has lifted penjarat. The dealer then puts the rest of the pack on top of the cut, and in his turn lifts a portion of the pack pengangkat and looks at the bottom card. There are all sorts of names for different cards and combinations of cards of various degrees of luck, and these are quoted by the cutterer and dealer, each declaring his confidence in the luck coming to him by reason of the cutting or lifting of a particular card. 5 of clubs, tiang ampet penghulu chelong, chukup dengan gambalania. 9 of diamonds, bunga kachang raja butaman. 10 of clubs, gagak sakawan raja dehilir singa makan pedending masak. Masak pun lalu muta pun lalu. Ace of diamonds if cut, buntut crease raja bendahara do. If the hands of the dealer, anak yadim jalan sarang. Sadu pun tidek merabahia. 2 of diamonds, semat jinting chi amat pelak. 2 of hearts, batting jambin. 6 is an unlucky card, don anam jahanam. 9 of hearts, hari panas cubing burire. A player does not hastily look at his 3 cards and learn his fate at once, but he prolongs the excitement by holding his cards tight together and looking alternately at the outside ones, and last of all at the middle one, sliding out the latter between the 2 others little by little. Thus it is left uncertain for some time whether a card is an 8 or a 7, a 9 or a 10. A man to whom a court card, an 8, and an ace is dealt, if the 8 is in the middle, on finding that he has 11 by the 2 outside ones, says, for instance, handak kaki tiga, and then commences to slide out the middle card, hoping that it is going to be an 8, or at all events a 7 3 pips on each side. This particular hand is called lang siput because it is certain to carry off something. A man who has just held a winning hand will say, in expressing a hope of continued good luck, temen handak pisang sarabu, suda sabatting pula. The plantain called sarabu is one which puts out fruit from every stem of the perdu about the same time, or one immediately after another. The following account of card games as played in Selangor was compiled some years ago by the writer. The names of the cards used in Selangor are these: hearts, lekak or penka; diamonds, reten redim or chiduk; clubs, kalaur or kelalur; spades, dayangkling or sakapong; king, raja, queen, pro or nyanya; knave, pekak or hamba; ace, sat; to shuffle, bancha or mengal; to deal, membagi; to cut, krat; to sweep the board, marilong or menglong; to pay all round, mendator chinke; a picture or court card, angkang or kuta; a 3, jalar e.g. 2 3s, dua jalar; a card, ordinary, don a sequence, jilik, don sajilik. The 3 most important card games are 1 main sakapong, 2 main chabat, 3 main tiga, lay, or pako. 1 in the game called sakapong, all cards from 2 to 6 are cast out, and 5 cards are dealt out to each of the players, who may be from 2 to 4 in number. A player leads, tirunkin the card, and the next player has either to follow suit, tirunkin don sagaji, or throw down a card, turning it over suzupkin. If the next player is able to follow suit, whoever plays the highest card of the suit wins. If each player wins a trick, it is declared drawn esrai, and in this case all stakes are returned. 2 main chabat is a species of vingtetun, and is played with either 21 or 31 points. If 21 points only is the game, court cards are not counted, but if the game is 31 points, they are also added in. 2 cards are dealt by the dealer, purdy, to each player, who draws chabat, fresh cards from the bottom of the pack in his turn, and gets as near as possible to 31. If he thinks he cannot safely draw another card, e.g. after 26 pips are in his hand, he passes, which is called bilit ketchel if he stops at 26, 27, or 28, and bilit basar if he stops at 29 or 30. If he obtains exactly 31 pips, he is said to enter the points, masak mata, but no player can draw more than 7 cards, and if he has, after drawing to the full limit, still failed to obtain as many pips as he wants, he is said to enter the pack, Masak Dawn. I may add that the first 2 cards are called lunas or keels, and this may be of various kinds, e.g. 1 lunas nikah, i.e. Angkong Dengen Sat, a court card and an ace. 2. Catching Derending de Tugulkan, i.e. 2 aces, a very convenient hand as the aces may be reckoned as either 1 or 11 as occasion may require 3. Lunas Saglabet or Sagaji Ampat, Bilaz, i.e. Angkong Dengen Don Ampat, court card and 4. 4. Lunas Duajalar, 2 threes, 5. Ace and 2, which is the best of all. In playing Chabat or casting out, the 10s should be thrown away, Dibwang Don Pulo. When 2 players have the same number of pips e.g. 9 and 9 or 8, and 8 the coincidence is described in the words Jumpa di Jalan, Diadu, Kala, di Chabat Mati. To be bluffed is called Kina Ranjau, wounded by a caltrip. And again, when a player has obtained, let us say, 26 pips with 6 cards, and so has only one more chance and is afraid to risk it, his position is ridiculed in the phrase Sanepak Ulu Klang, a jest of obviously local coinage. The phrase Tenga Tiang, half-mast, again, is applied to 25 pips held irrespective of the number of cards, and if more than 31 are obtained, the player is said to be out Mati or Masak Peering. 3 Don Tiga, Lay or Paco is played here as follows. 3 cards are dealt by the dealer to each player, and the winner is he who holds the greatest number of pips, with certain exceptions. Don Tiru's the best hand is 3 aces, Tiga Sat, the next is 3 threes, Tiga Jalar, the next is 3 tens, Tiga Pulo, the next is 3 court cards, Tiga Angkong or Tiga Kuta. Of other hands the best is a remainder of 9 pips left after deducting 10 from a hand of 19 pips. The next is a remainder of 8 pips, and so on. A hand of 3 threes, it will be observed, is the second best hand in Selinger, whereas in Perak, according to Sir W. E. Maxwell, it is thrown away as the worst. The stakes, which are deposited in 2 heaps by each player, are here called kapala or head, and buntut or eker, the tail, respectively, the kapala being generally, though perhaps not always, greater than the eker in Selinger, instead of the reverse. The latter can only be lost when a player sweeps the board. A single stake, again, is padal or occasionally tool, but bertui is applied to betting between players, and sarong or takang means to put down a stake before your rival replies with a counter stake, birdheben or tapa. A player who holds 30 exactly is not out here e.g. He may hold a court card and 2 tens. To look at the bottom card is menengo, angkatan. Sir W. E. Maxwell gives a number of names and phrases applied to particular cards and combinations of cards, to which I may add 2 nines and a 2 china k mengandar iyer, an 8 and an ace making 9, with a court card, or a 10 and 2 9 sembaleng berteler, 2 court cards and a 9 perak hari nak siang, the 4 of any sutyang jamban lebai ali. The explanation of handak kaki tiga, as applied to an 8, appears to be that the 8 has 3 pips on each side. It is also called barisi sabila. Minta peno, I ask for a full one means I want a 9, and minta tombek, I ask for a lance, I want 2 pips or 3 as the case may be. Besides the above, there are miniature or bijou cards cheki, e.g. Cheki dua bilas, cheki lima bilas and tan or baratin don sambalan, etc., the don cheki being distinguished by their borders, e.g. iu kuching, iu nyanya, iu panjang, iu merik basar, iu kasat. And again gapit karang, gapit rintek, gapit lichen babai, bobby rintek, bobby puset, bobby lichen, cow mera, cow bulet, cow lichen, layer rintek, layer pitus, layer lichen. 6 to 7 people play these games. A sort of whist is also played from time to time under the name of main trup. At this game a trick is called saputi, to sweep the board is pukal tani, and the players who get no tricks at all are said to be sold up, kinakat. Children's games. I will now give some specimens of the games I have seen played by children. Throwing the flower across, champak bunga sabila, is a game which I have seen thus played by boys. A handkerchief was twisted up, like a rope from corner to corner, folded in half, and then tied together at the ends. 2 couples stood facing one another at a few yards distance, and at a given signal one of the boys in each couple took his companion up onto his shoulders. The two who were mounted threw the handkerchief across to each other and back again by turns. When the one failed to catch it, both riders dismounted and offered backs to their late mounts, who thus became riders and threw the handkerchief in their turn. Each time, however, that a catch was made, both parties crossed over. When 3 catches were made in unbroken succession, folkloric, the riders had the privilege of being carried across 3 times before recommencing play. I should add that a coin was tossed up at the outset of the game to decide who were to start as the riders and who were to be the ridden. Main Cecil, or Kachokyu, bears a strong family resemblance to our own hen and chickens. When I witnessed it, a big boy played the paterfamilias with a string of children at his back, each of whom was holding on to the one in front of him. Presently, a cakeseller presented himself, and the following conversation ensued. Paterfamilias, Ada Q, have you any cake? Cakeseller Ada, I have. PF Bule aku bilai, can I buy some? C Bule, yes. Here the cakeseller hands a ball of earth to paterfamilias, who passes it down the line of children to the youngest child at the end of the row. The conversation then recommenced. Cakeseller aku minta duit, I want my money. PF duit tiada anak kunchai tinggal di jamban, I have got no money, I have mislaid the key. Kalau mahu ambil budek ambil yang dibilakang, if you wish to take one of my children, take the last. Here a desperate effort was made by the poor cakeseller to dodge past paterfamilias and get at the boy, whom he eventually succeeded in carrying off. Main Tull is a game somewhat resembling our own Puss in the Corner, but with only one home. The home consisted of a stake planted upright, and the first puss, Orang Tull, was selected by a species of divination depending upon repetition of the same formula as is used to select the blind man in Blind Man's Buff, Main China Buta. There was, as I have said, only one home in this game, from which the players sallied forth to taunt the Orang Tull, and which they were obliged to touch in order to save themselves when closely pursued. Main Saladang, Wild Bull Game, is an excellent game for children with the shoeless feet of the East. A wild bull, having been selected by repetition of the Ping Hilling formula, went upon all fours and entered into the following conversation between himself and one of the other players specially selected for the purpose. The latter opened negotiations with the clearly noncommittal, if not very lucid remark, Tam Tam Kull, to which the bull replied, Buet apaguna bakal, what are you going to do with your basket? Boy Mengasi Erang, to hold charcoal. Bull Buet apaguna Erang, what will you do with the charcoal? Boy Menimpa or Masak Lemming, I shall forge a spear. Bull Buet apaguna Lemming, what use will you make of the spear? Boy Menikam Saladang, to stab a bull with. Bull who is getting excited, Buet apaguna ditikam, what use will it be to stab him? Boy Mengambil Hatinaya, to get his heart. Bull who is now fairly savage, Buet apaguna Hatinaya, what use will you make of his heart? Boy Buet Santup Rajamuta, get the crown prince to partake of it. The bull at the end of this baiting was ready to charge anybody and everything, and did accordingly run at the rest of the players, kicking out with all his might at anybody who came near. As he had to move on all fours, he could not go very fast, and the other players took advantage of this to bait him still further by slapping him on the back and jumping over him. Whenever they came near enough, he lashed out with his heels, and when he succeeded in kicking another player below the knee, the latter became a bull in his turn. Much agility is displayed in this game, which is thoroughly enjoyed by the players. Blind Man's Buff, Main China Buta, or Blind Chinaman, is played in exactly the same manner as our own Blind Man's Buff, one of the party, with bandaged eyes, being required to catch anyone who comes near him. The first blind man at the commencement of the game is chosen as follows. The intending players sit down together in a close circle, each of them putting down the tips of their forefingers in the center of the circle. Then somebody who is not playing taps each of them on the head in turn, repeating at each tap a word of the following formula: Ping Hilling Pada Paku Plate equals Pirang. Disappear Break Nail Dalam Biling Ch Hari Aku Within Chamber equals Bilek. Search for me Ping Da Ning Da Got Clear. Got Hilling Disappear. The meaning of this formula, as is the case with so many nursery rhymes, is very obscure, several words being unintelligible or at least doubtful. It is, however, the regular formula used for such games and is quite common. Chan Chan Siku Rimbat is a game which I saw played in Selangor as follows. The intending players stood in a row, looking straight in front of them, but with their hands behind their backs, whilst another boy, who had a piece of wood in his hand, walked down the line touching their hands and counting as he went the words of the following refrain. Chan Chan Siku Rimbat Bualaludi be lacking the fruit, or ball, is passing behind you mata pejem tangan lihat your eyes are closed, but your hand sees. Siapa cepet daya melimpat whoever is nimble, let him take the leap. The fruit, or piece of wood, as the case may be, was left in the palm of one of the boys, and as soon as the reciter came to the end of the rhyme, the boy with the token had to jump out of the ranks before he was stopped by the boys on each side of him, each of whom suddenly stretched out his legs for the purpose of tripping up the runaway. When they touched him, he lost his turn, but if he succeeded in getting clear without being touched, he obtained the privilege of going to the other end of the ground and calling any boy he chose out of the ranks to carry him back again, at the invitation of the late spokesman. On his return, he was stopped in front of the ranks with the challenge. Q dating de mana, whence do you come? A dating de Bali. I come from Bali. Q apadibawa, what do you bring? A bawa Qali. I bring a cooking pot. Q Sayapa Nakoda, who is the master of the vessel? A Nakoda Chi Ali. Chi Ali is the master. Q Mana Sampan Tunda, where is the boat you were towing? A Putus Talai. Parted from the rope. Q Mana Pa, where is your pass? In reply to this last question, the pass, i.e. the fruit or piece of wood, was shown and both boys rejoined the ranks, whereupon the game recommenced de capo. Hantu Musang, or the polecat fiend, is a game in which a boy sits down between two others with a cloth thrown over his head, the ends of which are twisted up, like rope ends, by the two boys on each side of him. The cloth fits his head like a cap, with a long end at the back and in front. First, the boy in front pulls his end of the cloth, and then the boy at the back pulls his end, thus causing the boy between them to rock to and fro. This treatment is continued for some time, while they repeat the following rhyme. Chalk jelachok, golly golly ubai, a digging tapioca mana keu bangkok wherever there is knotted timber desidu musang jadi. There the polecat breeds, chang gilachang, sarek bunga lada scatter, pepper blossom. Dating Hantu Musang the polecat fiend has arrived I am saker tiada, and not a fowl is left. As soon as this rhyme is finished, the two outside boys make off as fast as they can, pursued by the polecat, who is allowed to give a really good bite, in the arm, to the first person he overtakes. Main Tungle. This game I saw played with 4 boys aside. A boy was selected to represent the tungle or stump and took up his position at a little distance, about halfway between the two parties as they stood facing each other a few yards apart. Up to the stump, tungle, a boy from each of the sides alternately ran and whispered the name of a boy belonging to the opposite party. This whispering was continued until the names of the 2 boys selected happened to agree, the tungle then making a gesture, at which the boys of one of the sides crossed over and carried back on their shoulders the boys belonging to the opposite side. Kuching, the cat game, was a mere guessing game. The guesser, or witness, saxi, stood at a little distance with his face turned away whilst another boy was selected to play puss, and yet another boy was permitted to twitch him on the ear or wherever else he might prefer. Then the witness was told to turn round, and going up to the cat, he made his guess. Sorak Sorak is merely the Malay equivalent of our hide-and-seek, with the exception that whereas hide-and-seek may be played by day as well as by night, the game of Sorak Sorak should properly be played at night alone. Main Gala Panjang. A square of ground is marked out into 4 quarters by a cross, as in the accompanying figure, and on it a game not unlike our own Tom Tiddler's ground is played by 3 players on each side. The name means the long pole game. Another child's game is called Sainbang and is played as follows. 2 players sit down on the floor facing each other and chant the following rhyme, one of them lightly touching the other's left arm in time to the music. Sainbang Sainbu Sainbang. Sainbu, Kuala Sambao at the mouth of the river. Sambao Eugen Bunut in the drizzling rain Mandi Kadong bathes the Kadong, Sentak Pelok Twitch and embrace Tangan Tuan Putri the princess's hand. The well-known game called Sapu Sapu, Ringan I have seen played as follows. two players sit down on the floor opposite each other, with their legs stretched out straight in front of them and their hands in their laps, and join in singing these lines. Sapu-sapu baringan, brush, brush the banyan tree, kadamban dayang, a pile of oars lies stacked. Dating chi aji lebai, here comes chi aji lebai bawa buya kudong. Bringing a maimed crocodile, kudong kaki, kudong tangan, maimed in foot and maimed in hand tiada bule burpulangan. It can't go home again. Here both players double up one leg under them as they sit. Then they repeat the lines just quoted, doubling up the left leg at the end of the recital. Then they close the fists and pile them one on each other, the lowest resting on one of the players' knees, and say, Pong along, Karanting riang, crick, sing, the crickets, Kedapong kebalak, Miniac Arab, Miniac sapi, Arabian oil and ghee, Pecha teller sabiji. Here's one egg broken. Here the lowest fist is flattened out. In the same way, each of the four eggs, i.e. fists, is broken till the top is reached, when the four hands are moved up and down on the left knee of one of the players as the chant recommences. Piram pisang. The plantain masak sabiji digongong bari, the fruit bat seizes a ripe one, bawa lari, and takes it away terbang la daya, as off he flies. Here both players raise their hands above their heads, then one player commences to rock to and fro, with arms now folded, the other holding him or her by the arms and crying, Goyang pa ponger swing, Father ponger mati akar. Father ponger, the climbing rattan, is dead. See, Ali ka padding, see, Ali's gone to the plain, Tuduncan dawn sheltered by the leaves, Sahari ta makan, with nothing to eat for a day, ta makan satahan. Nothing to eat for a year. Here they hook their little fingers together, and rock their bodies to and fro, singing. Angkyanke piriak. The cooking pot piriak dari Jawa, the cooking pot from Java, dating wa, see bagak, here comes Uncle Bagak bawakedem seker. Bringing a crab, chepang masak air, a dish, to put water in, chepang masak api, a dish, to put fire in, o nenek, o granny, rumakita nak runto, our house is tumbling down, re, rum. Finally they sit still with hands clasped on knees, and sing. Nuria, tali timba, ku the rope of my bucket, nak nimba lubak dalam, to draw water from a deep hole, dalam sama tenga, right in the middle of it, saput awan tali mega. Veiled by the clouds, looking up at the welkin. Of minor children's games the following may be mentioned. 1. Tuju, not tujo, lobang, which appears to be identifiable with koba, and which is played by throwing coins as near as possible to a hole or holes in the ground. 2. Chimplek, which is a sort of heads and tails game, heads being called chapping and tails sim. 3. Porak, which consists in kicking, with the side of the foot, a small coconut shell, with the object of hitting a similar shell a few yards off. This game appears to be identical with what is called main gayao in Selangor, in which, however, a fruit or seed called buagandu is substituted for the coconut shell and propelled by the big toe of the player's foot. 4. Main seremban, which is played with cockleshells by 2 girls at a time, each player taking 20 cockleshells, kilit kerang into her lap. Each player in turn has to toss up one of the cockleshells and catch, simultaneously snatching a fresh shell from the heap. If the girl who is playing fails in either task, she loses to her opponent. Theatrical exhibitions. The Malay drama, taking the word in its widest sense as comprising every kind of theatrical exhibition, includes performances of several different types, which derive their origin from various distinct sources. Most of them bear some traces of their foreign extraction, and though they have been much modified by the Malays, and are now quite naturalized in the peninsula, it is pretty clear that the greater part have been borrowed from India, Siam, China, and possibly other countries. It is noteworthy that many, perhaps most, of the plots represented in these performances owe their origin to the old classical Indian epics, and especially to the story of the Ramayana, which has been handed down traditionally, much modified by local coloring, in Java and Siam as well as in the Malay Peninsula. It is not within the scope of this work to give anything like a full description of these different kinds of dramatic representations, but it is desirable to give some account of the ritual which accompanies them, and the ideas and superstitions which they seem to involve. The most important of the ceremonies which relate to the Malay theater is that of inaugurating or opening, as it is called, a site for the performance. The following is an account by Mr. Hugh Clifford of the performance of this ceremony. When one of these companies arrives at a place where it intends to open, it erects a small, square shed, open at all four sides but carefully roofed in and with a handrail running round it about 2 feet from the ground. This shed is called a bangsal, and the space which its sides enclose is termed pangong. Before the play begins, the ceremony called buka pangong, which has for its object the invocation and propitiation of certain spirits, is gone through. The ceremony, which is a curious one, is performed in the following manner. The company having entered the shed and taken their seats, a brazier is placed in front of the pawang, or medicine man, who is also the head of the theatrical troupe. In this brazier precious woods and spices are burned, and while the incense ascends, the pawang intones the following incantation, the other members of the troupe repeating each sentence in chorus as he concludes it. Peace be unto thee, whose mother is from the earth, and whose father has ascended to the heavens. Smite not the male and female actors, and the old and young buffoons with thy cruelty, nor yet with the curse of poverty. Oh, do not threaten with punishment the members of this company, for I come not hither to vie with thee in wisdom or skill or talent. Not such is my desire in coming hither. If I come unto this place, I do so placing my faith in all the people, my masters who own this village. Therefore suffer not anyone to oppress, or envy, or do a mischief unto all the body of male and female actors, together with the young and old buffoons, and the minstrels and bridegroom, together with Sri Gemaro, Sri Berdingong. Oh, suffer them not to be hurt or destroyed, injured or maimed. Let not the male or female actors be contused or battered, and let them not be injured or maimed. Let them not be afflicted with headache, nor with undue physical heat, nor yet with throbbing pains or with shooting aches. Oh, let them not be injured by collisions like unto ships, the bows of which are telescoped, nor afflicted with excessive voiding. Suffer them not to vomit freely, nor to be overcome by heavy weariness or fatigue or weakness. I ask that thou wilt suffer them to be as they have been accustomed to be in former times, and to feel cool and fresh like unto the snake, the chintamani. Peace be unto thee, O Blackawang, who art king of the earth. Be not startled nor deranged, and be not offended, for thou art wont to wander in the veins of the ground, and to take thy rest in the portals of the earth. I come not hither to vie with thee in wisdom, for I only place my trust in thee, and would surrender myself wholly into thy hands. And I beg thee to retire but 3 paces from the 4 corners of our shed, and that thou shalt refrain from wandering hither and thither. For under thy care I place the male and female actors, and all the buffoons, both young and old, together with all the musicians and the bridegrooms. I place them under thy care, and do not oppress or envy them, neither suffer evil to befall them, do not strike against them as thou passest by. I place them under thy charge, together with the actors and actresses, the musicians and bridegrooms, the buffoons, both young and old, also the spectators and the owners of this house and compound. Suffer them not to be afflicted with headaches, throbbing pains, nor yet with shooting pains, nor yet with toothache, nor with itchings and skin irritations, nor with burning sensations. For I pray that they may be suffered to get cool and refreshed like unto the snake, the chintamani. The pawang here scatters parched rice, stained with saffron in every direction, and chants the following incantation the while. Peace be unto thee. I am about to move from within this enclosure 4 paces in each direction of the 4 corners of the universe. O ye holy ones who are present in this place, within the space of these 4 paces, towards the 4 extremities of the universe, be not startled nor deranged, do not remove to a distance, and be not angry or wrathful. For thy servant cometh not hither to vie with ye in wisdom within this thy territory and village. Your servant cometh to satisfy the desires of all the people who own this place, and your servant desires to abandon himself unto ye, his guardians, the holy ones of this place, and thus presuming he asks pardon of ye, and would commend to your care himself, and the actors and actresses, O grandsires, ye holy ones of this place. And in like manner would he commend unto ye the musicians and the bridegrooms, the buffoons, both old and young. And he prays ye not to show envy towards them, nor yet to oppress them, nor do them any injury, suffer them not to be destroyed or injured. And he entreats thee, his grandsires, and all your many imps, to refrain from striking against them as ye pass by them, neither to address them, nor to pinch or nip them, and let not your youths, O grandsires, remove our means of livelihood. And your servant prays ye to refrain from destroying or damaging, injuring or hurting the whole company of the Mayong, and suffer them to be cool and refreshed like unto the snake, the Chintamani. Peace be unto thee. I am about to remove from thee my grandsire, who art styled Pitara Guru, the original teacher, who art from the beginning, and who art incarnate from thy birth. Teacher who dwellest as a hermit in the recesses of the moon, and who practisest thy magic arts in the womb of the sun. Teacher of mine, whose coat is wrought of green beads, whose blood is white, who hast stumps for bones, the hairs of whose body are turned the wrong way, and the veins of whose body are adamant, whose neck is black, whose tongue is fluent, whose spittle is brine. Oh, because thou, my grandsire, art a man of magic, whose prayers are answered, whose desires come to pass, do not, O grandsire, show cruelty or afflict with poverty or with punishment any of the actors or actresses, the musicians and bridegrooms, and the buffoons both young and old. And I pray thee, O grandsire, to stretch forth thy feet the feet at which I prostrate myself, and thy hands the hands which I take in salutation. And I beg from thee, O grandsire, the white charm antidote, the medong bersila, cause to descend upon me 3 drops thereof together with thy magic, O grandsire. I wish to sprinkle therewith all the actors and actresses, the buffoons both young and old, together with all the musicians and bridegrooms, and suffer them not to be destroyed or injured, and let them not be laid open or exposed to any evil influence. I pray thee not to suffer them to be injured, maimed, or battered. And now I will arouse all the actors and actresses from within the 7 chambers of the 7 palaces, the 7 pavilions, the palaces which are on high, the palaces which were from the beginning, which in the beginning came into being in their entirety. I am about to open the portals of the 7 chambers of the 7 palaces. I am about to open the closed doors from the exterior, even unto the inner portals of the 7 chambers of the 7 palaces. Let them be opened together with the gates of lusts and passion, together with the gate of desire and faith, together with the gates of longing and supreme desire. The longing which lasts from dawn unto dawn, which causes food to cease to satisfy, and renders sleep uneasy, which remembering causes to remember unceasingly, hearing to hear, seeing to see. I will awake all from the exterior, even unto the inner chambers of the 7 apartments of the 7 palaces. Remain not plunged in slumber, but awake. One and all awake and hear my tidings and my words. Awake and hearken unto my words, for they vanish not, neither are my senses slumbering, nor is my memory a blank. Awake, O actors and actresses, and await one upon another. Awake, O buffoons, together awake. Awake, ye drummers, together awake. Awake, ye gong-smiters, together awake. Awake, ye bridegrooms, together awake. Be not removed far from your means of livelihood, nor destroyed or injured. Oh, suffer them not to be hurt or damaged, all this company of actors and actresses, all this company of players who sit within this shed. When this incantation is finished, the player, whose turn it is to begin the performance, prostrates himself before the hurbab, or large Malay fiddle, washes his face in some imaginary essence which the gong is supposed to contain, and then arises and begins to act his part. A similar ceremony was witnessed in 1897 by Mr. Everard Fielding and the present writer at the back of the bungalow at Jugra, in Selangor. The object of the ceremony was to drive away evil spirits from the spot where the performance was to take place, and the performers were a little band of players from Penang who had settled in the neighborhood and had planted their holdings with Liberian coffee. The pawang or magician in this instance was a Malay named Chi Hussein, who acted as clown, and subsequently wrote out at my request rough transcripts of more than a dozen of the plays acted by his company. A big mat or mats having been laid upon the ground in a spot carefully selected for the purpose, 4 corner posts were planted, and a big awning or ceiling cloth, langet, stretched between them. The square space between the posts was then fenced off by carrying a couple of cords round it horizontally from post to post, one at the height of 2 and the other about 5 feet above the ground. From these cords were suspended various ornamental objects made of plaited strips of coconut leaf, fashioned into rough resemblances of animals, birds, fruit, and flowers, a few bananas being added at intervals, these latter serving as light refreshments for the players whenever they felt so minded. Stems of banana trees with their leaves fastened at each post made the structure complete, and the general effect, enhanced by the bright costumes of the performers, was extremely picturesque, and, as it was intended to be, extremely rural. A tray with the usual brazier of incense and small bowls of rice variously prepared was then brought in, and all the instruments, though not necessarily the players, being in their places, the ceremony commenced as follows. First came the lagu peminggil, or invocation, a peculiar air performed on the instruments and accompanied by the pawang. The latter heaped incense on a brazier in front of him, and waved in the incense first the fiddle, rebob, and then the masks, wooden daggers, and other properties of the company, until they were well fumigated. He next lighted 3 tapers, which he charmed and took between the closed palms of his hands, held in front of him, with the fingers straight and the thumbs crossed. He then proceeded to wave these tapers, pointing them first to the right, then in front of him, and finally to the left, and then distributed the tapers, putting the first on the rebob, and the second on the big gong, and the third on the edge of a brazen ring in front of the place where he is sitting. He now reached for the betel leaf box, which should be close by, and dipping the tip of his finger into the moist lime which it contained, smeared the metal all round with it, and made the sign of the cross inside the ring. Next he shrouded his head with a black cloth, and taking a handful of rice in his closed fist held it in the incense, sprinkled some of it over the brazier, and charmed it, holding it close to his mouth. Then he suddenly scattered it first to the right, then in front, and lastly to the left, the scattering being in each case accompanied by a single boom of the big gong. The distribution of the rice being completed, he took 4 chews of betel and handed one to each of the 2 drummers, juru jendeng. The third he threw on to the top of the ceiling cloth, or roof in the case of a shed, bumbong bangsal, and the fourth he buried underneath the bottom mat. With his head still shrouded, he now placed the tip of his right thumb within the metal ring, in the very center of the cross, called the heart of the earth, Pusat Bumi or Hadi Tana, and pressing downwards with it, worked it round to the left and back again repeatedly whilst he recited the necessary charm. After this he leaned in turn on the upper end of each of the drums, which he inclined over the brazier and charmed, concluding in each case with 3 loud taps on the drum which he was charming, each tap being accompanied by similar taps on the other 2 drums. Finally, the pawang put the flageolet serenade to his lips, and the other instruments accompanied him in the performance of the tune called tabo. As has already been observed, the performances at these theatrical exhibitions are of several distinct kinds, and vary considerably in different places. The joget, a kind of dramatic and symbolical dance, has been described under the head of dances. The mayang is a theatrical performance which includes both dancing or posturing, as Europeans would be tempted to call it, and singing. It is generally performed by traveling companies of professional actors and actresses who go on tour and perform either at the houses of Rajas or other persons of some social standing, or before the general public in some public place. Just as the dances of the joget are supposed to be symbolical of different actions and ideas, and are accompanied by appropriate music, so in the mayang there is quite a long list of tunes, each of which is considered to be appropriate to a particular action, or to some one or more of the dramatis personae. In fact, one may almost say that we have here, in principle, the rude germ of the Wagnerian leitmotif. Thus, when one of the performers is supposed to be sent to sleep, the lagu leger raiden is the one used in the representation of a death, the lagu Mario. When a character is supposed to be entering the jungle, the lagu Samsam. When anyone sits down, the lagu Patani Tua. Similarly, the lagu Paya, the lagu Dang Dondang Lanjet Keta, and the lagu Sendeong Dualapis Putri are appropriated to the princess, Putri, one of the stock characters of this species of play, while other tunes can be used only by the princess and the Raja or principal male character, Payang. And others, again, are employed indifferently to accompany any of the parts, whether prince, princess, clown piran, or maid, inang. The costumes of the performers in the various kinds of dramatic exhibitions vary, of course, with the subject matter of the representation. The clown's masks and the forest demon, Hantahuten, of which illustrations are given, will serve as specimens to indicate the nature of some of the accessories in use. A fairly full list of their Malay names will be found in the classification given below. The mayang is perhaps the most typical form of Malay theatrical representations, But another very characteristic performance is the shadow play, properly termed wayang, a name that has been loosely extended to cover theatrical exhibitions in general. The show is called wayang kulit, or leather puppets. It is exhibited in a rough shed, which has a flooring raised about 3 feet from the ground. The building is usually 20 feet square and enclosed on 3 sides, the front alone being open. Across this opening, a white sheet is stretched on which the shadows of the puppets are thrown and seen through by the audience. The latter sit or stand in the open air. The show seems to be of Hindu origin, if we may judge from the strong resemblance the figures bear to the representations of gods and goddesses worshipped by the Hindus of India. It is probably obtained from Java. The figures are made of buffalo hide, and the arms alone are movable. They are moved by slips of wood attached to them, which are very clumsily contrived, and as their shadows are seen with the puppets, the effect is very much destroyed. Various scenes of a domestic nature are exhibited, and they take the shape of a play, but with no definite plot running through or connecting the different scenes. The following is a specimen. An old man appears weeping for a long-lost son and moves to and fro for some time bewailing his loss. The showman speaks each figure's part and alters the tone of his voice to suit the age of the speaker. A second figure comes on, representing a young man armed with a creese, who endeavors to pick a quarrel with the first comer. And the conversation is witty and characteristic, eliciting roars of laughter from the lookers-on. A fight ensues, and the old man is wounded. He falls and cries out that were he a young man, or if his lost son were present, his adversary should not thus triumph over him. In his conversation, he happens to mention his son's name. The young man intimates that his name is the same, an explanation ensues, and it ends by the old man discovering in his late adversary his long-lost son. The old fellow weeps and laughs alternately, caresses his son frequently, and declares they shall never part again. The scene ends by the youth shedding tears over his late inhuman conduct, and he finally walks off with the old gentleman on his back. The conversation is carried on solely in the Malayan dialect. Warlike scenes please most. A warrior comes on the stage and challenges his invisible enemy to mortal combat. Suddenly another figure comes on at the opposite side, and a desperate fight ensues, which lasts for a very long time and ends in one of the combatants being killed. Occasionally, a battle in which 10 or 12 figures join takes place, and for hours will the Malays look on at such scenes. The show concludes with an exhibition of various animals: deer, horses, tigers, crocodiles, etc., also birds and fishes. The figures are perforated to represent the eyes, shape of the dress, etc. At the back of the shed, concealed by the sheet, sit the musicians, who keep up an incessant din on drums and cymbals. The puppets for these shadow plays are usually cut out of deerskin, not buffalo hide, and it is worth remarking that they are all considered to be more or less animated. A stringent propitiatory ceremony has to be performed in their honor, incense being burnt and rice scattered about, just as in the mayang ceremony already described. The present writer, while in Selangor, bought from a Kelantan Malay named Chi, Abaz, a performer of shadow plays, his entire stock in trade, including not only his musical instruments, amongst which were some curious drums called jedu and jedambak, but also his candle with its shade, the rice used for the ceremony, and his entire stock of shadow pictures, all of which are now in the Cambridge Museum. The following classification of the more important kinds of theatrical performances, which was drawn up for the present writer by Chi Hussein of Penang, the actor of whom mention has already been made, may be of interest, and will serve to indicate briefly their several characteristic features, though it does not profess to be absolutely exhaustive. Classification of theatrical performances known to Malays of the Peninsula. Name of instruments. Dress. No. Of place of names of stories performance performance represented and reputed etc. place of origin. 1 lekan or jendang besar headdress to 200 indoors with esrai rama dualakan ketagong gambang kecabang chawat in courses proper scenery matahari sendrong and sayam. 2 bilas kramang sayap all females and dresses prakjusan, or mangmang layang except the masks, anak ayam sabak bimpao sap musicians, brang swang jilang serene cherek. Jilang kana equals kina, change salawar. 2 Menjura Jedambak Jedu, same as in the about 10 to outdoors, no Esrai Rama lak Siam. Sarane Cherek Lekan, good scenery. Kenawin Timan Muta Mong Brang performers, Iprat Prakjusan Anak Ayam, but not all male, Pran Bun, Sendrong Jendeng, Rabab, or including the Dua Matahari Gong. Princess, 3 Mayang Rabab Yang headdress, Tanjak to 20, 15 outdoors, no Duasri Rama Dua Siam. Bitua Jendeng Saputangan, Jirak is the scenery which Muta Dua Pech, 2 Gong 2 Jempa Sabak Bimpo average, is however Gambar Lilin Badak Jedambak 2 Jilang Change both male and described by the Pude Siamong Jila, Jedu 1 Salawar Sarong female. Performers. Raja Gondeng Gaja Birang 1, Baju Topeng Pran. Pangong and Dang Daru Bijak Mong 2, Lenget Leksana, Raja Muta Sarane 1, Anak are all that is Samapaya Pran Ayam 2, Cherik required. Bun Timan Muta Laktan 20. Kenawin Iprat Putri Duablas Duabisnu Salong Sakti Putri Bangsu Megat Jembeng Sultan Ketchel Bangsu Dialam Bangsu Ketchel Esrai Alam Bujing Limpawi 4 Wayang Kun Gong Jendeng same as in the to 40 indoors, no same as in the Siam. Kramong Anak Ayam Lekan except that both male and scenery. Lekan, Birang the Ketchabong is not female, Gambang Duabilas used but a sort of sarane, but not ornamental sample or cherek or rabab. Songko with artificial flowers, different airs Jirak Jempa. Females lagu from those wear jambangan, a used in the lekan. Made-up headdress, also sambak, sap swang, chawat salawar, but not jilang or change. 5 Mek Mulong same as in the to 15, outdoors, a malam bangsu, a wang siam. Mayang but the mayang. Males and pangong as in salamat, rabana is used females. The mayang instead of the rabab, jendang and birang. 6 Bangsoan by Allah Kachepi Persian into 50 all indoors, Lela Mijnan, Sap Parsi Indra Jendang dull character. Males except 7-fold Langat Jaffrey, Raja Jelapam, Sabar Gong, etc. as in or 3 Langat and etc. Persia. The Mendu, females. Tabir, wires are used in some performances to enable performers impersonating duas, etc. to fly. 7 Mendu Jendang dull, same as in the to 50 indoors. The Seifu El Yazan, Sidi, Pontianak. Gong Wayang China, i.e. Malays acting same rough Zubeda, Ken Birang, Chinese and Malay scenery as in Tabohan. Abdul Biola Ketchupi character. Abaju stories but Chinese Muluk Bistamam piano or Arjun Terate a small in Chinese theaters, their Mara Karma i.e. Concertina jacket without dress. Both are small Bidasari, Dua Mendu Sam Dine Chinese, sleeves, headdress. Male in theaters for the Di Negri Lankajura, resembling the Makota, Bulu female. Menduet etc. most if not Rabab, Charan Quang, beard and Singapore all being warlike symbols and whiskers. Palawan's Penang and themes, Jendang Singa, are distinguished by Malaka, a ko-sa decoration on the forehead. Socks are worn 8 weighing Maka the same as in the Chinese into 50 indoors. Sidi Zubida and China. Mendu, character, male and also Chinese female. Subjects, 9 weighing Kulit various, according to the indoors. Chekel Wanam Padi, Java but nationality Jarang Kalina, Missa the stories represented. Perbujaya, Misar Kayamang, Lalit Javanese, Hijau, Kaling Malay, Bongkeng, Panji Siamese and Samarang, Kra Amas Chinese. Iran Kasuma, etc. War and weapons. Such charms as might be used in time of war, or in case of danger from wild beasts or other enemies, are partly what may be called defensive and partly offensive in character. The Malays who use them pray, on the one hand, for a supernatural appearance wherewith to scare their enemies and protect themselves, and on the other for supernatural powers to assist in the destruction of their foes. Thus, one of their charms runs, "Let me face the 7 suns, but let not my enemies face me. Ha, I am a tiger and thou art a dog." The use of such charms is supplemented in various ways. Thus a champion, Pinglama, will sometimes draw a line in front of him, which he believes his enemy will be unable to pass. This is done by simply scraping the ground with the right foot and threatening the foe with a dire curse if he attempts to cross it. Push and you die, step across and your leg shall break. I apply the charm of the line called the swollen corpse. According to another method of gaining martial vigor and immunity in fighting, you take a wick as long as the short span between your thumb and first finger, Sajenkel Telenjok. And after passing it over your body upwards, Dinaken thrice, Take it between your two hands and try, and turn it round while you repeat the charm. The ceremony must take place at the time of full moon, and if you do not succeed in turning it the first time, you can try again at the next full moon, and so on up to 3 full moons. At night, if you succeed, you will, according to the Malay account, see the vision of a man, a sign, it is to be supposed, that the charm has been effectual and that the prayer has been heard. The charm begins as follows. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, may this nerve of stone pierce stone and split stone, pierce planks and go right through them, pierce water and dry it up, pierce the earth and make a hole in it, pierce the grass and wither it, pierce mountains and cause them to fall, pierce the heavens that they may fall, etc. The charm concludes with the following magnificent boast. Of iron am I, and of copper is my frame, and my name is Tiger of God. In a somewhat similar charm, a warrior prays that he may be fenced with hellfire up to the eyes, and another expresses the wish that his enemies may be ground to powder like tin ore after washing. In actual warfare, a number of rules are laid down, the observance of which is supposed to be necessary in order to achieve success. As in several other pursuits, there is, of course, a taboo language of war, basa pantang pirang, of which the following are examples. Dagger kairis equals pisau lit. Knife, bullet pelaru senapang equals kambang pude lit. White beetle, ball of swivel gun pelaru lela equals kambang hitam lit. Black beetle, stockade kubu equals batting melantang lit. Transverse trunk or ballet melantang, cannon miriam equals batting kabu kabu lit. Cotton tree trunk or batting bulo lit. Trunk of bamboo, cannonball equals buanir lit. Coconut. When a man is out in the wars, his pillows and sleeping mat at home have to be kept rolled up. If anyone else were to use them, the absent warrior's courage would fail, and disaster would befall him. Tertentula kachau hadi tuanaya yangdi pirang idu, dating lamara. His wife and children must not have their hair cut, ta bule padang rambat atau barandam during his absence, nor may he himself. Strict chastity must be observed in a stockade, or the bullets of the garrison will lose their power, pelaru jinak di kubunaya. And it is also forbidden to abuse or mock at the enemy, or even at their weapons. Bullets are frequently, if not always, charmed before being used, and their efficacy is supposed to be increased thereby. The Orang Kaya Palawan, a chief of some local notoriety in recent times, claimed to be invulnerable kebal to the extent that nothing but a silver bullet would hurt him. The following legendary tale illustrates a somewhat similar idea. The assailant, one Magat Tarawees, an unknown warrior who had joined the Sultan's investing army, had 4 bullets, on each of which were inscribed the words, "This is the son of the concubine of the Raja of Pagarayang. His name is Magat Tarawees. Wherever his bullet falls, he will become a chief." Magat Tarawees leveled his matchlock and fired, and his bullet struck Tan Sabin's leg. The skin was hardly broken, and the bullet fell to the ground at the chief's feet. But on taking it up and reading the inscription, he knew that he had received his death wound. He retired to his house, and after ordering his flag to be hauled down, dispatched a messenger to the opposite camp to call the warrior whose name he had read on the bullet. Inquiries for Magat Tarawees were fruitless at first, for no one knew the name. At length he declared himself and went across the river with Tan Sabin's messenger, who brought him into the presence of the dying man. The latter said to him, "Magat Tarawees, thou art my son in this world and the next, and my property is thine. I likewise give thee my daughter in marriage, and do thou serve the Raja faithfully in my place, and not be rebellious as I have been." Tan Sabin then sued for the Sultan's pardon, which was granted to him, and the marriage of his daughter with Magat Tarawees was permitted to take place. Then Tan Sabin died, and was buried with all the honors due to a Malay chief. The national and favorite weapon of the Malays is the kairis, a short dagger usually with an undulating or wavy blade set in a handle of peculiarly carved pattern, as to the probable origin of which some allusion has already been made, and furnished with a sheath which is generally of wood and quite plain, but sometimes of metal chased, hammered, and set with gems in the most elaborate and lavish style. The blade is quite different in appearance from the steel or iron blades to which we are accustomed, being prepared in a peculiar way by a process of damasking, which produces a variety of designs on the roughened surface. To the shape of these designs, much importance is attached, as will appear from the following passage extracted from Newbold's British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca. Translation of Malayan Ms. on creases and process of damasking. Facile eye on the palmer, or damasking of creases. If the damasking of a crease only reach within a finger's breadth of the point, and if it reach the edge, it is inauspicious for combat. Should the damask not be even with the point, a stab made with such a kriss would err, but if even, then the crease will never deviate, although its possessor lose strength to thrust. Still, by the grace of God, it will hit the mark should he cast it at his adversary. If it be damasked on both sides, it is good, but not so should the damask be separated at intervals. If the damask on the point be that of Aleph Basar, a damask running in the shape of the Arabian letter Aleph, the crease is good for combat, but it is not lucky to wear such a weapon while trading, nor one in which the damask runs from the pancle, the stem which runs into the handle, to the tali. If it possess the Aleph damask near the handle, the middle, and point, it is very auspicious for commercial transactions. Men cannot resist the force of the possessor's arguments. Should it be worn whilst planting, the crop will be fruitful. The possessor will be irresistible in fight, nor can any person thwart his wishes. If the crease, called tua, have the pamer cutilang, or the bird's eye damask, at its point and stem, it becomes entitled to the appellation manicam de ujungala, the ruby at the end of the pole. The possessor of such a crease is most lucky. If the damask be that of batu ampar, and reach to the ganja, the lower part of the blade immediately above the ikat tali, it ensures the safety of the wearer. Facile Roman 2, on the blade of the crease. If the blade of the crease be split in the direction of the tali tali, the silk and rattan appendage by which the crease is fastened in the girdle, you cannot return an adversary's thrust with it. If the bedala be cracked to the ikat tali, or bottom welt, it is not auspicious. Should the point of the crease be split, it is a sign that it requires blood. If this want be not gratified, the possessor becomes sick. Facile Roman 3, on the batik or cendric. If the blade of the batik be damasked all over to its edge, it is lucky to wear while trading or dividing property. If the back bear the damask aleph, it is also good for trading with, or for combat, by God's assistance. If the blade have the pamer gunung or mountain damask, it softens the hearts of men, and is good for trading and warlike excursions. If the lines of damask be of equal breadth from the pancle to the tali, and straight, it is auspicious. Should the belly of the blade be veined, it is lucky to trade, and good for making a stab with, as the possessor's antagonist will not be able to return the thrust. If the damask be that called pamerkite, or the damask like a hook, it is auspicious. Should the back of the blade be damasked and streaked, it is good, and also, if it has the pamer balanga in one or two places only, and on its back. If the damask run waving from the top to the bottom of the back, it is very auspicious. How to damask creases: place on the blade a mixture of boiled rice, sulfur, and salt beat together, first taking the precaution to cover the edges of the weapon with a thin coat of virgin wax. After this has remained on 7 days, the damask will have risen to the surface. Take the composition off, and immerse the blade in the water of a young coconut or the juice of a pineapple for 7 days longer, and wash it well with the juice of a sour lemon. After the rust has been cleared away, rub it with Warangan arsenic, dissolved in lime juice, wash it well with spring water, dry, and anoint it with coconut oil. Facile Roman 4, measurement of creases. Measure the crease with a string below its aring, a jutting out of the blade near its bottom to its point. Cut the string and fold it trebly, cut off one of the trebles, and with the remaining 2 measure up the blade of the crease, then make a mark how far the string reaches. Measure the blade across at this mark, and find how many times its breadth is contained in 2/3 of its length. Cut the string into as many pieces. These form the sloka, or measure, of which the crease consists. If none of the string remain over, the blade is perfect. If a minute portion remain, it is less perfect. But if half the breadth remain, or more, it is chalaka, unlucky. Newbold adds, the creases most preferred are those of the kinds termed simpana, charita, and sapakal. The crease panjang is worn generally by the Malayan aristocracy and bridegrooms. I have seen some beautiful specimens of this weapon in Rumbo, worn by the chiefs of that state. The blades resembled that of a long, keen poniard of Damascus steel, the handles of ebony, covered with flowered gold, and sheaths richly ornamented with the same metal. they are used in the execution of criminals. Malays do not prize their krises entirely by the quantity of gold with which they may be inlaid, but more for their accurate proportions agreeably to the measurement which is laid down in their treatises on this subject. The damask on the blade, the antiquity and a certain lucky quality that they may possess either from accurate proportions, the damask, the having shed human blood, or from supernatural endowment, like the famous sword Excalibur. This property is termed bitua, which signifies literally exempt from accident, invulnerable. The reverse is termed chalaka, ill-omened. They believe the bitua in some cases imparts invulnerability to the possessor of such a kris, which is handed down as an heirloom from father to son and honored as something divine. The kris is, as with the Javanese, an indispensable article in dress on particular occasions, and there are numerous regulations regarding the wearing of it. The Undang Malacca contains strict injunctions, which are observed to this day, against a person of inferior birth wearing a kris ornamented with gold. Besides the mode above described, several other methods of measuring the kris are also in vogue. They differ in various matters of detail and will be found in the appendix. The measurement of one-edged weapons is effected as follows. Measure the length of the weapon from hilt to point, and fold the string so measured in two. Measure off this half length from the hilt, and see how often the breadth of the blade is contained in the whole length of the string. Each time, however, that the edge is reached, the string must be marked or dented, and the long end wrapped round and round the blade, so that the measurement of each breadth is consecutive to the preceding breadth, the portion of the string which is stretched across the back of the blade not being counted. This method is called ukur mata sabila, and is used by Sumatran Malays, especially in Minangkabau. Spearheads can also be measured. Measure off the length of the spearhead and fold the string in two. See how often the breadth is contained in the half of the string. If the blade is a good one, it must be 5.5 times tenga anam. This is called ukur orang perak or ukur tenga anam. Another superstition connected with weapons is described as follows by Sir Frank Swettenham. It illustrates the magic powers attributed to the pawang in so many departments of nature and life, but does not seem to have any special object or meaning. Great many Malays and 1 or 2 Europeans may be found who profess to have seen water drawn from a kris. The modus operandi is simple. The pawang, I dare not call him conjurer, works with bare arms to show there is no deception. He takes the kris, yours, if you prefer it, from its wooden handle, and holding the steel point downwards in his left hand, he recites a short incantation to the effect that he knows all about iron and where it comes from, and that it must obey his orders. He then with the thumb and first 2 fingers of his right hand proceeds to gently squeeze the steel, moving his fingers up and down the blade. After a little while, a few drops of water fall from the point of the kris, and these drops quickly develop into a stream that will fill a cup. The pawang will then hand round the blade and tell you to bend it. This you will find no difficulty in doing, but by making 2 or 3 passes over the kris, the pawang can render it again so hard that it cannot be bent. The only drawback to this trick or miracle is that the process ruins the temper of the steel, and a kris that has been thus treated is useless. The subject of this section, more perhaps than any of the others, has lost its former importance and become almost a matter of merely historical interest. In the Malay Peninsula, at least in the states which are under British protection, offensive weapons are seldom worn nowadays except on state occasions and for purely ceremonial purposes, and warfare, it may be hoped, is now a thing of the past. In spite of the halo of romance thrown round it in native writings, Malay warfare in modern times, at least, has never been anything but the barest and most bloodthirsty piracy by sea and the merest bushwhacking and stockade fighting on land. Its final suppression, even if in some degree it should involve a slackening of fiber in the Malay character, is not a matter for regret. With it will disappear much of the curious lore that surrounded it, and indeed a good deal of it must have been lost already. Little has been said here of the methods of divination used in warfare, which take up so much space in Malay treatises on the subject. Success in war is held to depend on a great number of minute observances, and to be capable of being foretold by careful attention to omens and signs. But the divination applied in warfare does not seem to differ in principle from that which is used in all the other avocations of life, and a sufficient idea of its nature will be gathered from the account given in the next section. Divination and the Black Art. Omens and Dreams. The significance of ominous signs and dreams is a subject which possesses vast ramifications, extending so deeply into every department of the Malay national life that it will be impossible to do it anything like full justice within the narrow limits of this book. My object will be merely to indicate the main lines on which these two important doctrines of the Malay natural religion appear to have been developed. Briefly, then, omens may be drawn either from the acts of men or the events of nature. Examples of the ominous import attributed to the acts of man will at once suggest themselves. Thus, sneezing is said to be fortunate as tending to drive away the demons of disease. Yawning is a bad sign, for obvious reasons, if the breath is loudly emitted, but if a quiet yawn occurs when the stomach is craving for food, it imports that it will soon be filled. So too, stumbling is a bad omen, especially if the person who stumbles is about to set out on a journey. Then again, to be long in getting up after a meal is said to be a bad omen. It means that the person, if unmarried, will meet with a bad reception from his or her parents-in-law hereafter. The Malay saying in the vernacular is lambat bangkit dari tampet makan, lambat ditegur mentuak. Clothes which have been nibbled by rats or mice must not be worn again. They are sure to bring misfortune and are generally given away in charity. When a Malay dinner is served, the younger members of the family sometimes amuse themselves by throwing rice into the pan from which the curry has just been taken, stirring it round in the gravy that remains, and then eating it. This is not permitted when one of them is to be married on the following day, as it would be sure to bring rainy weather. It is unlucky for a child to lie on his face, many Arab, and kick his feet together in the air, many abong kaki. It betokens that either his father or mother will die. A child seen doing this is instantly rebuked and stopped. The evil eye is dreaded by Malays. Not only are particular people supposed to be possessed of a quality which causes ill luck to accompany their glance, the malacchio of the Italians, but the influence of the evil eye is often supposed to affect children who are taken notice of by people kindly disposed towards them. For instance, it is unlucky to remark on the fatness and healthiness of a baby, and a Malay will employ some purely nonsensical word or convey his meaning in a roundabout form, rather than incur possible misfortune by using the actual word fat. Ai bukan nia popo gentle budek and I? Isn't this child nice and round? Is the sort of phrase which is permissible. Among omens drawn from natural events are the following. When a star is seen in apparent proximity to the moon, old people say there will be a wedding shortly. The entrance into a house of an animal, which does not generally seek to share the abode of man, is regarded by the Malays as ominous of misfortune. If a wild bird flies into a house, it must be carefully caught and smeared with oil, and must then be released in the open air, a formula being recited in which it is bidden to fly away with all the ill luck and misfortunes, Sayal Jambalang, of the occupier. An iguana, a tortoise, and a snake are perhaps the most dreaded of these unnatural visitors. They are sprinkled with ashes, if possible, to counteract their evil influence. A swarm of bees settling near a house is an unlucky omen, and prognosticates misfortune. So too, omens are taken either from the flight or cries of certain birds, such as the night owl, the crow, some kinds of wild doves, and the bird called the rice's husband, lackey patty. Passing from the idea of mere omens drawn from fortuitous events, we easily arrive at the idea of a conscious attempt on the part of the worshipper to ascertain the divine pleasure with respect to a sacrifice newly offered. This effort of the worshippers becomes crystallized in time into a subrite, which yet forms an integral portion of most, if not all, of the more important ceremonies, and eventually develops into a special and separate rite called Tilak, Divination, of which examples will now be given. One form of this rite was taught by a Malay of Penang extraction, whose instructions, taken down by me at the time, ran as follows. Take a lemon, limau puret, a hen's egg, a taper made of beeswax, lilan leba, 4 bananas, 4 Malay palm leaf covered cigarettes, 4 chews of betel leaf, a handful of parched rice, washed rice, and rice stained with turmeric saffron, one of the prickles or thorns, duri, of a thorn-backed mudfish, a needle with a torn eye taken out of one of the sets of a score in which they are sold jarum rabbit dalam security, and a couple of small whips or rather birches. one of which must be composed of 7, and the other of 12, leaf ribs of the green, coconut palm near hijau. 2 of the bananas, 2 cigarettes, 2 chews of betel. Half of each of the 3 kinds of rice, the egg, and the birch of 7 twigs must now be taken outside the house and set down under a tree selected for the purpose. When setting it down, the egg must be cracked, the cigarettes lighted, and finally the taper also. On one occasion when I witnessed the performance, the taper, after being taken up between the outstretched fingers of my friend's 2 hands, was waved slowly to and fro, first to the right and then to the left. Finally it was set down on the ground and began to burn blue, the flame becoming more and more dim until it almost expired. On seeing this, the medicine man exclaimed, "He has promised, Daya Mengaku," and led the way back to the house, where he proceeded to go through the remainder of the ceremony. First, he deposited the brazier with incense upon the leaf of a banana tree, then took the prickle of the fish and thrust it horizontally through the lower end of the lemon, leaving both ends exposed. Then he thrust the needle through in a transverse direction, so as to form a cross, the ends of the needle being likewise exposed, and slipped the noosed end of a piece of silken thread of 7 different colors over the points thus exposed. Next he scattered the rice round the censer and fumigated the birch and the lemon, recited a charm as he held the latter in his right hand, recited the charm for the second time as he took the birch in both hands, with the upper end close to his mouth and the lower spreading end over the brazier, and finally repeated the charm for a 3rd time, suspending, as he did so, the lemon over the brazier by means of the thread held in his left hand and holding the birch in the right. Everything being ready, he now began to put questions to the lemon into which the spirit was supposed to have entered, rebuking it and threatening it with the birch whenever it failed to answer distinctly and to the point. The conversational powers of this spirit were extremely limited, being confined to 2 signs signifying yes and no. The affirmative was indicated by a pendulum-like swaying of the lemon, which rocked to and fro with more or less vehemence according to the emphasis, as my friend informed me, with which the reply was to be delivered. Negation, on the other hand, was indicated by a complete cessation of motion on the part of the lemon. When it is required to discover, for instance, the name of a thief, the names of all those who are at all likely to have committed the theft are written on scraps of paper and arranged in a circle round the brazier, when the lemon will at once swing in the direction of the name of the guilty party. The best night for the performance of this ceremony is a Tuesday. Sir Frank Swettenham's account of a similar ceremony, of which he was an eyewitness, will serve as a good illustration of the methods in use for this purpose. It was my misfortune some years ago to be robbed of some valuable property, and several Malay friends strongly advised me to take the advice of an astrologer or other learned person who, so they said, would be able to give the name of the thief and probably recover most of the stolen things. I fear that I had no great faith in this method of detection, but I was anxious to see what could be done, for the East is a curious place, and no one with an inquiring mind can have lived in it long without seeing phenomena that are not always explained by modern textbooks on natural philosophy. I was first introduced to an Arab of very remarkable appearance. He was about 50 years old, tall, with pleasant features and extraordinary gray-blue eyes, clear and far-seeing, a man of striking and impressive personality. I was traveling when I met him and tried to persuade him to return with me, but that he said he could not do, though he promised to follow me by an early steamer. He said he would be able to tell me all about the robbery, who committed it, where the stolen property then was, and that all he would want was an empty house wherein he might fast in solitude for 3 days, without which preparation, he said, he would not be able to see what he sought. He told me that after his vigil, fast, and prayer, he would lay in his hand a small piece of paper on which there would be some writing. Into this he would pour a little water, and in that extemporized mirror he would see a vision of the whole transaction. He declared that, after gazing intently into this divining glass, the inquirer first recognized the figure of a little old man. That having duly saluted this jinn, it was necessary to ask him to conjure up the scene of the robbery, when all the details would be reenacted in the liquid glass under the eyes of the gazer, who would there, and then describe all that he saw. I had heard all this before, only it had been stated to me then that the medium through whose eyes the vision could alone be seen must be a young child of such tender years that it could have never told a lie. The Arab, however, professed himself not only able to conjure up the scene, but to let me see it for myself if I would follow his directions. Unfortunately, my gray-eyed friend failed to keep his promise, and I never met him again. A local chief, however, declared his power to read the past by this method, if only he could find the truthful child. In this he appeared to succeed, but when, on the following day, he came to disclose to me the results of his skill, he said that a difficulty had arisen, because just when the child, a little boy, was beginning to relate what he saw, he suddenly became unconscious, and it took the astrologer 2 hours to restore him to his normal state. All the mothers of tender-raged and possibly truthful children declined after this to lend their offspring for the ordeal. My friend was not, however, at the end of his resources, and though only an amateur in divination, he undertook to try by other methods to find the culprit. For this purpose, he asked me to give him the names of everyone in the house at the time the robbery was committed. I did so, and the next day he gave me one of those names as that of the thief. I asked how he had arrived at this knowledge, he described the method, and consented to repeat the experiment in my presence. That afternoon I went with him to a small house belonging to his sister. Here I found the chief, his sister, and 2 men whom I did not recognize. We all sat in a very small room, the chief in the center with a copy of the Koran on a reading stand, near to him the 2 men opposite to each other, the sister against one wall, and I in a corner. A clean, new, unglazed earthenware bowl with a wide rim was produced. This was filled with water and a piece of fair white cotton cloth tied over the top, making a surface like that of a drum. I was asked to write the name of each person present in the house when the robbery was committed on a small piece of paper, and to fold each paper up so that all should be alike, and then to place one of the names on the cover of the vessel. I did so, and the proceedings began by the 2 men placing each the middle joint of the forefinger of his right hand under the rim of the bowl on opposite sides, and so supporting it about 6 inches above the floor. The vessel being large and full of water was heavy, and the men supported the strain by resting their right elbows on their knees as they sat cross-legged on the floor and face to face. It was then that I selected one of the folded papers and placed it on the cover of the vessel. The chief read a page of the Koran, and as nothing happened, he said that was not the name of the guilty person, and I changed the paper for another. This occurred 4 times, but at the 5th the reading had scarcely commenced when the bowl began to slowly turn round from left to right, the supporters letting their hands go round with it, until it twisted itself out of their fingers and fell on the floor with a considerable bang and a great spluttering of water through the thin cover. "That," said the chief, "is the name of the thief." It was the name of the person already mentioned by him. I did not, however, impart that piece of information to the company, but went on to the end of my papers, nothing more happening. I said I should like to try the test again, and as the chief at once consented, we began afresh, and this time I put the name of the suspected person on first, and once more the vessel turned round and twisted itself out of the hands of the holders till it fell on the floor, and I was surprised it did not break. After trying a few more, I said I was satisfied, and the ordeal of the bowl was over. Then the chief asked me whose name had been on the vessel when it moved, and I told him. It was a curious coincidence, certainly. I wrote the names in English, which no one could read. Moreover, I was so placed that no one could see what I wrote, and they none of them attempted to do so. Then the papers were folded up so as to be all exactly alike. They were shuffled together, and I did not know one from the other till I looked inside myself. Each time I went from my corner and placed a name on the vessel already held on the fingers of its supporters. No one except I touched the papers, and no one but the chief ever spoke till the séance was over. I asked the men who held the bowl why they made it turn round at that particular moment, but they declared they had nothing to do with it, and that the vessel twisted itself off their fingers against their inclination. The name disclosed by this experiment was certainly that of the person whom there was most reason to suspect, but beyond that I learnt nothing. Another plan for surprising the secret of the suspected person is to get into the room where that person is sleeping, and after making certain passes to question the slumberer, when he may truthfully answer all the questions put to him. This is a favorite device of the suspicious husband. Yet another plan is to place in the hand of a pawang magician or medium a divining rod formed of 3 lengths of rattan, tied together at one end, and when he gets close to the person wanted, or to the place where anything stolen is concealed, the rod vibrates in a remarkable manner. A somewhat analogous practice is the ordeal by diving, described by the late Sir W. E. Maxwell as a method of deciding a disputed point, which was occasionally resorted to in Perak in former times. I got the following account of the manner of conducting the ordeal from a Malay chief who saw it carried out once at Tanjung Sainendang near Pasir Sala, in the reign of Sultan Abdullah Mohammed Shah, father of the present Raja Muda Yusuf. The ordeal by diving requires the sanction of the Sultan himself and must be conducted in the presence of the Orang Besar Ampat, or 4 chiefs of the first rank. If 2 disputants in an important question agree to settle their difference in this way, they apply to the Raja, who fixes a day, usually 3 days off, for the purpose, and orders that a certain sum of money shall abide the event. This appointment of time and place is the first stage in the proceedings and is called Berdapat Janji, and the laying of the bet or deposit of stakes is called Berdabintero. On the day appointed, the parties attend with their friends at the Raja's ballet, and there, in the presence of the court, a cranny writes down a solemn declaration for each person, each maintaining the truth of his side of the question. The first, invoking the name of God, the intercession of the Prophet, and the tombs of the deceased sultans of the country, asserts the affirmative proposition, and his adversary with the same solemnity records his denial. This is called Berdingkap Mangmang, or taking up the challenge. Each paper is then carefully rolled up by the cranny and is placed by him in a separate bamboo tube. The ends of both are then sealed up. When thus prepared, the bamboo tubes are exactly alike, and no one, not even the cranny, can tell which contains the assertion and which the denial. 2 boys are then selected. One of the bamboos is given to each, and they are led down to the river, where the Raja and chiefs take up their station, and the people flock down in crowds. 2 stakes have been driven into the bed of the river in a pool previously selected, and the boys are placed beside them, up to their necks in water. A pole is placed horizontally on their heads, and on a given signal this is pressed downwards, and the boys are made to sink at the same moment. Each holds on to his post under water and remains below as long as he can. As soon as one gives in and appears above water, his bamboo tube is snatched from him and hurled far out into the stream. The victor is led up in triumph to the ballet, and the crowd surges up to hear the result. His bamboo is then opened, and the winner declared. The Perak Malays believe this to be an infallible test of the truth of a cause. The boy who holds the false declaration is half drowned, they say, as soon as his head is under the water, whereas the champion of the truth is able to remain below until the bystanders drag the post out of the river with the boy still clinging to it. Such is the power of the truth backed by the sacred names and persons invoked. The loser is often fined in addition to suffering the loss of his stakes, 1/2 of which goes to the Raja. He also has to pay the customary fees, namely, $6.25 for the use of the ballet, $12.50 to the cranny, and $5 to each of the boys. This ordeal is not peculiar to Perak. I find a short description of a similar custom in Pegu in Hamilton's New Accounts of the East Indies, 1727. In Pegu, he says, the ordeal by water is managed by driving a stake of wood into a river and making the accuser and accused take hold of the stake and keep their heads and bodies under water, and he who stays longest under water is the person to be credited. But by far the largest class of divinatory rites consists of astrological calculations based on the supposed values of times and seasons or the properties of numbers. For the purposes of the native astrologer, exhaustive tables of lucky and unlucky times and seasons have been compiled, which are too long to be all examined here in detail, but of which specimens will be found in the appendix. Few of them are likely to be original productions, most, if not all, being undoubtedly translated from similar books in vogue either in India or Arabia. Besides these tables, however, use is frequently made of geometrical, and even of natural, diagrams, to the more important parts of which certain numerical values are assigned. Perhaps the oldest and best known of the systems of lucky and unlucky times is the one called Kataka Lima, or the 5 times. Under it, the day is divided into 5 parts, and 5 days form a cycle. To each of these divisions is assigned a name, the names being Maswara, Mahiswara, Kala, Esrai, Brahma, and Vishnu, which recur in the order shown in the following table or diagram. Morning, forenoon, noon, afternoon, evening. Pagi, Tenga Padang Naik, Hari Tirun. First day, Meswara Kala Esrai Brahma Bisnu. Second day, Bisnu Meswara Kala Esrai Brahma. Third day, Brahma Bisnu Meswara Kala Esrai. Fourth day, Esrai Brahma Bisnu Meswara Kala. Fifth day, Kala Esrai Brahma Bisnu Meswara. These names are the names of Hindu divinities, Mahiswara being Shiva, and constituting with Brahma and Vishnu the so-called Hindu Trinity, while Kala is either another title of Shiva or stands for Kali, his wife, and Esrai is a general title of all Hindu gods, but it may be doubted whether this division of time is not of Javanese or Malayan origin, although the importance of the number 5 is also recognized by the Hindus. The same mystic notions of color and the like are attached to these divisions by the Malays as obtain in the case of the Javanese days of the week. Thus Mahiswara's color is yellow-white pude kuning. If you go out you will meet a man of yellow-white complexion or wearing yellow-white clothes. It is a lucky time for asking a boon from a Raja or for doing any kind of work. Good news then received is true, bad news is false, and so on. Kala's color is a reddish-black hidam mera. If you go out you will meet a bad man or have a quarrel. It is an unlucky time altogether. The good news one hears turns out untrue, and the bad true illness occurring at this time is due to a ghost, hantu orang, and the remedy is a black fowl. In cockfighting, a black cock will beat a white one at this time, but when setting him to fight you must not face towards the west, etc. Similarly, Esrai's color is white, Brahma's is red, Vishnu's is green, and each division has its respective advantages or disadvantages. Another version of this system, known as the 5 moments, Sa'at, is based on a somewhat similar diagram, but has orthodox Muhammadan names for its divisions, viz. Ahmad, Jibril, Gabriel, Ibrahim, Abraham, Yusuf, Joseph, and Azrael, Azriel. Its diagram, as will be seen, is not quite the same as that of the Kataka Lima, though the general scheme of the two systems corresponds closely. Sunrise, forenoon, noon, afternoon. Sunset, Keluar Tenga Waktu Matahari Naik Hari Tirun Maghrib. First day, Ahmad Jibril Ibrahim Yusuf, Azrael. Second day, Jibril Ibrahim Yusuf, Azrael Ahmed. Third day, Ibrahim Yusuf, Azrael Ahmed Jibril. Fourth day, Yusuf, Azrael Ahmed Jibril Ibrahim. Fifth day, Azrael Ahmed Jibril Ibrahim Yusuf. So in Ahmad's division, if you lose a buffalo or a bullock, it has gone to the southward and will be recovered. Good news then received is true, bad news is false. The time is auspicious for any kind of work, for going on a voyage, sailing, or planting, and very profitable for trading. It is a lucky time for going to war, but you must wear white clothes and face southwards by a little east and pray to God Almighty. Jibril's time is fairly lucky too, being good for planting and profitable for trading, and if gold or silver is lost then, it will be quickly found, but there may be some trouble in getting it back. A lost buffalo or bullock has gone southwards, but will be recovered after some slight trouble. If you go to war at this time, you must wear green, but must not face towards the south. Ibrahim's time is most unlucky, and going out then is sure to involve bloodshed or other misfortune. Bad news is true, good is false. Things lost then will not be recovered. Going to war is ruinous, and if you do go, the only way of safety is to face to the north, but it is best to stay at home altogether at this time. Yusuf's time is lucky in some respects, but unlucky in others. In warfare one must face towards the west and wear yellow. Azrael's time is most unlucky. To go to war then is most disastrous. Any business pending at this ill-omened time should be postponed to a more favorable occasion. Besides these two, there is a system in which each of the 7 days of the ordinary week is divided into 5 parts, each of which is characterized by one of the words ampa, benke, reski, and errol, for eredel, symbolical apparently of no success, death, success, and unforeseen obstacle. Another scheme, Kataka Tujo, based on the 7 heavenly bodies, divides each day into 7 parts, each of which is distinguished by the Arabic name of one of the heavenly bodies. The first day runs 1 Shams 2 Zura 3, Utarid 4, Camar Sun Venus Mercury Moon 5, Zuhul 6, Mushtari and 7, Merik Saturn Jupiter Mars. And the times are early morning, Pagi, morning Tenganak, just before noon Hampir Tengahari, noon Tengahari, afternoon Dilower, late afternoon Asr, and sunset Maghrib. For the second day the series begins with the moon and goes on in the above order to Mercury. And for the third day it begins with Mars, so that each day of the week begins with its appropriate planet in the usual order, which is best seen in the French names Mardi, Mercredi, Jeudi, Vendredi, and the English Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Each of the 7 divisions has its lucky or unlucky characteristics, much as in the systems already described. Besides these, each day of the week has its own appropriate occupations, according to another system, at times ascertained by measuring the length of one's shadow. Further, it would appear that some days are unlucky altogether. One account gives 7 unlucky days in every month. Another asserts that Thursday is unlucky in the months Dhul Hijjah, Muharram, and Safar, Tuesday in Rabi al-Awwal, Rabi al-Akhir, and Jumada al-Awwal, Saturday in Jumada al-Akhir, Rajab and Shaban, Sunday in Ramadhan, Shawwal, and Dhul Qa'ida. A third specifies 12 other most inauspicious days in every year, viz. the 28th of Muharram, the 10th of Safar, the 14th of Rabi al-Awwal, and so on, while for greater convenience a calendar has been drawn up, which is far too long to be reproduced here, but which closely resembles the weather chart illustrated on another page, and gives the whole list of days of the Mohammedan year classified under the heads lucky, bake, somewhat unlucky, very unlucky, and neutral. Besides this, whole years are lucky or unlucky according, as the 1st of Muharram falls on a Sunday, Monday, etc. And moreover, years vary in luck according to the letter they bear in the cycle of 8. Most of these systems of divination involve the construction of a sort of calendar and require some degree of astronomical knowledge, but of astronomy, properly so called, the Malays have scarcely even a smattering, its place being taken by the, to them, far more important science of astrology. Their meager ideas regarding the motions of the heavenly bodies are derived, through the Arabs, from the Ptolemaic system. The 7 heavenly bodies, Bintang Tujuh, mentioned above, whose motions they believe to be produced by the agency of angels, retain their Arabic names and are believed to rule the 7 ominous moments, Kataka Tujuh, which are supposed to depend on the influences of these several sidereal bodies. The signs of the zodiac similarly bear Arabic appellations, the form of divination in which they bear the principal part being called the 12 constellations, Bintang Duabilas. This form of divination is not quite so common as are those of the 5 ominous times, 5 square, and the 7 heavenly bodies, 7 square. And I have not been able to find out much about the methods of working it, but a copy of one of the diagrams used for the purpose will be found on another page. According to one view, which is perhaps the prevalent one, every man's luck is determined by one or other of the zodiacal constellations, and in order to find out which one it is, the following direction is given. Reckon the numerical equivalent of the person's name and of the name of his mother by the values of the letters according to the system of the Abjad. Add the 2 numerical equivalents together and divide the total by 12. If the remainder is 1, his sign is the ram, if 2, the bull, and so on. Each constellation has a series of characteristics which are supposed to influence the whole life of the person who is subject to it. Besides the above, a few of the other constellations are known to possess Malay names, and wherever this is the case, the name given appears usually to be quite original, having no connection with the nomenclature obtaining among nations with which we are more familiar. In addition to the above, the Malays possess a curious system by which the lunar month is divided into a number of parts called Rejang. According to Newbold, the 28 Rejangs resemble the nakshatras or lunar mansions of the Hindus rather than the Anwa of the Arabs, and it is a priori very probable that they owe their origin to this Hindu system. But by the Malays, their application has been generally misunderstood, and their number is usually raised to 30 so as to fit the days of the lunar month. Each of these divisions has its symbol, which is usually an animal, and the first animal in the list is, in almost all versions, the horse. A horse's head is also the figure of the first of the Hindu nakshatras, but there seems to be little trace of identity in the remaining figures, which for the sake of comparison are given, side by side with the Malay symbols in the appendix. The Malays have embodied this system in a series of mnemonic verses, known as Sha-Rejang, of which there are several versions, e.g. the Rejang of Chi Busu, the Rejang Sindaran Mayat, and others. The Rejangs are also dealt with at length in prose treatises. One of these, which identifies the Rejangs with the days of the lunar month, begins on the first day of the month, whose Rejang is a horse. God Almighty created the prophet Adam. This day is good for planting, traveling and sailing, and trading on this day will be profitable. It is also a good day for a wedding, and on this day it is lucky to be attacked, i.e. in war, but rather unlucky to take the offensive. Good news received at this time is true, bad news is false. Property lost on this day will soon be recovered. The man who stole it is short of stature, with scanty hair, a round face, a slender figure, and a yellow complexion. The property has been placed in a house, under the care of a dark man. If a child is born on this day, it will be extremely fortunate. If one is ill on this day, one will quickly recover. The proper remedy for driving away the evil Talak Bala is to make a representation of a horse and throw it away towards the east. In other respects, this system of divination seems to agree in its main features with those which have already been described. Having mentioned the divisions of the calendar which are chiefly used in divination, it seems desirable, for the sake of completeness, to allude briefly to those that remain. The better informed Malays acknowledge the solar year of 365 days, which they term the town, Tahun, Shemsiah, but in obedience to their Mohammedan instructors, adopt the lunar year Town Kamraya of 354 days. This remark is still true, no doubt, of the upcountry Malays on the west coast, but in most districts, and to an extent commensurate with European influence, the solar year is now being gradually introduced. The same remark applies to the method of reckoning months, a dual system being now in vogue in many places where there is most contact with Europeans. Regarding the native methods, the following quotation is to the point. There are 3 ways of reckoning the months. First, the Arabian, computing 30 days to the first month and 29 to the second month, and so on alternately to the end of the year. Second, the Persian mode, viz., 30 days to each month. And thirdly, that of Rum, i.e. 31 days to the month. The first is in general use. Some few, with greater accuracy, calculate their year at 354 days 8 hours, intercalating every 3 years 24 hours or 1 day to make up the deficiency, and 33 days for the difference between the solar and lunar years. But the majority of the lower classes estimate their year by the fruit seasons and by their crops of rice only. Many, however, obstinately adhere to the lunar months and plant their paddy at the annual return of the lunar month. The Malay months have been divided into weeks of 7 days, marked by the return of the Mohammedan Sabbath. Natives who have had intercourse with Europeans divide the day and night into 24 parts, but the majority measure the day by the sun's apparent progress through the heavens, the crow of the cock, etc. The religious day commences at sunset, like that of the Arabs and Hebrews. There are 2 cycles borrowed from the Arabs, and known only to a few, viz., one of 120 years, the Dower Basar, and the other of 8, Dower Ketchel. The latter is sometimes seen in dates of letters, and resembles the mode adopted by us of distinguishing by letters the different days of the week, substituting 8 years for the 7 days. The order of the letters is as follows: Aleph Hajim Zad al Bawad al Hijaz Debuta. The present year, 1251, is the year Townza. In a Malay Ms. History of Patani, in my possession, I find the Siamese mode of designating the different years of the cycle by the names of animals adopted. Most, if not all, these systems of reckoning seem to have been treated by the Malays from the astrological point of view as forming a basis for divination. And these crude notions of the lucky or unlucky nature of certain times and seasons are to some extent systematized by, or in some degree, mixed up with the idea of the mystic influence of numbers and geometrical figures. Of the mystic figures used in divination, the first in importance is, no doubt, what has been called the magic square, a term applied to a set of numbers arranged in a square in such a manner that the vertical, horizontal, and diagonal columns shall give the same sums. The ordinary form of magic square, which was formerly in use in Europe, is the following. It is occasionally found even among the Malays. Magic square of 3, 165792. Magic square of 5, 24, 15, 14, 16, 13, 20, 22, 12, 19, 21, 18, 25. Magic square of 7, 39, 48, 10, 19, 28, 47, 18, 27, 29, 17, 26, 35, 37, 14, 16, 25, 34, 36, 45, 15, 24, 33, 42, 44, 23, 32, 41, 43, 12, 31, 40, 49, 11, 20. But the form of magic square generally used by the Malays is the same figure reversed. Magic square of 3, 185394. Magic square of 5, 24, 17, 14, 23, 2013, 21, 19, 12, 10, 25, 18, 11. Magic square of 7, 1910, 48, 39, 30, 27, 1847, 38, 35, 26, 17, 46, 36, 34, 25, 16, 14, 44, 42, 33, 24, 15, 13, 43, 41, 32, 23, 21, 11, 49, 40, 30, 122. The ordinary Malay astrologer most likely understands very little of the peculiar properties of a magic square, and consequently he not unfrequently makes mistakes in the arrangement of the figures. I believe, also, that in using the squares for purposes of divination, he now usually begins at one corner and counts straight on, the beginning place being almost always distinguished by a small solitary crescent or crescent and star just over the square. When colored squares are introduced, as is the case with several of the 5 squares, the sum of 25 squares is subdivided into 5 sets or groups of 5 squares each, a different color being assigned to each group. These colors would no doubt retain the comparative values usually assigned to them by Malay astrologers. Thus white would be the best of all, yellow, as the royal color, little, if at all inferior to white, brown, blue, or red would be medium colors, black would be bad, and so on. Sometimes, again, the names of the 5 Hindu deities already mentioned will be found similarly arranged, in which case they appear to refer to the divisions of the day, described above under the name of Kataka Lima. Besides this class of magic squares, however, there are other kinds which present irregularities and are not so easily explainable. Some of these violate the fundamental rule of the magic square, which insists that each square shall have an equal number of small squares running each way, and that this number shall be an odd one. Others exhibit the right number of small squares, 3 times 3 or 5 times 5 or 7 times 7, but instead of a subdivision into subgroups, have merely an arrangement of alternative emblems, such as a bud and a full-blown flower, or the like. An analysis of the squares whose figures are given in the illustrations shows that the order of the colors, deities, and planets is by no means always the same. Thus, in the matter of the order of the 5 colors, we have in Plate 26 Fig. 1-5 brown, red, 6-10 yellow, 11-15 white, 16-20 black, 21-25 white. And in another figure 5 white, 6-10 black, red is substituted by mistake in number 9, 11-15 red, 16-20 blue, 17 is made black by mistake, 21-25 yellow. And in the matter of the order of the 5 deities we find in Plate 26 and in another figure Fig. 1-5 Brahma Brahma, -5 Bisri Esrai, 6-10 Bisnu Vishnu, -10 Kala, 11-15 Maswara Maheswara, -16 Maswara, 16-20 Esrai, 17 is called Kala by Maheswara, mistake, -20 Bisnu Vishnu, 21-25 Kala, 23 and 24 are called Esrai by mistake, -25 Brahma. And yet another 5 square containing the names of deities PL, 26 Fig. 2 is composed as follows: -5 Bisnu Vishnu, -10 Brahma, -15 Maswara Maheswara, -20 -25. From PL, 26 Fig. 2, it would appear that this form of the 5 square is used to ascertain the best time of day to commence an operation, e.g., to start on a journey. In a 7 square we find the following: -7 Shams Sun, Sunday 1, -14 Murrick Mars, Tuesday 2, -21 Mushtari Jupiter, Thursday 3, -28 Zuhul Saturn, Saturday 4, -35 Camar Moon, Monday 5, -42 Kateb Mercury, Wednesday 6, -49 Zahari Venus, Friday 7. This 7 square is based on a heptacle in which every alternate day is skipped, thus. This form of square is evidently used to ascertain the best day of the week to commence any operation. Next in importance to the methods of divination by the use of magic squares come those which depend upon aspect and involve the use of diagrams which I propose to call aspect compasses. Of these, the commonest form is a drawing, in which the places usually occupied by the points of the compass are occupied by the names of certain things, usually animals or birds, which are supposed to be naturally opposed to each other. Thus, in one of these compass-like figures we find VDPL 25 Fig. 2. The bird N opposed to the fowl S, the crocodile NE, opposed to the fish SW, the rat E opposed to the cat W, the tiger SE, opposed to the stag NW. Another has the kite N opposed to the fowl S, the crocodile NE, opposed to the fish SW, the rat E opposed to the cat W, the tiger SE, opposed to the stag NW. And a third, the new moon N opposed to the kite S, the cat NE, opposed to the rat SW, the crocodile E opposed to the fish W, the stag SE, opposed to the tiger NW. Whilst a fourth has alternately cape and bay. The way in which these figures were used for divination is very clearly shown by PL 25 Fig. 1, which is copied from a figure in one of my Selinger charm books, which had the days of the month, from the 1st to the 30th, written round it in blue ink. Starting from the north aspect, you count round to the left until, allowing 1 day to each aspect, you arrive at the aspect corresponding to the number of the day of the month upon which you wish to start your journey. If it coincides with an aspect assigned to one of the weaker influences, it will be most imprudent to start on that day. Start on a day assigned to one of the stronger influences, and you will be all right. If the first aspect compass which you consult is not accommodating enough for your requirements, go on consulting others until you find one which is satisfactory. Other forms of the compass figure are used for divining whether, if he starts on a certain day, the man will get the better of his enemy, or meet with a person, e.g. a slave or a thief, who has run away. In the former case, a double circle of human figures is used, the figures of the inner circle representing the person who seeks the information, and those of the outer circle his enemy. The counting is carried out in precisely the same manner as before, and the headless figure in each case represents the man who will lose. In the case of a drawn battle, neither party, of course, loses his head. In the case of an absconder, a single circle of figures is used, the figures pointing towards the center signifying that the absconding party will return or be caught, and those pointing away from the center signifying the opposite. In one case, PL 25 Fig. 2, there are 14 human figures arranged in 2 opposing rows of 7, every alternate figure being headless. In this case, you start the counting at the right-hand figure of the bottom row and count towards the left. Yet another form of divination in which the human figure is made use of is shown in PL 25 Fig. 1. A number of small red circles, which should be alternately dark and light, are drawn at the salient points of the figure and counted down to the left in order, beginning at the head. All I have yet been able to discover about the villainous-looking individual here portrayed is the fact that he is said to represent one Ungaz Telang, who is described to me as an old war chief, Hulubalang Tua of the Sea Gypsies, Orang Laut, and the Malay pirates. Figures of dragons, naga, and scorpions, Kala, are sometimes used in a similar manner. And there is also an aspect compass known as the Rajalal Gaib or Jinaza Sayyidna, Ali ibn Abu Talib, the body or bier of our Lord Ali, the son of Abu Talib, which, according to this notion, is continually being carried by angels towards the different quarters of the heavens and must not be faced. For if one faces towards it, one is sure to be defeated in battle or fight. The aspect to be avoided varies from day to day, turning towards each of the 8 points of the ordinary Malay compass 3 or 4 times in the lunar month. The subject of omens in general has been shortly dealt with at the beginning of this section, and also incidentally mentioned in connection with various departments of nature and human life. It would hardly be possible to make a complete or systematic list of the things from which omens are taken. Apart from those depending merely on times, seasons, numbers, and aspect, which have been already dealt with at quite sufficient length, it may be noted that omens are drawn from earthquakes, thunder, house lizards, rats, and other four-footed things, according to the times at which they are observed, from the color, smell, and nature of soil, in choosing building sites, from birds, and in fact from a very large variety of matters which cannot be classified under any general head. The lines of the hand are, of course, interpreted among the Malays, as elsewhere, as signs of good and evil fortune. It has not been possible to collect much information on the subject of Malay chiromancy, but for the benefit of European adepts in palmistry, as it seems to be usually styled nowadays, it may be worthwhile mentioning that the Malays attach importance, as an indication of long life, alamat panjang, humor, to the intersection of the line round the base of the thumb with the one which runs round the wrist, simpan ali. While a broken line across the palm, retak putus, is believed by them to be a sign of invulnerability, tanda pengetas, ta bule ditikem. Upright lines running up the lower joints of the fingers, in the same line as the fingers themselves, are a sign of prospective wealth. Alamat nak dipanjat deduit, tanda orang kaya, and a whorl of circular lines on the fingers, puset balanak, is a sign of a craftsman, alamat orang tukang. More important, perhaps, are the omens believed to be derived from dreams, of which there seem to be several different methods of interpretation. According to one system, the initial letter of the thing dreamt of determines the luck. Thus, to dream of a thing beginning with T is very lucky indeed. To dream of a thing beginning with H means that a visitor from a distance is to be expected. N indicates sorrow, L is a hint to give alms to the poor and needy, and so forth. According to another system, a purely arbitrary meaning is put upon the subject matter of the dream. Or, at most, some slight analogy is the basis of the interpretation. Thus, to dream of a gale of wind in the early morning is an omen of sorrow. To dream of hail means acquisition of property. To dream of bathing in a heavy shower of rain indicates escape from a very great danger. A dream about mosquitoes, flies, and the like means that an enemy is coming to the village. To dream about eating jackfruit, nangka, or plantain pisang is an indication of great trouble impending, and so on. An extract from a treatise on this subject is given in the Appendix, and it is impossible to dwell at greater length upon it here. Among Malay gamblers, special importance is attached to dreams as an indication of luck in gambling, mimpi paksa, or dapat paksa. If the gambler dreams of sweeping out the gambling farm, meni apu pajak, i.e., breaking the bank, or of running amok in it, mengamak pajak, or of bailing out the ocean, menimba lawton, or of the ocean running dry, lawton kering, or even of his breeding maggots on his person, baden barulet, he is confident of great good fortune in the near future. As a specimen of the importance traditionally ascribed to dreams, it seems worthwhile to give the following popular legend, which also illustrates the type of folk tales in which hidden treasure plays a great part. Chi Pute Jambai and his wife were very poor people who lived many generations ago at Pulo Kambiri on the Perak River. They had so few clothes between them that when one went out the other had to stay at home. Nothing seemed to prosper with them, so leaving Pulo Kambiri, where their poverty made them ashamed to meet their neighbors, they moved up the river to the spot since called Jambai. Shortly after they had settled here, Chi Pute was troubled by a portent which has disturbed the slumbers of many great men from the time of Pharaoh downwards. He dreamed a dream. And in his dream, he was warned by a supernatural visitant to slay his wife, this being, he was assured, the only means by which he could hope to better his miserable condition. Sorely disturbed in mind, but never doubting that the proper course was to obey, Chi Pute confided to his wife the commands which he had received, and desired her to prepare for death. The unhappy lady acquiesced with that conjugal submissiveness which in Malay legends, as in the Arabian Nights, is so characteristic of the Oriental female when landed in some terrible predicament. But she craved and obtained permission to first go down to the river and wash herself with lime juice. So taking a handful of limes she went forth, and standing on the rock called Batu Pembino, she proceeded to perform her ablutions after the Malay fashion. The prospect of approaching death, we may presume, unnerved her, for in dividing the limes with a knife she managed to cut her own hand, and the blood dripped down on the rocks and into the river. As each drop was borne away by the current, a large jar immediately rose to the surface and floated, in defiance of all natural laws, upstream to the spot whence the blood came. As each jar floated up, Chipude's wife tapped it with her knife and pulled it in to the edge of the rocks. On opening them, she found them all full of gold. She then went in search of her husband and told him of the treasure of which she had suddenly become possessed. He spared her life, and they lived together in the enjoyment of great wealth and prosperity for many years. Their old age was clouded, it is believed, by the anxiety attending the possession of a beautiful daughter, who was born to them after they became rich. She grew up to the perfection of loveliness, and all the rajas and chiefs of the neighboring countries were her suitors. The multitude of rival claims so bewildered the unhappy parents that, after concealing a great part of their riches in various places, they disappeared and have never since been seen. Their property was never found by their children, though, in obedience to instructions received in dreams, they braved sea voyages and went to seek for it in the distant lands of Kachapuri and Jamulepur. Several places near Jambi connected with the legend of Chipude are still pointed out. At Bukit Banian, the treasure was buried and still lies concealed. A deep gorge leading down to the river is the gout down which Chipude's vast flocks of buffaloes used to go to the river. Its size is evidence of the great number of the animals, and therefore of the wealth of their owner. Two deep pools, called respectively Lubuk Gong and Lubuk Saranai, contain a golden gong and a golden flute, which were sunk here by Chipude Jambi. The flute may sometimes be seen lying on one of the surrounding rocks, but always disappears into the depths of the pool before any mortal can approach it. The treasures of Lubuk Gong might before now have passed into human possession, had it not been for the covetousness of the individual selected as their recipient. A Malay of Ulu Perak was told in a dream to go and fish in the pool of the Gong and to take a pair of betel nut scissors, catsup, with him. He was to use the catsup immediately on being told to do so. Next morning he was at the pool early, and at his first cast, hooked something heavy and commenced to draw it up. When the hook appeared above water, there was a gold chain attached to it. The lucky fisherman then commenced to pull up the chain into his canoe and hauled up fathoms of it, hand over hand, until the boat could hardly hold any more. Just then a little bird alighted on a branch close by and piped out a couple of notes, which sounded for all the world like catsup. The man heard, but he wanted a little more, and he went on hauling. "Catsup," said the bird again. "Just a very little more," thought the fisherman, and he still continued dragging up the chain. Again and again the warning notes sounded, but in vain, and suddenly a strong pull from the bottom of the pool dragged back the chain, and before the Malay had time to divide it with his tweezers, the last link of it had disappeared beneath the water. Charms, talismans, and witchcraft. While by divination, and by inferences from omens and dreams, Malays attempt to ascertain the course of fate, so by charms of the nature of amulets and talismans, they sometimes endeavor to influence its direction or modify its force. Charms of the nature of invocations have been dealt with already under different headings in connection with a variety of matters, and it will only be necessary to refer here to a few miscellaneous ones of a less elaborate character. It should be observed that some charms are directly effective or protective, like amulets or talismans, while others are supposed to work only by influencing the volition of another mind. Under the latter head come the great mass of love charms, charms for securing conjugal fidelity, or for compelling the revelation by another person of his or her secret thoughts, and the like, of which Malay books of magic are full, while under the former come sundry recipes of a more or less medicinal nature for the purpose of curing various diseases, of increasing physical power or virility, or of protecting the person against evil influences, natural or supernatural. In most of these cases, the modus operandi is of the simplest character. The charm consists usually of a short Arabic prayer or a few letters and figures, sometimes quite meaningless and conventional, sometimes making up one or more of the sacred names, Allah, Mohammed, Ali, etc. These charms are written on paper or cloth and worn on the person. Sometimes they are written on the body itself, especially on the part to be affected. Occasionally, they are written on a cup, which is then used for drinking purposes. Such prescriptions are infinite in number, and are to be found in Malay charm books, wedged in amongst matter of a more strictly medical kind. In fact, it would be quite correct to say that letter charms, raja, azamat, and sacred names have their place in the Malay pharmacopoeia side by side with spices, herbs, roots, and the like. But such charms are also used for many other purposes. To ward off demons, shaitan, to make children feed at the breast properly, to prevent them from crying and from going into convulsions, to prevent the rice crops from being devoured by pigs, rats, and maggots, are consecutive instances of the charms contained in a page of one of the numerous Malay treatises on these matters. It would, from the nature of the case, be utterly impossible to exhaust this endless subject, and it is not necessary to dwell upon it at greater length, as the details of the charms used, of which a few are quoted in the appendix, do not, as a rule, offer any features of general interest. Far more interesting is that form of the black art which attempts to abduct, or in some way get at another person's soul, whether, as in the case of the ordinary love charm, in order to influence it in the operator's favor, or, on the other hand, with a view to doing the victim some harm, which may take the form of madness, disease, or even death. These results can be arrived at by a variety of methods. In some of them, the influence works entirely without contact. In others, there is some sort of contact between the victim and the receptacle into which his soul is to be enticed. A few specimens of the methods employed will conclude this part of the subject. They are necessarily somewhat of a miscellaneous character, but it will be seen that they are really only different applications of the same general principle, the nature of which has already been indicated in the section on the soul. The following is an instance of direct contact between the soul receptacle and its owner's body. Take soil from the center of the footprint, hati-hati tapak, of the person you wish to charm, and treat it ceremonially, depuja, for about 3 days. The ceremonial treatment consists in wrapping it up in pieces of red, black, and yellow cloth, the yellow being outside, and hanging it from the center of your mosquito curtain with party-colored thread, pengantongnaya benang pancherona. It will then become the domicile of your victim's soul, Jati Semangat. You must, however, to complete the ceremony, switch it with a birch of 7 leaf ribs taken from a green, coconut, penny embatnaya lidi near hijau tujo. Lay 7 times at sundown, 7 times at midnight, and 7 times at sunrise, continuing this for 3 days and saying as you do so, "It is not earth that I switch, but the heart of so-and-so. Bukanaya aku meniambet, Tana aku meniambet hadi si anu." Then bury it in the middle of a path where your victim is sure to step over it, supya bule delankanaya, and he will certainly become distraught. The only taboo in connection with it is that you should let no one share your sleeping mat. The sole receptacle in this case is the lump of earth taken from the center of the victim's footprint. It is said to actually become the victim's soul, but no doubt this is merely figurative, though it completely proves the identification of the soul with its receptacle in the Malay mind. The object of the birching is not self-evident, but may be intended to dispel evil influences, and so purify it for the incoming soul. Another way of obtaining the required result is to scrape off some of the wood of the floor from the place where your intended victim has been sitting. Having secured this, take some of the soil from his or her footprint and mix them both together with wax from a deserted bee's comb, molding the figure into his or her likeness. Fumigate it with incense, and beckon to the soul by waving a cloth, lambe semangat, every night for 3 nights successively, reciting this charm. Om, shout it again and again, stupid and dazed be the heart of somebody thinking of me. If you do not think of me, the 44 angels shall curse you. Another method is as follows. Take parings of nails, hair, eyebrows, saliva, etc. of your intended victim, sufficient to represent every part of his person, and make them up into his likeness with wax from a deserted bee's comb. Scorch the figure slowly by holding it over a lamp every night for 7 nights, and say, "It is not wax that I am scorching, it is the liver, heart, and spleen of so-and-so that I scorch." After the 7th time, burn the figure, and your victim will die. The description of the next ceremony is taken word for word from a charm book which I obtained from a Langet Malay, named Chi and Dut. and which is still in my possession. As it illustrates several new points about these wax figures, and as such charms are exceedingly rare and all but impossible to obtain, I here give a word-for-word translation of the whole text, the original Malay version of which will be found in the appendix. This refers to making images to harm people. You make an image to resemble a corpse out of wax from an empty bee's comb and of the length of a footstep. If you want to cause sickness, you pierce the eye and blindness results, or you pierce the waist and the stomach, lit. The waist gets sick, or you pierce the head and the head gets sick, or you pierce the breast and the breast gets sick. If you want to cause death, you transfix it from the head right through to the buttocks, the transfixer being a gamuti palm twig. Then you enshroud the image as you would a corpse, and you pray over it as if you were praying over the dead. Then you bury it in the middle of the path, which goes to the place of the person whom you wish to charm, so that he may step across it. This refers to when you want to bury the image. Peace be to you, ho prophet Tap, in whose charge the earth is. Lo, I am burying the corpse of somebody. I am bidden to do so by the prophet Mohammed, because he, the corpse, was a rebel to God. Do you assist in killing him or making him sick? If you do not make him sick, if you do not kill him, you shall be a rebel against God, a rebel against Mohammed. It is not I who am burying him, it is Gabriel who is burying him. Do you too grant my prayer and petition, this very day that has appeared, grant it by the grace of my petition within the fold of the Creed La ilaha, etc. There are, as I have said, several new points to be got from this charm. You must make the image resemble a corpse. You must make it of the length of the footstep, doubtless that of the intended victim. You must pierce the part which you want to affect. If you want to kill your man, you must transfix him from the head downwards with the twig of a gamuti palm. That is to say, with one of the black splinters used as pens by the Malays. You must wrap the image in a shroud and read the burial service over it. And finally, in order to absolve yourself from blood guiltiness, you shift the burden of your crime onto the shoulders of the Archangel Gabriel. There are, of course, many slight variations of the actual ceremony. Sometimes the wizard, during the insertion of the pins into the image, exclaims, "It is not wax that I slay but the liver, heart, and spleen of so-and-so." And then, after waving the figure in the smoke of the incense and depositing it in the center of a sacrificial tray, anchak, he invites the spirits to banquet upon his victim's body. I do not banquet you upon anything else, but on the liver, heart, and spleen of so-and-so. When the ceremony is over, the image is buried in the usual way, in front of the victim's doorstep. Another method is described as follows. Make the wax figure in the usual way and with the usual ingredients. At sundown, take parched rice, with white, black, green, and yellow, saffron rice, a chew of betel leaf, a wax taper, and an egg, this latter as the representative of a fowl, Isharat I am. Burn incense and recite this charm. Peace be with you, O earth genie, bull-shaped earth spirit, earth demon, bull-shaped world spirit. Come hither, come down, I pray you, and accept the banquet I offer. I have a something that I want you for, I want to give you an order, I want to get you to aid me sickness and assist me in causing thee or madness, as the case may be, or death of somebody. If you do not accept the banquet I offer, you shall be a rebel to God, etc. This is a charm for sowing dissension between husband and wife, pembenchi. Make 2 of the wax figures in the ordinary way, but taking care that one resembles the husband and the other the wife. Sit down with your legs stretched out before you, and hold the figures face to face while you repeat the charm thrice, and at the end of each repetition breathe upon their heads. Then lay the man upon the ground on your right side close to your thigh, but looking away from it, and the woman at the side of the left thigh in a similar position, so that they both look away from each other. Then burn incense and recite the same charm 22 times over the man and 22 times over the woman. Now put them back to back and wrap them up in 7 thicknesses of the leaves of tukas and tie them round with thread of 7 colors wrapped 7 times round them, repeat the charm and bury them. Dig them up after 7 days and see if they are still there. If you find them, the charm has failed, but if not, it will work, and they will assuredly be divorced. The charm runs as follows. Endit Maringan, endit enko Fatima kaming, si Mohammed haramau ala kalau Fatima tentenkin Mohammed, saperdi kaming tenteng haramau, Mohammed sabnar benar hulubelling, haramau ala diatas dunia, dengan berkat dsb. Which, so far as it is intelligible, appears to mean, Thou, Fatima, art a goat, Muhammad is God's tiger. If Fatima is face to face with Mohammed, she will be as a goat facing a tiger. Muhammad in very truth is the chief, the tiger of God upon earth, by the grace of, etc. The following is a clear example of soul abduction without contact. The simplest way, perhaps, of abducting another person's soul is to go out, when the sun clears, Matahari Mencharak at sunrise, or when the newly risen moon looks red, and standing with the big toe of the right foot resting on the big toe of the left, to make a trumpet of your right hand and recite the appropriate charm through this improvised speaking trumpet thrice. At the end of each recital, you blow through the hollowed fist. The charm runs as follows. Om, I loose my shaft, I loose it and the moon clouds over, I loose it and the sun is extinguished, I loose it and the stars burn dim. But it is not the sun, moon, and stars that I shoot at, it is the stalk of the heart of that child of the congregation so-and-so. Cluck, cluck, soul of so-and-so, come and walk with me, come and sit with me, come and sleep and share my pillow, cluck. Cluck, soul, etc. A second method is to beat your own shadow, ceremonially. According to this method, you take a cane of rattan or rotan saga. In length as long as your body, fumigate it with incense and recite a charm over it 7 times, striking your own shadow with the cane once after each recital. Repeat this at sundown, midnight, and early morning, and sleep under a coverlet made of 5 cubits of white cloth, and the soul you wish for will assuredly come to you. The following is the charm, a very curious one. Ho, Urupi, shadowy one, let the queen come to me. Do you, if somebody is awake, stir her and shake her and make her rise and take her breath and her soul and bring them here and deposit them in my left side. But if she sleep, do you take hold of the great toe of her right foot until you can make her get up, and use your utmost endeavors to bring them to me. If you do not, you shall be a rebel to God, etc. Another method of abducting another person's soul is as follows. Take a lime branch which has 7 limes on a single stalk, and suspend it from the top of your mosquito curtain on 3 successive nights. When you suspend it, recite the charm already given, beginning Om. Shout it again and again. The following ceremony is one in which the soul of another person is abducted without any direct contact between the soul receptacle, which in this case is a headcloth, and the soul owner. The directions are as follows. Go out on the 14th night of the lunar month, full moon, and 2 successive nights. Seat yourself on a male ant hill, Busut Jantan, facing the moon, burn incense, and repeat the charm. I bring you a beetle leaf to chew, dab the lime onto it, Prince Ferocious. For somebody, Prince Distraction's daughter, to chew. Somebody at sunrise be distraught for love of me, somebody at sunset be distraught for love of me. As you remember your parents, remember me. As you remember your house and house ladder, remember me. When thunder rumbles, remember me. When wind whistles, remember me. When the heavens rain, remember me. When cocks crow, remember me. When the dial bird tells its tales, remember me. When you look up at the sun, remember me. When you look up at the moon, remember me, for in that self-same moon I am there. Cluck, cluck, soul of somebody, come hither to me. I do not mean to let you have my soul. Let your soul come hither to mine. Here wave the end of your headcloth, punch a ditar, in the direction of the moon 7 times every night for 3 successive nights. Then take the turban, ditar, home and place it under your pillow for the 3 nights. If you want to use it by day, burn incense and say, it is not a turban that I carry in my girdle, but the soul of somebody. At sundown, when the sun is hovering on the brink of the horizon, Matahari Ayan Termian, chew beetle and spit out Semborkan, the chewed leaf thrice. Then stand opposite the door, looking if possible towards the west, burn incense and repeat this charm. Nur Mani is your name, Si Pancha Awali's my name. By the grace of my using the prayer called Kundang Maya Chinta Barahi, concentrate your thoughts on me. Be enamored of me, be distraught for love of me. Distraught both by day and by night, distraught 7 times in the day, and distraught 7 times in the night. Come back to your home, come back to your palace. Although this looks at first sight not unlike a love charm, the last 2 lines show that it is really intended to induce a wandering soul, Semangat Riang, to return to its owner. In fact, the wizard who gave me this charm told me that it was taboo to let anyone pass during the whole evening, when this charm was used, between the light and the patient. It seems possible, however, that it might be used on occasion, and mutatis mutandis, as a love charm as well. The following ceremony is professedly a species of divination, Tylic or Penilic, but as it is clearly only another form of soul abduction, I give it here. The instructions are as follows. First, take some wax from a deserted bee's comb and make a wax taper out of it as well as you can. Stick it upon the rim of a white cup, and repeat this charm, when you will be able to see the person you wish to affect in the taper's flame, Bule Ditengo Orang Naya Didalam Pachak API. The charm runs as follows. I know the origin from which you sprang from the glitter of the white blood. Come down then to your mother. Stemming both ebb and flood tides, cluck. Cluck. Souls of somebody, come all of you together unto me. Whither would ye go? Come down to this house and house ladder of yours. This solitary taper is your house and house ladder, since already the liver, stomach, heart, spleen, and great maw of all of you have been given into my care. So much the more have the body and life of all of you been given into my care. Grant this by the grace of my use of the prayer called divination by secret, cognizance, Tylic Ma'rifat of somebody. Next you take a fathom's length of thread, with 7 strands, and 7 colors running through the strands, Beneng Tujo Yuret, Tujo Warna Melantang Beneng, and a pen made of a splinter of the sugar palm, Pachak Kabong, and draw a portrait of the person you wish to charm, Menulis Gambar Orangidu. When the portrait is finished, you suspend it from the end of a pole by means of the party-colored thread, and make fast the lower end of the pole to the branch of a tree, fixing it at an angle, so that the portrait may hang free and be blown to and fro without ceasing by every breath of wind. This will cause her heart to love you. It will be noticed that a general similarity underlies these several methods of soul abduction, in spite of their apparent variety, and the diversity of the objects in view in the different cases. On this point, it is impossible to enlarge here. The purpose of this book has been primarily to collect authentic specimens of the various magic practices in vogue among the Malays of the Malay Peninsula, and to indicate the nature of the beliefs on which these practices are based, leaving it for others to draw from them such inferences and to make such comparisons as may throw further light on the subject. It has not been deemed desirable to anticipate such inferences and comparisons here. But without trespassing beyond the scope of the present work, it may be noticed that there is a special appropriateness in concluding it with the above account of the various methods of soul abduction. From them, taken together with what has already been said on the subject, a fairly complete idea can be gathered of the Malay conception of the soul. And it is hardly too much to say that this conception is the central feature of the whole system of Malay magic and folklore, from which all the different branches with their various applications appear to spring. The root idea seems to be an all-pervading animism, involving a certain common vital principle, semengat, in man and nature, which, for want of a more suitable word, has been here called the soul. The application of this general theory of the universe to the requirements of the individual man constitutes the magic art, which, as conceived by the Malays, may be said to consist of the methods by which this soul, whether in gods, men, animals, vegetables, minerals, or what not, may be influenced, captured, subdued, or in some way made subject to the will of the magician. It would, however, probably be a mistake to push this analysis too far, for side by side with the theory of a universe animated by souls, which by the use of the appropriate words and forms can be cajoled or threatened, there are the ideas of luck and ill luck, and the notion, strong in Mohammedans all over the world, of a preordained course of events. Sometimes, presumably in extreme cases, there is no escape from this destiny. If a man is fated to die at a certain time, die he must, whatever he may do. But to a great extent, ill luck can be avoided if one knows how. Though we cannot stop it, we need not expose ourselves to its influence. Thus, a particular hour may be unlucky for the doing of a certain act, but if we know that it is so, we need not incur the danger. There are therefore for a Malay 3 alternatives, it would seem, viz. Charms for occasions where moral pressure can be brought to bear, divination to assist in detecting dangers which in the ordinary course must come but can be avoided, and finally, Islam, resignation, when he has to meet the inevitable, whether it be regarded as the course of fate or the eternal purpose of God. Appendix. Nature. Creation of the world. Introduction to Pawang's book chapter IP2. Bawa inai faisal pada meniatakan surat, Pawang yang pertama-tama kacarunan duripada nabai ala Adam. Dengan Burkit, Mujizat Nabaikita Muhammad Rasul Allah Sallallahu. Alaihi al-Salam Dengan Burkit, Dato Kathai Rabban Jalil. Yang Diam di Medina Yang Sembahyang di Kabat ala Dengan Burkit, To Sheikh, a alim pude Yang Bersandar di Tiang Arish. Yang Tahukan Lok Mapar Yang Menuratkan Duakali Mashadat, Yang Menjdup di Pintu, Kabasurda Dengan Burkit, To Se Panjang Jangut, Yang Diam di Baringan Sansang Surda Dengan Burkit, To Kuning Maalam Jaya, Yang Berdiam di Gunung Leding Dengan Burkit, To Pude Saban Mata, Yang Diam di Gunung Barapi Surda Dengan Burkit, To Ma Alam Karaman, Yang Berdiam di Pulau Karaman. Surda Dengan Burkit, To Lambang Lebar Don Yang Diam di Hulu Palembang di Lemba Padwala di Bukit, Sagantangantang Tempet Pining Baribat. Dengan Burkit Deng Pak Deng Leni, Dengan Burkit Sakalian Wali Allah, Dengan Burkit, Ibu Surda Bapa Dengan Burkit, Mujizat Bulan Dan Matahari, Dengan Burkit Dalet Sultan Manakem Yang Diam di Puncha Arish. Yang Memigang Sakalian Bini Anak Adam Aya Ichla Aidanaya. Tatkala Clam Dekandung Kabet, Kabet Lagi Dekandung Clam, Lagi Didalim Rahim Huanan Tuhan Diam Aldiaman, Bumi Belum Bernama Bumi, Langit Pun Belum Bernama Langit, Allah Pun Belum Bernama Allah Muhammad Pun Belum Bernama Muhammad, Arish Pun Belum, Krusi Pun Belum, Samad Awangwang Pun Belum Ada, Maka Sedia Jolly Dengan Sendiri, Yang Jadikan Sakalian Ilamini, Maka Ayala Pawang Yang Tuha Aidanaya. Maka Jadikan Bumi Idu Salebar Duling Langit Salebar Payang Maka Aya Idu, Alamnaya Pawang Aidanaya, Maka Dating La Aya Barahi Sedia Idu Dengan Sendiri Naya, Maka Terpanchar La Sri Manakam Naya Idu Di Hadi Bumi Satapek Adam Idu, Tersanjam Tujo Petala Bumi Tersandak Tujo Petala Langit, Maka Burjatola Tiang, Arash, Maka Aya Ichla Kudarat Pawang Aidanaya. Shahadan Adala Azel Naya, Pawang Idu Turlabe Dahulu Durapada Dahulu Ayachla Allah, Surda Dithaherkan Naya, Dengan Chahia Bulan Dan Matahari. Maka Idu Kaniata Naya, Pawang Yang Sabnar Benar Naya, Pawang Aidanaya. Many atakan Sri Mana Manakem Idu Menjadikan Puset Bumitiang, Kaba Maka Tumbola Ayadi Ibratkan Sapo Han Kayu. Dinamai Kayu Idu Kayu Rampek, Kayu Sinang, Kayu Lanka Lankapuri, Kayu Tumbo di Halaman Ala Maka Aya Ichla Tumbonaya. Dan Ampet Chowing Kayu Idu Dan Sa Chowing Bernama Sajredal Mentahar, Dan Sa Chowing Bernama Tabai, Dan Sa Chowing Nama Kaldi, Dan Sa Chowing Bernama Nasran. Alam, Sa Chowing Kaisina, Sa Chowing Ka Pasana, Dan Sa Chowing Ka Mashrik, Dan Sa Chowing Ka Maghrib, Maka Barula Bernama Ampet Penjuru Alam. Maka Puset Bumi Ichla, Yang Bernama Ular Sekadimuna, Ayala Yang Memblit Bumi Satapek Nabayidu. Maka Firman Alata Ala Didalim Rasyanaya, Kapada Jibril, Palukan La Aku Ular Sekadimuna Idu, Ambal Ulemu Bisi Tunket Kalama, Yang Turjante di Pintu Langit Idu. Maka di Ambal La Bisi Idu Surda di Palukanaya, Kapada Ular Idu Maka Putis Dua Ular Idu. Sakerat Kapalanaya Katas Langit Meniantek Naik, Ekernaya Kabawa Bumi Pun Meniantek Tiran. Dan Kapalanaya Idu Menjadi Jin Sri Alam, Lidanaya Idu Menjadi Jin Sakti, Dan Bitni Yang Didalam Matanaya Idu Menjadi Jin Pute, Dan Rongwang Matanaya Idu Jadi Dato Mentala Guru. Dan Chahya Matanaya Idu Jadi Sakalian Jin, Jin Hitam, Jin Hijau, Jin Buru, Jin Kuning, Dan Nayawanaya Idu Jadi Siraja Jin. Dan Hatinaya Idu Jadi Limbaga Nayawa Dan Bua Matanaya, Idu Menjadi Limau, Dan Tahai Matanaya Idu Menjadi Kemnian. Dan Salupat Matanaya Idu Jadi Kapas, Dan Hujat Naya Idu Jadi Jin Si Puter, Alam. Dan Pretnaya Idu Jadi Jin Si Lankar, Alam Dan Jantang Naya Idu Jadi Jin Bentara, Alam, Dan Chahya Manakam Naya Idu Menjadi Jin Genter, Alam, Dan Swaranaya Idu Menjadi Halalinter, Alam, Dan Chahya Pedang Naya Jadi Kilat. Dan Hawa Pedang Idu Menjadi Tujusi Rajawana. Dan Pedang Naya Idu Menjadi Plangi, Dan Hulu Pedang Jadi Tunggal Naya, Dan Senkang Hulu Pedang Naya Idu Menjadi Bantal Naya. Dan Daranaya Idu Jadi Mambang Kuning Dan Chahya Daranaya Idu Menjadi Mambang Sina, Dan Haba Daranaya Idu Jadi API. Dan Ranaya Idu Menjadi Angan, Dan Jamjamnaya Idu Menjadi Ayer. Dan Maninaya Idu Jadi Bumi, Dan Sir Maninaya Idu Menjadi BC, Dan Bulu Romanaya Idu Menjadi Rumput, Dan Rambutnaya Idu Menjadi Kayu, Dan Ayer Matanaya Idu Menjadi Hujin, Dan Plonaya Idu Menjadi Amban Dan Sri Maninaya Idu Jadi Padi, Dan Maninaya Idu Menjadi Ikin, Dan Dara Pusatnaya Idu Jadi Upis. Dan Peniakit Dating Durapada Sir, Penawarnaya dating Durapadanar. Maka inila Faisal yang katas, langit. Faisal ekernaya yang kabau idu menjadi tana lembaga adam, yang baru, maka dinama yuri, tembuni, puset, tentibin. Maka yang ampet inila menjadi sekalian peniakit yang dibawa. Dan daranaya idu jado kabumi menjadi hantu jembeling puaka. Dan semengat yuri tembuni puset tentibin naya idu jadi palong penangle. Dan bulu matanaya idu menjadi jin bala sarabu. Waktunaya saperti kilat manikem idu, ayala menjadi mambang dan dua, dudaknaya didalam bulan dan matahari. Maka sebab dikatakan dua dan mambang aya idu tiada mati, dan to mambang pude idu dudaknaya dalam matahari, dan to mambang hitam dudaknaya dalam bulan. Dan jikalau kalaut dikatakan, mambang tali haris didalam naya idu. Jikalau kadarat dinamikan ayatojin pude jamala, alam, yang diam didalam matahari, maka tojin hitam lembaga adam, yang diam didalam bulan, maka demkian la aton naya pawang sekalian naya idu terhimpan kepada kalamalarlaha, DSB. Ampat kudarat pawang. 1 Sri alam, kaniatan kepada ruang mata kita. 2 Si jenter alam, kaniatan kepada nafar kita. 3 Si puter alam, kaniatan kepada jantung kita. 4 Bentara alam, kaniatan kepada kalama ichila nayawa pawang. Pawang ichilato kathai raban jalil. Azaljan hantu, DSB. 1 Azaljan durapada pantran manikam. 2 Azal shaitan durapada brahai adam, tatkala belum berdemudengan hawa. 3 Azal jembeling puaka durapada yuri, tembuni, puset, tentibin, menjadi nayawa kepada tana, diam digongguntang, buset, kayu batu, traz. Azal kangan. Inila risik semer hidam. Al salam alaikum, hijin hidam jembling tungal jin kuning, hijin ishma ala tungal. Tahakan azal mu kalawar, durapada bayang ala mu yang bernama, isma ala nama, yang awal lagi yang dahulu. Tatkala ashikan dirimu bernama jin salingang bumi tungal rupa. Kan dirimu maka ashikan dirimu bernama rajajin sahabak mu tungal rupa, akan dirimu ashikan dirimu di pintalangit, yang pertama bernama nenek, berumbang sakti berdekak hidam berdera, pude birchling tungal baroma songsang hulabalang yang azal maka tungal rupa. Kan dirimu masa maka jado deriatas, pohan naran, bernamakan duana maka dating ule suri piri yang bake. Rupanaya maka, terpendang adapak ule duana maka, berchita si kaluar mani, satitek maka, chera jilling gemeling maka, terpendang ule suri piri maka, diambil ule suri piri maka memailing maka kaluar la anak ampet, orang sa hulu. Sahilir hilir akan duana tinggal rupa, kan diri naya maka mengashik, akan dirimu kamana jado yuramasa maka kembali la engkau rupamu bersipet dengan sipet, yang kahar rupa engkamu, sedia kala maka bernama, isma alatat kala, sujud Tuhan maka sakian lama minta menjadi negeri kayang kangan. Antara langit tudungan bumi maka dibenar ule, Tuhan maka memohan kepada, Tuhan maka hiling akan diri naya daya kamana, jato yuramasa. Maka jado kepada awan yang kuning maka bernama, dua azal yang tunggal maka berikat tapa, umur dua bilas tahan maka tinggal rupa akan dirimunaya. Maka dibangkitkan aji pasuna, maka tudup lambangan kiri, tudup lambangan kanan, tujo eklis. Maka pandang sabila awan tirus sabila awan, pandang sabila wetan tirus sabila wetan. Maka pandang sabila piperan tirus sabila piperan, pandang sabila pagalan tirus sabila, pagalan pandang tiran tujo petala bumi tirus tujo petala bumi. Pandang naik tujo petala langit. Tirus tujo petala langit maka dijadikan satu hikmet maka, dijadikan satu negeri kakyangan, tujo maka masakan dirimu kamana jado yuramasa jado didalam negeri kakyangan, didalam negeri ratnagading peta tinggi, mudu manakam maka dijadikan du bentara, umur detailik ule du bentara. Umur aku seorang orang diri maka dijadikan du bentara guru. Maka detailik ule bentara guru akula dua sayang tunggal, jin yang dahulu, dua yang azal. Akula mengakukan diri akula, seorang orang du azal yang tunggal chair jiling gemeling. Terlalu baik rupanaya bersemiam terlalu malu akan du yang kataga. Maka sujud, maka lalu berpesan tinggal jikalau rasak, didalam negeri kakyangan disebut, akan nama aku isma ala nama aku yang azal lagi dahulu. Maka masakan dirimu kamana jato, yuramasa maka jato didalam awan, yang hidam maka bernama jin sejbang langit. Sabila hidang mengajukan langit. Sabila hidang mengajukan bumi, Maka tingle rupa akan dirimu mengashik tetkala mudu mudu. Kan alam dunia maka bernama, jin hitam sa halalinter. Maka tingle akan, rupa dirimu maka mengashik, jadi mengamber naik, kakayangan tujo maka detailik ampet penju. Alam maka mengamber turun berikat, tapa dibawa balo matahari jado bernamekan ajabiku pude maka detingle, rupamu mengashikan dirimu bernama anak, jin sakti alam tunggal maka berdiri di pintu langit, sabila, kaki berdiri di pintu bumi sabila, kaki jado, katana Jawa maka bernama Alan Semer. Chapter 2. Man and his place in the universe. A creation of man. Azel Powang Chapter IP4, Chapter Roman 2, P19. Kun kata Allah, paya kun kata Muhammad, menjadi bini jadi yurat jadi batang jadi dawn. Kun kata Allah, paya kun kata Muhammad tana satapak pembahajan Tuhan tana satapak didalam Tuhan ada bumi, ada langit kecil bumi sejling dulang kecil langit sejling payang berdita alatarla. Jangan angkuang kar Jibril, pergi ambil hati bumi. Ta dapat ambil hati bumi. Aku ta kasih kata bumi. Pergi mendapat nabai Israfil ta dapat juga ambil hati bumi. Pergi mendapat Eril. Tiada juga dapat hati bumi pergi mendapat. Eril, barulah dapat hati bumi. Sudah dapat hati bumi bergencang, erish dengan krusi dengan segala, alam dapat hati bumi debuat naya lembaga Adam, menjadi kras pula hati bumi itu, air pula masak lampau lembat pula masak API, baru ditempa lembaga Adam. Sudahlah bangkit lembaga Adam, minta nayawa kepada alatarlah, brinaya nayawa alatarlah, bersinlah alatarlah, redamlah lembaga Adam. Balik membuat lembaga Adam, menuro alatarlah ambil besi kersani dilantakan di belakang, menjadi 33 celang, di atas besi yang tua, yang muda di bawah, besi yang tua tersendak ka langit, besi muda tertenjam ka bumi. Sudah berniawa lembaga Adam tinggal di dalam syurga, ditenggak naya merak cantek bukan kapling tiba malaikat Jibril. Ya malaikat Jibril, aku seorang diri murah lagi berdua aku minta bini. Berdita alatarlah, suruhlah Adam sembahyang sabo 2 rakaat, sembahyanglah Adam, tirunlah baba hawa, ditangkap naya nabai Adam belum cukup sembahyang, diambil balik. Maka sembahyang hajat 2 rakaat, habis didapatlah baba hawa. Sudah nikah, sekali beranak berdua, sampai 40 anak, maka anak pun kawin, cantek sama cantek, burak sama burak. Yuri anak, yang sulung dado petala guru jadi baij. Daranaya, jadi amas nurala, maka anak naya, dado gemalakim tinggal di langit ichlapawang yang tua, yang kampat kita. Ozu balahi min al-shaytani, el-rajami. Bismillahi, el-ramani el-rahimi. Adapanangan bertiup, ombak berpalu. Arish belum bernama Arish, kursi belum bernama kursi, tana satapak pemberi Tuhan kita singa h. Tana terbalik sahile akar putus sabatin ke riba maka ada pawang dijadikan alatarlah. Kun kata Allah paya kun kata Muhammad, ada langit, ada bumi, dijadikan alatarlah. Maka berdita Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kepada Jibril, suruh pergi mengambil hati bumi, maka Jibril pun sudah pergi tidak dapat. Kemudian Jibril balik mengadap, Tuhan mengatakan tidak dapat. Kemudian berdita alatarlah kepada Mikal, menyuruh mengambil hati bumi warnanya putih. Kemudian Mikal pun tidak dapat juga. Kemudian berdita Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kepada Israfil, menyuruh mengambil hati bumi warnanya putih, kemudian Israfil pun tidak dapat juga. Kemudian berdita Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala dengan merkanaya, kemudian lalu berdita Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala kepada Eril menyuruh mengambil hati bumi kemudian Eril pun lalulah pergi. Kemudian apakala sampai kepada bumi maka, Eril pun lalu memberi salam kepada bumi maka katanya, al-salam, alaikum ya bumi. Dan bumi pun meniahat, alaikum salam, wa rahmat Allah, wa bertua, ya Eril. Kemudian Eril pun bercakap kepada bumi, aku nai dating kepada engkau. Aku ditidakkan oleh Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mengambil hati engkau. Kemudian dijawab oleh bumi, aku tidak kasih, karena aku Allah ta'ala yang membuat dan jikalau engkau ambil hati aku tentu aku mati. Kemudian marah Eril, jikalau engkau kasihpan aku ambil juga, dan jikalau engkau tidak kasihpan, aku mengambil juga. Kemudian Eril pun menalakan bumi dengan tangan kanan naya. Dan tangan kiri naya, mencapai hati bumi lalu didapat naya, betul juga warna naya putih. Kemudian Eril pun lalu mengadap Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala menyembahkan hati bumi. Kemudian sudah diterima Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala hati bumi itu. Kemudian maka dipanggil Allah ta'ala Jibril. Kemdian Jibril pun dating Mengadep ala Subhana Wata ala. Kemdian Bertada ala Subhana Wata ala Kapada Jibril Enko Tempa, Limbaga Adam Idu. Kemdian Jibril Handek, Menempa Limbaga Adam Tidek Bule Jadi Sebab Kiras. Kemdian Bertada ala Subhana Wata ala Bubo Ire. Maka Jibril Lalu de Bubo Ire. Kemdian Tur Lalu Baniak Ire Jadi Chair Pula. Kemdian Jibril pun pergi Mengadap ala Subhana Wata ala Meniambakan Tur Lalu Chair. Maka Bertada ala Subhana Wata ala Kapada Jibril, Bubo API. Kemdian Lalula, Jibril Menempa Limbaga Adam Kemdian Suda Jadi Adam. Kemdian Jibril pun pergi Mengadap ala Subhana Wata ala Mementakan Nayawa Limbaga Adam. Kemdian Debrai ala Tarla Nayawa Kapada, Jibril dan Jibril pun pegging Dengan Tangan Kanan Nayawa, Limbaga Adam, dan Nayawa Sidi Hawa Disabla Tangan Kiri. Kemdian Sampai di Tenga Jalan Debuka, Jibril Tangan Kiri Naya, Kemdian Nayawa Sidi Hawa Balik, Kapada ala Subhana Wata ala dan Nayawa, Limbaga Adam Lalu Dihingapkin Kapada Yuban, Limbaga Adam Nayawa Idu. Lalula Hidup Limbaga Adam Kemdian Sidi Hawa Pansuda Jadi. Kemdian Lalula Kawan Limbaga Adam Sama Sidi Hawa. Kemdian Lalu Hamil Sidi Hawa Lamanaya Sambalan Bulan. Kemdian Lalu Baranak. Kemdian Jelep Gulita Tidek Tampak Handek Mengret Puset Anak Adam Idu. Kemdian Lalu Adam Mengambil Serban Naya Lalu Dekebeskan Kapada Anak Naya. Lalu Latrang. Ichla Azel Turbit Badi Kapada Anak Adam. Dan Yuri Naya Anak Adam, Idu Ditimbunkan Didalam Tana, Dan Ichla Azel Jadi Bij. Dan Chahyanaya Anak Adam, Idu Jadi Intan Dan Daranaya Anak Adam, Idu Jadi Amas. Adapan Turbuet, Powing Idu Kapada Limbaga Adam, Adapan Sehibet, Limbaga Adam Idu Ampet Orang. Namar Satu Nama Kedis. Namar Dua Nama Kedim, Namar Tiga Nama Kempas. Namar Ampet Nama Mergenichla Ampet Orang Azel Powing, Yang Dijadikan Ala Subhana Wataala. Dan Yang Namar Satu, Dayanaya Tingle di Hulu Ayer. Dan Yang Namar Dua Tingle de Sabla Matahari Hidup. Dan Yang Namar Tiga Tingle de Sabla Matahari Mati, Dan Yang Namar Ampet Tingle Didalam Lawton. 1 Anak Powing Houghton, 2 Anak Powing, 3 Anak Powing Rusa, 4 Anak Powing Bij. Maka Anak Sakalian Powing Melinkin Desadula Turbit, Dan Talok Naya, Dan Ichla Powing Youngdit Yurunkin Ala Subhana Wa Ta'ala Adenaya. B. Sanctity of the Body Chapter Roman 2, p. 23. It is impossible for want of space to give illustrations of this subject other than those quoted in the text. For further details, vidi inter alia Leiden, Malay Annals pp. 2024-95-107, Newbold British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, Volume Roman 2. pp. 83-86, 176-178, JRAS SB No. 9 pp. 87-89 JRAS SB No. 28 pp. 67-72. C. The Soul. Invocations to the Soul Chapter Roman 2, p. 47. Mengali Semengat Chapter Roman 6, p. 454. Al-Salam, Alaikum Hyra Yang Baruso Yang Barazil Mary Rukamari, Mary Semengat Kamari, Mary Ketchel Kamari, Mary Burong Kamari, Mary Halis Kamari, Mary, Aku Dudak Pujamu Mary, Aku Dudak Melambe Mubalik, Kapada Rumatenga Mu Kapada Lante, Suda Jonkat Jonketan. Atap Suda Bintang Bintangan Jangan Enko Burkachil Hadi, Jangan Enko Burkachil Rasa Jangan Enko, Mengambil Sala, Jangan Enko Mengambil Sile. Aku Dudak Pujamu, Aku Dudak Helamu, Aku Dudak, Esru Mu, Aku Dudak Lambe Mu Mari Pada Waktuanai. Mari Pada Kataka Anai. Riang Semengat Chapter Roman 2, p. 48, Chapter Roman 6, p. 455. Ker, Semenget si anu inai yang sakit kembali la kamu kadalam salarang, tubo si anu inai karumatenga kampong laman, kamak bapa, sarang kamu. Another version Chapter Roman 2, p. 50, Chapter Roman 6, p. 454. Ker, Semenget si anu yang katujo balikla kamu karumatenga sendiri inilamak bapa, kau dating memingil. Karumatenga, kampong laman mengadap kamak bapa, kakaum kalarga. Jangan kau Sarabara, Puling Karuma kau Sendiri. The Malays believe that it is very bad for one to be awakened suddenly, and even when one coolie is waking another, he does so with the greatest gentleness, calling him softly by his name in an ever-varying tone until he has succeeded in awaking him. Rajas and chiefs are never aroused until they wake naturally. The European passion of being called in the morning is regarded by the Malays as only one more symptom of the madness which is known to possess these people. Chapter 3. Relations with the Supernatural World. The Magician. Isharat Powing Chapter Roman 3, p. 56. The Powings Shibboleth. Ishahadu ala ilaha lala wa ashadu anna Muhammadu el Rasul ala. Yasadur ku Jibril, Mikil, Israfil. Azrael enko berampet berla madengan aku duduk di krusi ala aku bersandar di tiang. Arish aku berdengkatkan di puset tiang kabatim buni akan alasku. Hak bumi, sadahan bumi, senga langit ya ala erstu rabbi ku lelaha lala, ya pada laluyubai elathim lelaha, dsb. Pendending Powing. Hi esrai alam, si genter, alam sheikh, alam, dado si puter alam yang diam dikandang bisi pute ampet penjuru, alam, yang diam dikandang hulubeling ampet penjuru, alam, hu tidur deluar, liput chahya and san tidur deluar, liput chahya hu. Gabla aku didalam kandang kalama leila hilala. Hu. Nature of Rites. Invocation to the Spirit of Incense p. 75. Zaber hijo namanaya kemnyan, zaber bajing namanaya abukau, zaber pute namanaya, asap kau daki rasul ala azel kau jadi. Asap dikau tujo petala bumi, asap dikau tujo petala langit. Kan peniru segala ra yang sakti yang kramet ra alya ala, yang diam digalangang matahari yang berulang kakabat ala. Kan peminjal alya ala yang diam dipintu lawang langit, yang berulang kantan pute dahulu mesur, petting dan pagi, tahu menghadapkan ranting yang mati tahu menjembang bunga yang leu, tahu menjwatkan kata ala, dengan berkat lelaha lala, Muhammad Rasul ala. Rice Paste Invocations and Charms p. 81. A tepang tower, tepang jadi kataga dengan tepang kadings, jikalau bule kehendak hati jangan sakit, jangan mati, jangan cacat, jangan binasa. The tepang tower is made of rice flour and water with pounded leaves of seliguri and sambaudara mixed up in it. The brush is sensed first at the bottom, and then at the top, before being used to sprinkle the tepang tower. B. Tepang tower, tepang jadi, kataga dengan tepang kadings, nekla mas berkati kati, nekla wang biribu laksa. C. Tepang tower, tepang tower samula jadi, bearing kucinta, aku perole, bearing yang depint samunaya dapet. D. Tepang tower, tepang jadi, kerkap tumbo di bado alamenawar, Mohammed menjampi, gunang rento diriba aku. Bukan aku yang punya tepang tower to shik put jigi yang punya tepang tower. Bukan aku yang punya tepang tower, dado leilbao yang punya tepang tower. Bukan aku yang punya tepang tower, dado betalag guru yang punya tepang tower. Kabul ala, dsb. Ianai, isharat menyurunkan padi, maka tepang tower. Dahulu pertama ambil don adiadi, don gandarusa don riburibu don sadingin, don sipule dan tanah layat pute. Inai tower naya. Tepang tower, tepang jadi, dapat amas berkati kati. Aku menepang tower beraz padi suda berisi maka menjadi. Chapter 4. The Malay Pantheon. Gods Chapter Roman 4, p. 88. List of mythical and religious terms. English, Malay a god, a deity. Dua duata a goddess, Dui a great god, Batara Vishnu. Batara Guru Vishnu. Bisnu Durga, Durga Varuna, Baruna Yama, Batara Yama Buddha. Buddha Brahman, Brahmana spiritual guide, Guru God, Tuhan Allah praise adoration, Puji Puja heaven, Swarga hell, Naraka Patala the soul, Nyawa fast, Puasa idol, Brahala astrology, Panchalima astrologer. Satrawan charm, spell, Guna Ubet mantra. Invocation of the earth spirit. Hai, to mentala Guru Sakti yang dihutan akula yang bernama Dado mentala Guru Sakti yang di rumah kita berdua bersaudara. Setting sail namanaya engkau setting city namanaya aku kau dihutan, aku di rumah. Aku mementa membuat kuasa, permintaan aku sa pemukal jendeng kahulu, sa pemukal jendeng kahilir. Pendending. Sa pemukal jendeng kalaut, sa pemukal jendeng kaderet yang aku pinta. Mana-mana sekalian anak cucu engkau talongla kawakan anak cucu aku, jengen la rasakan. Jengen, kau binasakan engkau bla pleherakan la mana-mana sekalian anak cucu engkau mana-mana yang bertapa di ganang. Mana-mana yang bertapa di bukit. Mana-mana yang bertapa di busat. Mana-mana yang bertapa di traz. Mana-mana yang bertapa di akar kayu. Mana-mana yang bertapa di batang. Mana-mana yang bertapa di dahan. Mana-mana yang bertapa di don mana-mana yang bertapa di bungkal. Mana sekalian itu, aku minta kawakan ampet penjuru ladengku, Jangan la engkau mengkirkan sasya kepada aku, jikalau engkau mengkirkan, matilah engkau ditimpa tiang kaba mati de sulabisi kawi, mati de pana halalinter, alam, aya itulah a denaya. Relation of various deities p. 90. Batora Guru Namadi Balay, Batora Kala Namadi Jigi Rimba, Panjang Kuku Namadi Hadi Rimba. Raja Kala Pegang Durapada Iyer Timpas Sampe Iyer Naik Besar Sakali. Raja Gurudi Laut is identified with Mambang Talai Haris or Nabai Kidder, Panjang Kuku with the Hantu Pemburu. Batora Guru Membri Hukum Kapada Jin Ibni Al Ujin, Disuro Memorantakan Rayatnaya, Daya Sendiri Berjalan Bawas Sumpatan Chari Makan. Nama Hantu Laut. Si Raya Nama Bapanaya, Tingle di Kuala, Madarudi Nama Maknaya Tingle di Hulu, Wa Ranai Nama Anaknaya, Tingle di Tenga. Tankle Hanta Hidem p. 93. Faisal Hanta Hidem Dudak di Pusat Bumi. Jin Hidem, Limbaga Adam, Yang Berjajek di Hadi Bumi, Yang Bergantan di Pintu Langit Berkat City Turjali, Sendiri Menjadikan Sakalian, Alam, Bearing Aku Cinta, Aku Perole Bearing Kuminta, Samunaya Dapet, Aku Taku Azel Nyatana Yuri Tembuni Puset Tentaban Mula Azel Kaujadi, Jangan Enko Naik Enko Gangjit Sianu Idu, Karana Aku Tahu Azel Kaujadi, Aku Talakan, Latia de Bule Menjadi Mana. Hai Sadara Ku Jibril Mikil. Azrael, Israfil. Enko Berampet, Berlima Dengan Aku. Aku Dudak di Krusi Ala, Aku Bersandar di Tiang, Erish Tembuni Akana Lasku Hak Bumi Sadhan Bumi Sengalangit. Ya ala erstu ya Rabbi kum ya Kadu Hul Ali, ya Hulala Kuwada Ila Bilahil Ali Yil Ali. Invocation to the Earth Spirit. Memingjil Jembelang Tana Ayadunayawa, Tana Yang Dari Yuri Tembuni Tentaban, DSB. Al Salam, Alaikum Akutahu Azel Kaujadi. Sapachal Nabai Mohammed Azel Kaujadi Sapachal Bajinda, Ali Azel Nyamula Kaujadi Diri Mutana Lembang, Tirun Berdudang Don Gala Jadi Diri Mupagapagi, Rajasinar Namanaya Diri. Jadi Diri Mutenga Naik, Raja Paksi Namanaya Diri, Jadi Diri Mutenga Hari, Raja Buana Namanaya Diri, Jadi Diri Mutenga Tirun, Raja Kilu Namanaya Diri, Jadi Diri Mu Petang, Kilet Senya Namanaya Diri. Dayam Kaudi Rimba Basar, Sakit Rindang Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Keuara, Si Chaka Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Tunggal Buda, Si Rimpena Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Busat Jantan, Si Rimpa Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Ganang Guntang, Si Bitodo Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Tenga Padang, Si Hamper Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudianak Iyer. Si Balencho Namanaya Kau Dayam Kaudi Mata Iyer. Si Lincher Namanaya Kau, Jangan La Enko Munkirkan Sasha Kapadaku. Jikalau Enko Munkirkan, Madi Berkelintang, Madi Turgantang Diawanawan Kabumi Ta Sampe. Ka Langit Ta Sampe Madi Depana Halanlinter. Madi de Sambar Kilit Senya, Madi de Timpa Malikat Yangampet Puloampet Madi de Timpa, Dalit Ampet Penjuru, Alam, Burkit Dalit Kamaluel Hakim. Burkit Tower Malikuel Raman Layalaha, DSB. Origin of the Spirits p. 94. Azel Hantu. When the twins Habel and Cabel were in the womb of their mother, Eve, they bit their thumbs till the blood came. And when they were born, the blood turned into spirits both good and evil. The blood which spurted up to heaven became Kunchai Saraja Iyer. That which reached the clouds, Owan became Jin Hidam, and that which fell on the ground Jin Pude. Dara Sajangan Kiri, Dara Sajangan Kanan, Itula Azel Hantu Darat. For the rest, Yuri Menjadi Haramau, Tembuni Menjadi Buya, Bali Talai Puset Menjadi Gaja, Tentaban Menjadi Hantu Iyer. Charm to cast out evil influence. Don Pekek, Don Pegaga Kadaga Dengan Mali Mali, Aku Pinta Mana Yang Ada, Membuang Sayal Dengan Pemali. Lang Pak Lang Melini, Kadaga Dengan Awan Shurga, Ditepak Jangan La Tangan Kiri, Aku Pinta Mana Yang Ada. An incantation called Arakarak Jin Sarabu, or the Procession of the Thousand Spirits. It is the first formula used by a Pawang when commencing an important series of operations. Bais Milo Huramani Arethim Hai. Jin Alo Akan Kadaku, Kada Hak Yang Sabenar Nia Hai. Janu, Jin Peri, Jin Arwa, Jin Manuja, Jin Badi, Jin Perla, Jin Pedaka, Jin Jembalang, Jin Baranang, Jin Ebni Jana. Aku Tahu Azel Mulamu, Jadiamam Jamala Nama Bapamu Sidi Indra Sundari, Nama Makmu, Rubaya Jaman Nama Datomu Hakim Liar Suri Nama, Moyang Muchichit Malam di Hutan Piet Barenga Sakti di Balukar Saya Badala di Rimba, Saya Rimba di Langit, Sri Jambling Makara Lam. Iya Yang Desaru Sakrang Tunku Malam Karajan, di Bumi Sang Barenga Bumi. Ia yang desru, sakrang tungku sesha guna yang bertigak di pintu bumi di bukit kaf. Bentara alam di wanawan, sang ranga buana di engin, baranga kala di ganang tambar boga di bukit, langi tambar boga di pangsatana baranga kala di barat. Sang berger, ilana sahi di timor, sang derger, ilana sahu, di utara sang ranga gempita, ilan asaha di selatan, sang ranga gembira, ilan asahad, di tana data rapapas sipar tapa di tana lepan, Astara Panchma Boda di Tana Darat Jamshid di Tanjung, Sanka Kala di Gordi Pankal Tanjung Anyan. Sikutani di Ujung Tanjung Anananan, Sikutanan di Busat Sikuta, Balang di Jarolong Sibadat di Mata Ayer, Sangkabat Lela di Paragi Buta, Sang Lela Maindra Panchalagam di Traz, Shah Garden di Padang Changhang di Gong, Sang Ranga Berhala di Tana Ruab Rakshasa, Sang Grahab di Tana Busong Sanka Rakshasa di Guha, Sang Berger Indra di Teluk, Purba Kala di Permatang Sri Permatang di Lura Dalek, Rani di Dani, Sri Danglet di Batu Jin Pari di Kayujin Boda Sri di Umaranga Kala di Bending, Sanka Kala di Danau Danga Rahab di Paya, Sanglela Chandra di Iyer, Masai di Eris di Iyer Mati, Sankapana di Laut, Mambang Indra Gempita, Siman Bangkana di Tasik, Sang Bigor Indra di Eris, Sri Jemantar di Tasik, Sri Jala di Pulau, Sri Gantala di Kuala, Sunja Jiji Asbar Jiji, Dang Sidi Udar Asalam di Sunjay Mezet di Dusan, Siman di Dalam, Kampong Adas di Ruma, Sang Lela di Dalam Manuja Al Khanas, Rahuani, Nama Nyawamu Gardam Garden. Kapada Tampetmu, Diam Nabai Kiani Nama Penghulumu, Aku Jengan Anko Pechatai. Invocation to the Hantu Sanke P. 105. Al Salam Alaikum, Anak Chachu Hantu Pemburu. Yang Diam di Rimba Sakampong Yang Dudak di Chero Banir, Yang Bersandar di Pinang Boring, Yang Berdado Diboatukas, Yang Berbulukan Don Rasam, Yang Bertalenkan Don Larek, Yang Berbia di Meding Jeloi Tali Buya Naya Sam Butungal, Kurniatunku Sultan Barumbangan Yang Diam di Pagar Rayang, Ruma Bershang Teras Gelating, Ruma Berbandal Batting Bayam Berdaborkan Batting Puret, Yang Berbulu Roma Songsang, Yang Bersusu Ampet Suzanaya, Yang Menero Jala Lalet. Yang Berjandang Kilit Tuma, Jangan La Enko Munkir Sasha Kapada Ku, Mati La Enko Detimpa Dalit Ampet Penjuru, Alam, Mati Detimpa Malakat Yang Ampet Pulo Ampet, Mati Detimpa Tiang Kaba, Mati de Sula Bisi Kawi, Mati de Pana Halalinter, Mati de Sambar Kilit Senya, Mati de Timpa Karan Tiga Pulo Juz, Mati de Timpa Kalama, DSB.